Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you can never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need her. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk, bitch. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about Shouty going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing about a woman on a day. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water. Let the seven know me now. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Man make them happy because man make them gone. But after man make everything we can, do you know the man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Shane Crumman. We're not going to be joined with Lady Che tonight. I don't know, she might come on her phone, but she still don't have internet at her house, so she probably will not be joining us. Shabaka may be joining us here shortly. I just sent a link out to him and several other people, so we'll see. Appreciate y'all tapping in with me. I see Tariq's live right now, so I appreciate y'all coming over here instead. And on this season 5, episode 14, part 2 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in part 1, and that is unity fatigue. So not only do we have white fatigue, not only do we have tether fatigue, but we have white unity fatigue, especially from the diaspora. They keep talking about we need to unify, we need to come together, blah blah blah. I was on the Burning Spear chat earlier today, and they was talking about FBAs, disinformation agents, and they was running with that Joy Reid nonsense. And we're like, look, we just acknowledging our lineage. Why is it a problem when we acknowledge our lineage and our heritage here? So we're gonna go over that. Then we got Trump budget targets immigrants sending money abroad. We got some update on Ibrahim Traore. Africa's presidents are going military, but Africa's presidents are going military. Captain Traore's effect is spreading. Then we got Latino cops harass FBAs, but still want us to march for them. Then we got Fat Joke or Fat Joe. Ozempic Joe is getting karma after disturbing high-stakes legal case. Then we got FBAs dropped the word Blacc. Beyonce's Buffalo Soldier Bacclash. ChatGPT, do Black Americans deserve reparations? The truth about justice, wealth, and history. Reparations or your Snowbunny. They would rather push black and brown unity instead of black and black unity. And if we have time, me and Lady Che speaking on the reparations here in Colorado at the Colorado State Capitol building this past Wednesday. So those are the topics. Appreciate y'all tapping in. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms. The links to all the platforms are in the description, including Jay Militant's channel and Kukizi's channel, who does our intro track. And also the copyright disclaimer and the GoFundMe is in there. The GoFundMe is in there as well. If y'all want to support the GoFundMe, that would be great. And then we got the copyright disclaimer. So I'm going to read it now. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 areas of human activity, which are economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, sex, war, and religion. And some say health and nutrition. Oh, thank you, twin. He said Frontline is greater than Tariq. Thank you. Yep, Ozempic Joe. And then also RIP to the elder Nelly Fuller Jr. He's the one that came up with that quote. And also we got racism. White supremacy is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by his student, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing. RIP to her as well. So let me hop right into this. Hopefully Shabaka will be joining us here shortly. He's been coming in fashionably late, so he'll probably come in the middle of this clip I'm about to play. So Tariq, as usual, does his Twitter spaces. And this one in particular, he was talking about unity fatigue. So as you can see from the screen, it's like a black immigrant outside the ICE detention center, and he has a sign that says, "Let's be united, nigga." And we're saying, no, 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 you can hold your own. We already tried that, and y'all told us, me no black. So let's see what he has to say on this.
Are not
Back everything,
united.
brother. We got how you think you able?
I think
Black American, like brothers and sisters. But once
You, I'm trying to get you to clarify when you say we're not united.
so don't you think Black Americans not being African from the continent, not being united to
Free Africa. What's up, man?
hey, just a quick question for you.
yeah, tether free zone.
Uh
Yes,
don't you think white supremacists benefit from Black African from the continent not being united to Black people in America? Because also, do you believe brothers in Africa are facing the same oppression of white supremacists? You know, if someone tried to raise up, do good for Africa and for Black people, they kill our leaders. You know what they did to Muammar Gaddafi and others. So don't you think Black Americans not being united with Black Africans on the continent, don't you think it's benefit the oppressor and the white supremacists? Just a quick question for you.
Good
Thank you.
question. Why are we not united? Why are we not united?
Yeah, because there's such hate, like some people saying they are not interested in others, kind of. But I think it's from the white supremacists to make sure we are not united.
So the white supremacists made y'all not unite with us.
I ask you, what do you think about it?
No, I'm asking you. I'm trying to get you to clarify when you say we're not united, because foundational Black Americans, we've been sitting up here trying to unite and have a global camaraderie for the longest.
right.
How come it's not been reciprocated?
How do you mean it's not during I was on the continent for so many years, and we are very, very united for Black American than any other uh, people on the planet. But you guys, you do the opposite for us. Why are you saying it's not reciprocated? Can you explain?
You say we do.
'Cause-
What do you mean?
So Black people in Africa, they really treat Black American like brothers and sisters. But once you come in America, it's a different story. They don't see you as a brother and sister.
Black.
They can't see you as a different. They don't care about you.
You say
As you,
you're saying we don't care about them. You're saying foundational Black Americans don't care about Africans.
yeah, correct. So, but I don't blame
Slow.
Black
You
American.
better slow down because we're going to unpack this. How do you think they're able to get over here?
Right.
How do you think African immigrants are able to get over to the Americas, over here to the United States? Hmm?
So, let me answer because you are muting my.
You're not mute. How do you think y'all able to get over here? Are you over here now or are you still in Africa?
No, I'm in America, but I think I ask you, don't you think it benefits the oppressor
Hold on.
if we are not
Back everything.
united?
Brother, we got how you think you able to get over here?
Hey, Michael.
Yeah, we came through an immigration process like every other people from
FBA.
all over the world.
Right. How do you think immigration law allowed African immigrants over here? But at a long time, they African immigrants over here. The white people did not want African immigrants over here at all.
Yeah, so because they destroy Libya and they destroy Africa, they use this propaganda to
Okay,
cause conflicts in Africa. By that,
we're
it's caused a lot of refugees,
going all around the block. How do you think y'all were able to get over here when white folks didn't really want y'all here? They didn't want African or really Caribbean immigrants. They didn't want y'all over here. How do y'all think those laws got relaxed to let African immigrants come over here?
But don't mute me because you are muting my microphone.
Answer the question, sir.
How am I going to answer and you are muting my microphone?
Okay, you're filibustering. It was foundational Black Americans who fought for those laws to get immigration relaxed so that African immigrants can come over here. It was us who did that, sir. It was us that let you and allowed you and brought you into our communities. You were not living around white people. It was outfitted from, sir, that we pushed the line for.
Yeah, I agree, but you have to answer my question. Don't you think the white supremacists benefit from us not being together, united? That was my question.
What do you mean, do they benefit from us not being united?
Because as we united Black people on the continent, you know how many we are? Billion of people. We may be powerful. So powerful. That's why they don't like seeing Black people united.
Right.
Are you agree or not?
Right. They don't want you to unite. But why didn't y'all unite anyway? Because foundational Black Americans, we're united here.
It's not about here. It's about Black people everywhere.
Right. Okay. But why over here, most foundational Black Americans, we can get on the same page. Why can't y'all do that over in the continent of Africa?
Are you sure you can get on the same page? The oppressor always use Black people against each other. Why are you saying you are on the same page?
Over here, we can get on the same page.
You people are being used by the oppressor, like in Africa. Explain to me, how are you on the same page?
Yeah, foundational Black Americans, we can get on the same page over here and fight oppression to the point where we're not just completely living in shanty towns and just having a complete breakdown of society. That's why people come over here based on the things that we fought for, because we know how to get on code enough to make sure that Black folks are going to be good. That's why we don't live like you are living over there in your homeland. That you're here for a reason.
All the way to 2100.
As a Black
yes,
come over here and live good and eat good because of us.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I agree, and I respect your sacrifices you made. But my question is, do you believe it benefits the oppressor and the white supremacists about Black people not being together? That was my question. They're
gonna try to oppress you whenever. We don't judge everything based on what the white supremacists are going to do or not do. We know what we need to do. We need to stick together. We need to have some type of camaraderie that we need to have in order to make sure each other is good. That's what
exactly. That's why I need to know your thought about Black people not coming together as one people, so we can be so powerful against the same system of oppression.
That's a question for your homeland, sir. Y'all have that big continent over there, and everybody's splintered off into a gazillion tribes. So that's a question for y'all. Why didn't y'all get together and there's so many people of you on your own land, and two white people can come in and then run the whole show?
Okay, let me answer. That's why I say we are facing the same oppression. You know who killed Obama? Killed Gaddafi. Mm-hmm. Obama is an American. You know that.
Oh, he's Kenyan. Yeah. Obama's Kenyan. He's not from our lineage.
Then how was he a U.S. president?
Because
if he was a Kenyan,
and we elevated him. It was
so that means there's no.
That's why when you say we treat y'all a certain way, no, we put that tether up into the presidency. There was Black people stomping for him, and he shitted on us. So yeah. So what's your point?
That's why I'm saying we are facing the same system of oppression in Africa and Black people everywhere.
We're reacting differently. That's the problem. Yes, we're facing
the white supremacists.
We're facing the same system, but we react to it different. We as foundational Black Americans, we stand 10 toes down.
Going over to unity fatigue right now. How are things in the Sin City?
We up here at a plus 102 degrees right now.
Oh my God, 102. Ooh-wee.
Oh yeah, I know this kind of weather.
Ooh-wee. What was the high temperature? 118.
No, we got up to about 108, 109. You know.
Ooh-wee. All right, so I'm playing this Twitter space about unity fatigue, and there's this brother from the continent that's asking Tariq, how can we unify, and why aren't we unified? And Tariq is breaking down to him, we've already tried that. The diaspora basically told us to go where to go, and we're not going for it no more. So that's what you just came in on.
Face it and deal with it, fight against it, so that we can be good over here on our own homeland. Y'all leave to come over here to us because we're the ones doing the fighting and you're not. That's the real question. Why are you not fighting over in your homeland, sir?
Who told you we are not fighting? Go in Burkina Faso, see what's going on.
Yeah.
You say you know a lot of shit.
Over
Go
here. That's you're telling me you ain't fighting because you're over here with us.
Yeah, mention Burkina Faso.
You're telling me you're not
update
fighting,
out of Burkina Faso.
And I'm not being mean-spirited, but we're going to keep it a buck tonight. You're over here with us, sir. So you ain't fighting nothing over there. You over here in a safe zone. We created a safe zone for you.
Hold on, Shabak. I got Burkina Faso. I got Ibrahim Traore on the topic list.
Okay, and you saw what he's about automobiles, right?
Yeah.
You understand?
He's trying to start his own automobile company.
No, EVs. And guess how much it costs to fuel the motherfucker, man, for about 30 days? $6.
$6. Ooh, wait.
$6.
Okay. You talking about the electric vehicles?
Yes.
Okay.
And then she got to look at the what do they call that shit? Okay, the exchange rate, to his currency to the U.S. currency.
Yeah, what is that? Didn't they join BRICS?
I think they did, but I'm not sure. But I'm going to be researching it, man, for Tuesday night for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced up on StreamYard.
Okay. All right, I'm going to let this clip continue.
Mm-hmm.
So can you answer my question? You say people are not answering your question, but you're doing the same. Answer my.
What you're not going to do, what you're doing, asking the same question over and over as a deflection. You're not going to ask the same question over and over again. That's what you're not going to do. You've asked the same question. Is white supremacy, do they want to see us unified? Don't ask me that again. I've answered that about 5 times. You're using that as a deflection. Don't ask me that again. We moved on to another part of the topic.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, as a smart guy you are, I'm asking what can we do so we can become united and become powerful as a Black man on the continent.
Y'all got to start over there. Y'all got to unify over there. We can't keep doing the damn heavy lifting. We can't carry this shit forever for everybody. And y'all just come eat off of us. Y'all got to start doing some heavy lifting over there. Y'all got to put that tribal shit aside, put it away, and start bringing something to the table. Y'all don't offer us nothing. Let's be real.
I already told you we try and they killed us. Obama, your president, killed Gaddafi.
Do you think they killed Malcolm? They killed Dr. King. They killed Medgar Evers.
That's why I'm saying we are doing our best. Go find out in Burkina Faso. Traore, one of your general, he tried to go in the Congress.
I don't want to hear that shit. Yeah, we get killed over here standing up against white supremacy. That ain't no excuse to not to stop fighting, and we keep on keeping on. We ain't afraid of that shit. That ain't stopping us.
Right.
Just say they done terrorized your ass. All right, some of them killings done shook you. It didn't shake us. It didn't shake us, sir. Yeah, okay. You kill him. Now we gonna stand
that
up
dude
for him and
wouldn't be
keep on
talking to
going.
me like
Let me
that.
get
No, that's what I'm saying. Just recently, you know what's going on in Burkina Faso? Traore.
and let me get my sister Wani in here. Wani, hop on in, beloved.
Hi, Tariq. Oh, sir, how many Africans?
Why are you muting people? Let me finish.
I
Respect.
well, I want to ask you a question.
We need some respect. Can you give me a few seconds to finish
I
my
need to
topic?
ask you a
He's
question.
talking to you.
How many Africans are there in the world?
Free Africa, she's asking you a question.
By you muting my microphone, how can I speak?
You're
Bro,
talking now. How
yeah,
many Africans are in the world?
1.5 billion Africans right
And
now.
you need to corral 40 million people. Can you explain why you need to do that?
Yes, ma'am. Let me explain to you. So I ask a question. Don't you think it's benefit the oppressor? He tried to answer my question, but he's bringing other bullshit. So for now, we are fighting to
We're
the
the
heat.
only people that have ever helped Africa.
All right.
Don't you?
What have Africans collectively, what have Africans ever done for Black Americans?
Yeah, let me answer.
We
For
give
now,
you, no.
give me a
We've
chance to
done,
answer your question.
you
Give me a
never
chance to
answered.
answer.
It doesn't
Okay.
make sense. You have 1.5 billion people. You don't need a random group, do you? Is there something special about us that you need to tell us about? Because we're effective and 1.5 billion people are ineffective. Why do you need us to come aboard? Why aren't you asking
Okay.
all of your continent? They're right
Let me answer your questions. We need everybody. We need everybody. We don't put someone aside. We need everybody to be on the same page. Because as the oppressor, they came together. It
Now,
doesn't matter.
as a
Doesn't
slave
matter.
seller,
It's
did you or
France.
did you not separate from some people that were sold into bondage in the transatlantic slave trade and in the trans-Saharan slave trade? Did you
That
not get rid of them? Did you not want to
And the ones that did the selling got
togetherness
captured
then?
also.
Or did
Remember
you want
that
to just
fact.
do deals with Europeans?
that's the issue.
Tell me
Because
that
you
I'm
don't want
lying.
African and Black people to come together. It's played to a big
Why do we need
advantage.
to in terms of numbers? You have 1.5 billion.
It's not
Why do we
about
need to?
numbers. It's
Oh,
not
so there's
about
something
numbers.
special about us then. Is that what you're
Okay,
saying?
let me answer your question.
I need to get a compliment. Is there
Okay,
something special about us
okay,
that has you in here and not in some other room,
okay.
in some
Yeah,
other room with another group of people?
it's not about numbers.
Why are you not in a Guyanese room?
America has
Why are you not in a Jamaican room?
America has
Why are you
three.
not in a Haitian room?
Let me answer your question. America has 300 million people, but it's leading the world. It's not about number. Why US? That means China should be number one and India number two because they are leading in the terms of population. What do you
You're
mean
losing the
numbers?
plot. You're losing the plot. I asked
No,
you a
you're
question.
saying why
There's
African.
1.5 billion Africans. That's more than enough to do whatever you're talking about. It doesn't matter if we totally ignore you. If we're not effective, if we're just like you, then you shouldn't need us because we're just a random group of people. What is the problem?
I'm saying it's
We're the
not
size of
about
a random.
numbers.
Why
If
are
it's
you
about
targeting?
numbers,
Why are you targeting us for this conversation? What is
if
it about us?
it's about numbers, China should be leading the world because they have 2 billion people. It's not, but US is leading because
So
it's
they
not
China.
about numbers. Okay, it's not about number. You can be powerful, but you don't have to be 2 billion people to be powerful. If that the case, China and India should be on the top. But it's not. I'm saying, don't you think it's benefits this white
No,
supremacist
no, it doesn't.
for Black people not being
It
united?
benefits on paper, but it doesn't benefit in real life. We found it just doesn't benefit. It
I
benefits
can
us to
give you a
progress.
very quick example. In
It benefits
Congress, in
it benefits
Congress,
us to focus on ourselves
let me
and
give you a
you
quick
guys to focus
example.
on yourselves.
Let
That's
me
like
give
how
you a
it
quick
benefits.
example. In
Are you trying to
Congress,
force us to pay attention to you? Is that what you're doing? You're
no, in
telling us not.
Congress,
You're telling us not to focus on ourselves and go with
No,
the
no, I
stuff you're
didn't
doing.
say that. I
Well,
didn't
then leave us.
say that.
Why are you stalking us then?
Because
Why do
white
we have to be told
supremacy,
to?
because white supremacists are using some of you to fight Africa.
No, we're not.
No,
We're
no,
not
that is a
fighting
fact.
you.
Let me
No,
give you
that
an
is
You're
a
coming
example.
over
fact.
here and running
No,
for
that man
office
is
based
right
Let me
about
let me
that.
give
That
you
is a
a
fact.
very quick example.
You're
There was
fighting us.
there was a black general who just came in Congress to talk shit about Traore, who is uniting people
Right.
in Africa. They use a white general here called he was in Congress. Go check out. They are using one of you guys to fight brothers in Africa. That
Yes, I saw
general,
that
Yep.
guy, but that's
Blame
he
one
him.
was the
guy.
one saying he has to kill Traore. He's a black
Okay,
general.
he doesn't
He's a
represent.
Yep.
black general here.
What do you want us to
Yep.
Right.
do?
He don't.
They are using some of you to fight
Okay,
Africans.
that one guy.
One dude.
He's right.
I already told you the general Langley, he was in Congress a
Langley.
few months ago
Langley.
saying they have to kill
Yeah,
Ibrahim
Langley.
Traore, a
Yeah,
foreign
he
leader
did say that.
of
Now, didn't he
Burkina
not say
Faso.
that, Brother
He's a
Che?
black general. You know, you're saying we are
Didn't
not doing
Langley say
anything, but
that?
white supremacists are using you to fight the continent Africa.
One.
Go find out. It's in the news.
One person.
That this general.
So one Negro. Because that's it. There's no you guys. It's one person.
Right.
Got y'all shook. That one Negro got y'all shook. One Negro. It ain't no y'all. It's one. We ain't got nothing to do with what he's doing. But one dude, one black person, and that's it. He got.
That's why I'm saying we have to unite.
Because of one.
Doesn't matter if it's a one powerful Negro fighting other Negroes. We need to unite. That's my point.
And how come, listen, you talking about uniting. How come we ain't in the African Union? They don't have us in the African Union over there. What's stopping them? What stopped them from doing that?
Oh, bro, you say you know history. You know
have
how many
Israelis in there.
you know how
have
many times
Israelis and Arab countries in
you
there.
know how many times Malcolm X was invited to Africa Union, bro. You say you know history. Go find out. We kicked out an Israel representative. Israel cannot attend EU meeting.
But they were
for now
to be kicked out. They were in, just like Arabs.
The Jamaican president, Jamaican prime minister is always
you
there.
guys are full of it. You don't allow us to be in the African Union.
You guys don't
the
be
Caribbeans
used.
don't allow us to be
I'm
in
saying,
CARICOM, but they have South Americans in CARICOM, and you guys have Arabs and Israelis in the
I'm
African
saying
Union. You make
we have to
excuses
unite.
us. No.
We
I
have
don't want to unite with losers.
We don't want to.
You're
Okay,
backsliders.
then you don't talk about white supremacists.
I'm going to talk about it for the rest of my life.
Because they are using you to fight
No, they're not.
your
You
brothers.
don't have to join with you because you don't do anything.
They are using you to fight Africans.
Just like you got on the stage and you started
the white
about we like
supremacists,
you and you don't like us.
The white
The facts are
supremacists
you don't
are
like
using
us,
the
and
divide
we
and rule.
embraced you. We raised up your culture. We made a fake,
Don't you
Pan-African
think
culture
white
for you.
supremacists are using divide and rule against black people?
No.
Because
he's right about that. No, that's exactly what the fuck they doing, Tariq. No, that's exactly what the fuck they doing.
Ibrahim Traore. Can you imagine?
And only bring up that general that has nothing to do with other black Americans. That shows you ain't got no argument, brother.
No,
he's
Tariq is wrong about that because Traore is reaching out.
What do you think?
You have to do with us. We didn't tell him to go over there. We didn't tell that dude to go over there and do nothing. He's not acting.
For us to go build up Burkina Faso, it's not the same thing. This is why we're over this shit.
Well, let's see what Traore's detailed plan is on that, Brother Paris. I'm gonna give Traore the benefit of the doubt until I read his detailed plan. Now, I will grant you this. If his detailed plan is bullshit, I will be the first one to say it's bullshit. Deal?
Okay, Shabaka, I'm gonna hold you to that. But
okay, please do.
So far,
tell all my fans to bet heavy, to quote the former heavyweight champ. You know who I'm talking about, the ALI.
Yes. But to quote what he said, he want us to come over there and build stuff up. He's not offering us nothing. He's not even offering us land. He's talking about he's gonna lease out the land. He said no ownership, just leasing.
Now, leasing, Brother Che, could be a good thing or it could be a bad thing. Now, is it leased to buy? Is it leased to acquire some of the land?
That's why
It's not leased to buy. It's just leasing. It said no ownership. It said no ownership, and they got Russia over there too. So it's like
now you got me on that one right there. Okay, with him having Russia over there, man, that there ain't nothing but another racist white supremacist. Because wasn't Karl Marx from Russia who said that we did not have the intellectual capacity to understand socialism?
yes.
Okay, all righty, okay.
It says some African countries are offered free land. Which countries, Michael?
Yeah, ask him to be specific on that.
Which countries? Because it's 54 countries. So which of the 54?
Yeah, which ones in particular, Mike?
Are offering free land to Black Americans? I think the only one I know off the top of my head is Ghana.
Okay, is that long term or short term?
Short term.
Okay, that's not good. It needs to be long term.
If Crew's in here, he can elaborate on it because his father moved out there, and he has some land.
And I had relatives that stayed over there for months in the 1970s.
Yeah, well,
but that was 50 years ago, though. So I can see that point.
More recent than that. Okay, so you must be talking about the right to abode. He says Ghana has initiated encourage the African diaspora, including Black Americans, to return to the continent and invest in the continent.
In the country. Okay, now what's the rate of return on the investment, Michael? And how secured is the investment? So they don't go over there and get fleeced.
Well, Ghana is the most prominent. He says Sierra Leone, Nigeria, Tanzania, and Zimbabwe are also offering citizenship or considering it for people of African descent.
Oh, yeah, that's when Biden had went over there, I think, in about his last 2 weeks in office, man, trying to derail that. He went to Angola, yeah.
And gave them $2 billion. They gave them $2 billion to build the infrastructure. They're supposed to put some super highway. Remember I showed you the map of the super highway that they're supposed to be putting through?
That the Chinese are building, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did. That the Chinese are building.
Are any of these countries offering dual citizenship, Michael? Because I know Ghana, they have that right to abode, and you have to be there for like 10 years. You got to bring a whole bunch of money over there to even qualify for it, but yet they're giving Arabs and Europeans citizenship over there. We played a whole video. I think it was either I think it was Phil Scott had a whole video of them getting citizenship, and it was no black.
And then there was another cat that had a video up there as well too. I think it was Afro. But I won't be reaching out to Afro Elite, man, for at least 2 months because I got a lot of work of what I'm doing here.
Yeah, I talked to him earlier. So I told him to check his email. He didn't. I gave him your email address and mine, so he should be responding to us. Because he said something about he didn't know if people were sending him scam emails or what. He didn't recognize.
Okay, which I can respect. And he's doing right to safeguard himself. I don't have no problem with a person defending themselves and protecting themselves, particularly with this internet hokey, crazy ass shit.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna let this clip continue. But thanks for sharing that, Michael.
Say we should unite, so we are not being used.
You mean unite by you bringing your ass over here? That's what you mean by unite. You ain't trying to unite over there. Unite means you want to come over here and eat up everything we got. That's what you mean by unite. Right?
No, I'm saying stop being used by the oppressor. Thank you, bro.
Who's being used by the oppressor?
You
Black
are, Tariq.
people, Black American.
How?
like Obama. Obama was used to kill Gaddafi. This general is being used to kill Traore.
You keep bringing up Obama. He's one of your people. His dad is from Kenya. Obama is not a foundational Black American at all, sir.
Hold on, Tariq. He was born in Hawaii. He was born in Hawaii.
This general
He
is a
was
Black
born in
American. Go
Hawaii,
find out.
the 50th state.
Shabaka was born in Hawaii doesn't mean he's a foundational Black American. That's why we're delineating that.
Okay,
but
Shay, but is not Hawaii the 50th state of the United States?
Shabaka, but that doesn't mean he's a foundational Black American. His lineage is not foundational Black American. His lineage is tied to Kenya. That's where his daddy's from. That's where his dad's side of the family is from. They're from Kenya. So he's not foundational Black American. Foundational Black American means more than just you're born in the United States. It means that you've been here for generations. Your family's been here for generations, several generations, not just 2 or 3 or even 4, but like at least 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, up to 15 generations. That's what foundational Black American means. So when they say that, oh, Obama was a Black American, no, he wasn't. And to top that off, he didn't even spend his childhood in the United States. He spent his childhood in Indonesia, China, all over the world. He wasn't even here.
And the other country, Malaysia.
Yeah, Malaysia. So he wasn't even here like that. So he didn't even have the same experience that we had, same upbringing, none of that. So no, he's not a foundational American. He's a first or second generation immigrant based on his parents.
Matter. We elected Obama. We didn't elect this general. We don't know nothing about him. He ain't got nothing to do with us. Y'all don't let us in the African Union. The OAU, when it was before the African Union, they didn't let us in that either.
No, you lying.
So
you
Nigeria
lying.
recognizes a dual heritage.
What am I lying about?
Go find out the African Union last meeting. There was a Black people from Jamaica, from Caribbean, from America, everywhere. We don't kick Black people outside. You lying, bro. We kick Israel. We kick.
Man, if you don't stop lying, foundational Black. We're not a part of the African Union. What are you talking about? Foundational Black Americans are not part of the African Union. They have not invited us. And you talk about Malcolm and the OAU. He wasn't in it either. Let me get Brother Dan in here. Good freaking grief. Dan, what's up, brother?
You wronger than 2 left feet.
Oh, Dan. Oh, let me let him in. My bad.
You're wronger than 2 left feet.
Dan, what's up, brother? Hop on.
All right, Tariq, I have to disagree with you on that one, homie. Read his autobiography.
What's going on, Flex? How you doing, brother?
Man,
What year was he in the AU, Shabaka?
Okay, what year was what now?
You said he's lying. What he's saying is not truthful. So what year was Malcolm X invited to be in the AU?
That there was 1964. That's where him and Ali fell out at.
I actually made him a member of it.
Well, what I do know is that he patronized the AAU organization that he didn't get off the ground after the OAU. And he had made the statement to them, and this is a direct quote, "Your problem is our problem, and our problem is your problem." Those are not my words, those are Malcolm X's words.
And you know who else made a statement, Shabaka? Mandela.
Who's that?
Mandela
Well,
said,
you saw why Namzamo divorced Mandela, right?
Yes, Shabaka, but that doesn't negate the fact that he said that this is our problem, not his problem. That's what he said. That's what Mandela said. While we was running around talking about what's the word, Johannesburg, and then Mandela was running around talking about, well, the American Negro's problem is the American Negro's problem.
I think that's one of the reasons why Namzamo divorced his ass.
Probably, but
yeah, that's what. Yeah, it was about 7 reasons why she divorced him because she was upset that the whole time he was incarcerated, she was on the front line in Azania, where she was, and she came across what they call the necklace. And of course, we know what the necklace is, and we don't have to discuss it. All right.
So what
okay.
I'm saying is the only countries that's offering dual citizenship is those that you have to have descent. So you have to have a grandparent or a parent that is of Nigerian origin, and for Exania, you have to have the same thing.
Well, off our family lineage, we got to hit on the Cameroon and we got to hit on Nigeria.
So you have a great grandparent that was from the Cameroon and from Nigeria.
Yeah, well, we have an ancestor from the Cameroon, and we also have an ancestor from Nigeria.
Going back how far, Shabaki? How many
All right, I have to get with my family. I have to get with my family, and I'll ask them that specific question.
All right.
And I'll get back with you on it.
All right.
Wear me out, Dan. What's going on, brother?
Man, not much, man. What's going on with your free Africa, man? How your weekend going?
Good, sir. Thank you so much.
So I got a question.
Appreciate,
man. You know, let's bring up a good point. You know, Barack Obama injected a bunch of social issues, created a bunch of social issues in Africa. He's from y'all though. That's not us. And then also, what do we stand to gain from, interfering in y'all affairs? Because I was listening to the guy over Burkina Faso, I think the Abraham guy, and he was calling Russia the new partners
guy, but you
saviors
goddamn
and
sure
shit like
know
that. And it's
Trump's
like,
name, don't you?
why would
The
you
Abraham
trade
guy.
one
See, this is what the
imperialistic
fuck I'm
power
talking
for another
about.
one? It doesn't make sense.
This is what the fuck
I mean, so it seems like you guys are just getting more.
Said about Russia. He just brought up the point about Russia, and you just completely
I know,
did not hear it.
And I hold that against Traore of having them damn Russians over there.
So that's what he was talking
to the guy over Burkina Faso, I think the Abraham guy, and he was calling Russia the new partners and saviors and shit like that. And it's like, why would you trade one imperialistic power for another one? It doesn't make sense. I mean, so it seems like you guys are just getting more of the same. So where do we fit in this?
Yeah, because American are killing us. The enemy of your enemy is your friend. That's why they say.
So you say America
Russia,
is your enemy?
Yeah, because let me explain to you. You say going to Russia. Let me explain that thing you said. That's a good point. So America is trying to kill Ibrahim Traore. So Ibrahim Traore has to find security from other places. Because
he's protect themselves.
Let me answer, because he can't rely on his security. He's trying to develop his country.
The fact that he can't rely on other Africans say a lot, don't it? Don't that say a lot? He can't even depend on
a whole lot.
Let me answer your question, please.
Let me ask you something.
Yeah. He's not going to Russia because he likes Russia.
Free Africa.
He's going to Russia to see if he can survive.
Yeah,
exactly.
I read the thing. He wants security assurances from Russia. I got you, right? But security.
Not because he likes Russians, but because he needs to survive. Thank you, sir. Thank you for understanding.
No. But listen. You know those security assurances come at a cost, right? It's not free. The same reason why those Arabs from the north were coming down, raiding those gold runs and those gold mines, is the same reason the Russians are going to be there. You know that, right?
But I already told you, one of your generals in the Senate recently saying they have to kill. On air, he was right open. He said they have to kill Traore. Can we imagine?
I got you. But listen.
Did you see that, brother? Did you see that, brother, when he was in Congress saying they have to eliminate Traore for just standing up for his country? So Traore has no option.
Like I know, that's not the only reason he said that. Now, I'm not gonna get into the stuff that they were doing over there, the war crimes, the murder, the public executions. You get put on the war crimes.
Wow.
Exactly. You know the stuff that they were doing. I'm not even gonna get into that. But long story short.
Wow, bro. Are you believing the agenda when they try to kill?
The same thing that the Nigerians did.
Bro, do you believe in those Western agenda?
And they give you a raw deal. Do you think that the deal the Nigerians got with the Chinese were fair?
Do you believe in those narratives
Do you think the
that
deal
when
the
they
Chinese,
try
Nigerians got the
to
Chinese was fair?
okay, let me answer you. Do you believe those narratives when they try to eliminate one of our leaders? They say democracy, they say human rights. They kill Gaddafi. Go find out what's going on in Russia. Stop that. Yeah, stop that nonsense narrative
So
when they
Libya and Russia were really tight, right?
when they try to kill one of us.
Gaddafi and Putin were pretty tight, right?
They are bringing democracy when they try to kill one of us.
Sir, calm down. Listen. Gaddafi and Russia were pretty tight, right?
Let me answer your question. Cool. Yes.
I said yes, they were cool, right? Did that stop Obama from killing him?
Obama came with NATO, bro. It's two powerful entities. Two powerful entities.
The point I'm trying to make to you is a security insurance from the Russians means nothing.
But at least you have to do something. You can't just stay and get killed.
No, you have to defend yourself. If you keep looking for the heels, what they're gonna ask you for is gonna be the same thing. You literally, the French had y'all locked, they had Burkina Faso locked up and tied their money to their banks, and they literally could bankrupt you anytime they wanted to, and they would take your gold as collateral, right? Now the smart thing they did was moved off of that system. It doesn't make sense to hop on the Russian system. What they should do is what Muammar Gaddafi was doing and using the minerals in the ground to back the currency. That would be the smartest play they have. But instead, they're looking for more European masters, which makes no sense.
Yes, sir. I like the way you said he should be doing what Gaddafi did. But America can kill Gaddafi for that reason, bro.
Exactly.
That's why Traore.
That is a fact.
That's why Traore is trying to find security first before he can do anything.
They can't protect you. They can't protect themselves.
But you say Gaddafi was trying to bring people, the currents together and that good shit. Then they kill him, saying human rights.
I said the Russians couldn't protect themselves. They couldn't protect Gaddafi. They're not going to be able to protect you, but they're going to collect the payment before whatever action the West decides to take in Burkina Faso. The Russians are going to take their money first. And if you guys don't give them the money, they're going to commandeer it, meaning they're going to owe interest. They're going to pay reparations. They're going to get their money, regardless of what happens to the country. They don't really care because BRICS is not a military alliance. It is an economic alliance.
Yes,
and the only economics you guys have in Burkina Faso.
Yes, that's why I tried to answer the question of my brother.
Are the Russians offering a military alliance?
The Tariq brother was saying we are doing nothing. I'm just telling him.
No,
I'm saying that
the Russians are not offering a military alliance. They're offering an economic alliance, which literally means they're going to siphon the gold from you. That's it.
They also providing military alliance. He's using Russian drone right now to detect U.S. Equipment. What are you saying?
Radar.
That's why.
Radar.
That's why he's still surviving.
Okay. Question: Is it?
It's not helping out. That's why Traore is surviving.
It's not a weaponized drone. It's a monitor.
At least they are doing something.
Oh my God, you guys are so gullible.
Your general.
All right, thank you, Flex. Okay. This is the reason why it'll never work. You guys are too gullible. You really think they're gonna give them? They're not giving you weapons. North Korea gave Russia weapons. North Korea scope to watch the bombs coming.
That's a big.
You got gypped. All right, man. All right, bro. Y'all have a nice night. You got scammed, brother.
You have to know why they are looking Russian security for the first time because they
brother McCall.
Man, what's that feedback right there, man? That's the new one right there.
Excellent, brother. Just living a dream and winning.
Oh yeah.
I told you, Shabak.
Do you mind if I speak to Mr. Free?
Okay, do you got a lot of data on your computer,
Mr.
man?
Free
You could
Africa, how are
download to a terabyte, man, to free up some of your space.
I'm good, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Excellent. How's your family doing, by the way?
We are good. We are trying our best to survive in America.
Oh, okay.
Trying our best to survive.
Right. Let me ask you a question. And this is out of respect. You're saying that you need, or your kin folks on the continent needs or want America, Black America, foundationals, lobbying and public relations arm to speak up in defense of Burkina Faso and other African states on the continent. Would that be correct?
Yes, I'm saying we need to unite as a Black people. So when you touch one Black people, it doesn't matter if it's here or in Africa, we come together as one people, one powerful Black man.
I got it. Okay, but you do know that there has been a great foundational Black American reset, and we are in the business of economic diplomacy. Are you aware of that?
Yes, sir.
All right, so I'm pretty sure you'll be back to the stage, and when you come back with a list of how much gold, platinum, or precious metals in general that you want to offer foundational Black Americans for our service. I think fair exchange is no robbery. If you're paying Russia, you're paying China and others, then you should pay us for our services. Would that be practical, logical?
Pay who? Pay pay Black. Yeah, that's why we have campaigns of people going back in Africa. We want you to come and invest in Africa.
No,
instead of Russia and China, taking out.
You want us. It's fine. What I'm saying is, there's a price.
That's why I need you to come.
I know. No.
Instead of.
Listen, dear brother, listen to me. I'm trying to educate you on how we're doing business moving forward. Come back with an offer, okay? Just come back with an offer, all right? Brother Tariq, great one. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Mr. Free, take care of yourself and your family. I'll land.
Oh, my bad. My bad. I'm talking and I'm muted. My bad. I'm sorry, guys. I was muted. I was talking to him and I took him off. Okay, my bad. I'm sorry. I just noticed that I was muted and I saw everybody giving me the hand gestures. I'm sorry about that. I'm here. I made a mistake and took him out before I could give him a farewell. I was telling him that it was foundational Black Americans. We're the only ones who basically helped Africa without trying to exploit or colonize anybody. That's us. We've been the only ones doing that. And the reason why he's here is because of foundational Black Americans. So that's what it is. All right, let me get some more people in here. Let's get Lion Legal. Lion Legal, hop on in. Mr. Lion Legal.
Hello.
What's up, Lion Legal?
What's up?
What's up? What's on your mind, man?
What's your take on a lot of non-Black people stating that they have the right to use the N-word?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a whole broadcast about that because I'm seeing a lot of these Hispanics doing that, coming out of Texas and places like that. Yeah, they ain't saying that out here on the West Coast because they know it'll be a different little response. But yeah, I'm gonna have to address that and show some of the videos of these dudes running around here with that narrative. All right. Oh man, we are in here deep. Shout out to everybody in here. Nikki the God, I see you. Yoshi, I see you. Let me see, because we do have a lot of folks in here. Let's hear from Bushmeat Barrister. Let's see what Bushmeat Barrister has to say. Bushmeat Barrister, what's on your mind?
Hey Tariq, you're leading your followers into a
I don't have followers. I'm not leading anything. Just want to clear that up. That's Fed talk, but go ahead. That's Fed talk.
Malcolm.
That's why your phone is messing up with that Fed talk. That's Fed talk. I'm not leading anybody. I don't have followers. I have listeners. I don't have followers, but go ahead.
Malcolm X. I'm pretty sure you're familiar with him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you know his famous quote? He said, "The black man will never be respected until Africa is respected. Let's uplift Africa, and in doing so, uplift ourselves."
And your ass is
he
here
did
not
say
uplifting
that.
Africa. So he was talking about you. All right. Malcolm was talking about you. You're over here stanking it up over here, and you're not even uplifting your homeland. So he was talking
Fuck
about
you,
you. So how
Tariq,
come
you
you're not over there
goddamn
uplifting
chitlin
Africa?
hog eating motherfucker. Fuck you.
And that's where you're from. Go ahead.
He's right, Shabaka.
Fuck that hog.
Unmute your mic, Bushmeat. I don't have you muted.
Why ain't he over there?
Malcolm X also said, in hating Africa
Why ain't he over
and
there?
in hating the Africans, we end up hating ourselves without even realizing it.
Right. Nobody hates
That is a
Africa more than
fact.
fleeing tethers, like yourself. You can't stand Africa. We,
Man,
the
that
Foundational Black
motherfucker wouldn't.
Americans, we're the
Tariq don't
ones
want
who
to debate
uphold
me,
the
man.
positive image of Africa.
Tariq
We're the
don't
only
want to
ones
debate
doing
me.
that. You hate Africa. You hate everything about it. That's why you fled.
Shabaka, you need to get on one of these Twitter spaces, and then you can have it out with him. But he's not lying.
Okay, that's just
These
it though.
quote.
But that's just it though, brother Che. Hold on, brother Che. Let me tell you something. I tried to get on the Twitter space. Stinky Bird wants you to pay for it to talk to Tariq. Fuck that.
You don't have to do
Tariq
that.
needs to get on our page.
Shabaka, you don't have to pay to get on a Twitter space. I get on Twitter spaces all the time.
Okay, hold on, brother Che. Hold on. Okay, hold on, brother Che. I'm gonna pull him up on Twitter right now. Hold on. Just hear me out, please. Okay, please continue.
You have to catch him when he's doing a space, Shabaka, which is usually about this time. But he just did a live video.
Hold on.
You're not doing no.
Hold on, brother Che. Hold on. Hold on, brother Che. All right, please continue.
Okay, what I was going to say is these must quote Malcolm X, that quote all of our FBA people, but yet they're not over there in Africa. They're not over there in Africa. They're not building nothing up in Africa. They're fleeing over here to America and then telling us that we need to do this and we need to do that, but they're not even over there building up Africa. That's why he said the people
brother, that's what Traore is trying to do, and he's the only one that I see doing it. But I agree with you with the rest of the mugs, you know.
You come over here and try to project your hatred onto us, Bushmeat. So why are you not over there loving Africa and uplifting it, sir? Bushmeat, unmute your mic.
You and your minions were undermining the previous commenter, Free Africa. He was giving you great points. He stated exactly, in order for Black people in America to succeed, Africa needs to be respected. But all Black people in America do is make jokes.
Okay. Why are you not over there uplifting Africa? Why do y'all always worry about what we're doing? We are not stopping you from making your homeland great. Why are you not making your homeland great? Y'all always sit here and wait on us to come through. Everything is about foundational Black Americans. Y'all hyper-focused on us. We are not stopping you from making the motherland great. Why are you not over there making it great, Bushmeat?
Because we don't have the African people in the continent.
You ain't got the resources. You had to cut yourself off. Nigga, you got all the gold, diamonds, oil, cobalt, minerals,
fuck you,
all
Tariq.
under your feet.
Fuck
Don't
you,
sit here and
Gutty.
say you ain't got the
Fuck
resources.
you,
All you need
hog
is a shovel.
Go eat some hog guts, Tariq.
The Asians go over there and get all the resources. The Arabs go over there and get all the resources. The whites go over there and get all the resources. The East Indians go over there and get all the resources, but you ain't got them? Huh?
there's so much people can do when your politicians and leaders are corrupt.
Man,
so
please.
that is one of the biggest.
Man, please. We've been dealing with corrupt politicians since the 1600s. Get out of my face with that. Like these politicians ain't corrupt and we've had to deal with them. We ain't fleeing. We just deal with it.
Yep, it was the African set up Gaddafi. That's true, crew. You know,
yeah, but it was Obama
the
that
bottom
gave
line
the
is
order.
that African, you and most Black Americans, you need to start uplifting African people, because Black people in America won't ever be respected until Africa is respected in general, as Malcolm X pointed out.
That is a fact.
No, that's not a fact,
That is a
Shabaka,
fact.
No, it's not, Shabaka, because we've already been doing that. We've been doing that for 60 plus years, uplifting Africa.
Oh, man. Okay, let me go get the autobiography of Malcolm, man.
It hasn't been reciprocated.
Why do you always make me go through this research, man?
You've done enough. Why we gotta uplift you? How come you can't uplift yourself over there?
Because Black people have the power in this country to uplift Africa.
Right, because we get on code. How come y'all don't get on code?
Black people are not on code right now, though.
Then why are you asking us for help then if we ain't on code? Why the hell you asking for help?
Because Black people need to unite, as Free Africa pointed out.
You're stuttering. Get off my damn phone. Boy, this is what I don't like.
Oh, I would have had a ball with that cat,
so much
Tariq.
hostility towards us.
Tariq, I would have had a ball with him. I think you're afraid of what he's saying, Tariq. That's why you cut him off.
Why are you doing this to me? Malcolm X said, nigga, if I don't get help from you, I will die. And shut up. You can't have it both ways. You can't sit here and criticize us all damn day, because Bushmeat Barrister,
all he does is talk shit about Black Americans, FBA, Shabaka. Then he sit up here and we need our help. That's what Tariq is talking about. You can't have it both ways. You can't talk shit about the lineage.
Well, Tariq is a hog gut eater.
He probably is.
He's a hog.
I was one. You act like that's something that we should frown upon, Shabaka. You act like that's not what generations of our family have to live off of as FBA. We turned that shit
family members in my family that still eat them, and they know I don't eat them. So they don't often love my family.
FBA turned that shit into a delicacy. We made something out of nothing. They thought that was gonna kill us all.
Brother Jay, hog guts, man, hog intestines is garbage, man. Come on, bro. I can't stand the smell of hog guts. It makes me vomit. And I vomited twice, a couple of times smelling that shit. Come on now.
Oh, come on, Shabaka. You act like we had a choice in the matter. You act like those of us that descend from slavery, that had whole ancestors that were enslaved, Shabaka, had a choice in the matter on what we was going to eat. Our people made something out of nothing, and we were able to survive generations off of it. So no, Shabaka. No, we're not going to do that. No. Those of us that's of the lineage, no. We're not going to do that, Shabaka. We literally had to survive off of that shit for generations.
Okay, let's see here. Malcolm addresses...
always talking about foundational Black Americans ain't shit. They love talking about we ain't shit, and when things get hot, we're the first people they run to. Every damn time. Y'all come running that whole model minority bullshit. Well, listen, the white people like me because I work hard, nigga. I don't complain about racism. You niggas are just lazy. There is no racism. I came over here with $2 and now look at me. I am the manager at Chipotle. All right. Now when shit gets hot, FBA, we're all brothers. No. Help us, we're getting deported. Wait, I thought you were the model minority. We must stand against white supremacy together. No, you said it wasn't no white supremacy. No, you don't get to spin the block after we done warned you. See, we foundational Black Americans, we try to warn you. We say, hey man, don't let these white supremacists run a game on you, man. They'll sit here and try to butter you up and spit this game at you so they can undermine you. So man, don't fall for the tricks they have. Well, shut up, nigga. These white people like me because I work hard. I said, oh, okay, all right. We try to warn you. We tell you that they can't really be trusted like that. Hey man, we just get on code, man, so we can start building something. No, nigga. I come here to be with white people. The white people are great. Say, bruh, they're going to turn on you, bro. You don't want to do that. No, nigga, they don't like you because you are lazy. A lazy akata. They love me because my ingenuity, my work skills. Okay, all right. Then you go up under them. Then they turn on your ass and they got you on the damn ban list. They done put sanctions on your country. You're getting rounded up. Like, hold on, FBA. Hello, we hear the little ashy knuckles knocking on the door. Hello, FBA nigger. Anyone home? It is Mbutu. Hello. Get your ashy ass away from the door, nigga.
Yeah, and you'll sit up there and welcome a damn cave beast to it who didn't believe in washing his ass.
Don't bring your ass around here now.
No, Shabaka, that's what they do. You got the shit twisted. That's what they do. They welcome the colonizer. They welcome the cave beast. They welcome them with open arms. We try to warn these mugs about
those are neo-colonialists, brother. Those are neo-colonialists.
Or not.
But Shay, colonialism cannot exist without neo-colonialism, brother Che.
Can't exist without collaborators. We try to warn the diaspora about this shit. They tell us, no, nigga, you don't know what you're talking about. No, there's no such thing as white supremacy. Me no black. They give us all this bullshit, and then when white supremacy puts the hammer down on them, oh, FBAs, please come save us. Oh, FBAs, we are all in the struggle together. Oh, FBAs, we need to fight against the beast. We need to fight against the savage. Oh, FBAs, this, but just 5 minutes ago, nigga, you was talking about, oh, I work so hard, and y'all do is complain about racism, and why don't you just work hard? That's what they give us, Shabaka.
Let me put it to you this way. Let me ask you a direct question. Okay. And this isn't to you, Jesse Paris, personally, but it's open. If it came down to it, right? Okay. And let's say this dumpster does reinstitute the draft, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. Dump decides to send black U.S. military troops to, let's say, Niger. Okay, we know the story of Niger. Should they go? And what did Trump say about the black U.S. GI, the black sergeant that got killed by Boko Haram? What did Trump say to his widow? Oh, he knew what he signed up for.
Yeah, that was in Boko Haram, Shabaka, and that was in Nigeria. And yes, he did say that. And to answer your question.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. And then I had posted up here in the chat room about X. Crew, you shut the fuck up. Better yet, man, why don't you bring your ass out here to Las Vegas, motherfucker, and make me shut up?
Okay, stop antagonizing him.
No, he's the motherfucker telling me to shut up, man. Why don't you get on his ass? Why you coming at me, man?
Bro.
But you ain't saying shit to him.
I just did. I'm talking to both of y'all.
What did you tell him? You just said his name. But what did you say to him?
Crew, stop disrespecting Shabaka. Shabaka, stop disrespecting Crew.
I only return it, homie. I don't initiate it. I just return it.
Well, Shabaka, we're returning it to the diaspora. The diaspora has told us to go screw ourselves. And now they want us to come to their rescue. You can't have it both ways.
Well, you got a point on that one right there, too, because fair exchange is no robbery. Now that I will grant you. But you see, you got to keep in mind, brother, is that it's the goddamn neo-colonialists is talking that shit. You see, you got rid of colonialism. Now you have to get rid of the neo-colonialism. See?
He posted something about Malcolm X. In 1964, Malcolm X spoke at the Organization of African Unity. But the question was he a member of it?
No, well, this is okay. At this event, he had made the statement that their problem is our problem and our problem is their problem. Now, I was trying to find the quote, but the actual quote, by the way, I might add, but it wasn't in there. This is why I can't stand this AI shit. And I was thumbing through his autobiography, trying to find his address, because I think in the autobiography, Brother Che, it has the whole text of his speech. So I'm thumbing through his autobiography now. Okay, please continue.
All right, this clip is over with, I believe.
Go on somewhere with your model minority status. Go on somewhere. And show them how hard
Tariq,
you work.
I will back you 100%
right?
if you go talk to white
supremacy
folk
now.
like
We
that.
tried to tell you. Yeah, we good.
You haven't seen him tear up the
This
pipe.
Bush me. He got a lot of nerve.
He be going in on them crackers. You just have no idea, Shabaka. He be lighting their asses
Well, I'd
up
like to
too.
hear some of his work.
The whole thing just talking shit about us. Especially remember before the elections. Before the elections, they were talking cash shit because they thought Kamami was gonna get in office. Boy, they thought it was gonna be sweet. Boy, they thought they were gonna have a Soul Train line over here, and that shit got cut all the way off. Boy, they got real humble. Oh, they got real humble. Oh, they were talking big shit. Before November 4th, they were talking cash shit. Look, you FBA niggas are lazy. Well, it's going to be a takeover. Vote for Kamala. K-Hive, nigga. All right. You just wait. We're going to beat your ass in the election. Okay. All right. Well, y'all were talking real tough. And boy, when Kamami lost by a landslide, and boy, Trump came in with them immigration bans, and oh boy, y'all got real humble. Boy, y'all took that bass off your voice. Y'all took that bass off your voice. Y'all start talking real mellow.
Tariq, for a second, Brother Che? I want to read this right here, and I'd like to get some feedback from crew on this one.
I know you like.
Okay.
I mixed the.
All right, go ahead, Shabaka. This clip is almost over anyway.
Okay, are you hearing the idiot box in the background?
No.
Okay, cool. All right, this is X chapter El Haj Malik El Shabazz on page 405 in the small text as opposed to the hardback. And I knew that my reacting as I did presented no conflict with the convictions of brotherhood, which I had gained in the Holy Land. The Muslims of quote-unquote white complexions who had changed my opinions were men who had showed me that they practiced genuine brotherhood. And I knew that any American white man with a genuine brotherhood for a black man was hard to find, no matter how much he ran. And that is even to this damn day. Hey, Jab. Now that's X, not me.
Right. He was trying to unite with the white Arabs, Shabaka. That's not the same thing. We talk all
okay,
this
we'll
shit.
take that up with the X-Man. I'm quoting the X-Man. That's not me. That's the X-Man.
He was wrong, Shabaka.
Okay, brother. Okay. You said he was wrong.
He was wrong, Shabaka. Up until that point,
okay.
He was. Then when he got
okay, now, Brother Che. Now, whoa. Hold on, Brother Che. Now, right there, you had supported a statement that I made, man, about 3.5 weeks ago, right? That had Malcolm lived through the Black empowerment era, he would have changed his viewpoint on that. So you agreed with me on that indirectly.
Yes. But he was wrong about them being brothers.
Mm-hmm.
He was wrong about that shit. That's the type of stuff that irritates me about Cornel West. He talking about our white brothers and sisters. Them motherfuckers ain't our damn brothers and sisters.
Exactly. Now, with that in mind, Brother Che, you see why I stand on my square of being a diasporic African.
Yeah, and with that,
does that make sense?
You see why I stand on my square, because it's not being reciprocated.
Okay, man, you'll get no argument from me. That's still the element of the neo-colonialism. You'll get no argument from me on that. Say, I respect the square you stand on, brother. I just asked that, show me the same respect. I mean, we've been doing it, showing each other mutual respect for the last, 5-6 years now, man? Why tear it down?
Right.
I mean, really, why tear it down?
Longer than that, like 7 years.
Yeah. Oh, you know what, Brother Che? Hold on. It's been 9 years because it's been 9 years, man, when you called up the show that we was talking about that movie Fences, I think, with that homosexual shit. So it's been 9 years. So I stand correct.
Almost a decade, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like 4 more minutes left of this clip.
Black Eyed Peas with Jollof. I hope you like it. Y'all being all friendly. Oh, they're being very friendly now. They're being very friendly. Listen, I made you some cornbread and egusi. I want to show the warmth of my heart. All right, you want to show the warmth of your heart, nigga. Oh, nigga, you trying to duck and dodge?
You sit there and eat hog guts,
Tariq. That's what you're trying to do.
Oh, wait a minute. Is Tariq Muslim?
And that's the thing. A lot of these folks are very resentful.
Okay.
A lot of them are real resentful towards us because these immigrants now, they gotta hide. They all ducking and shit. I told you I went to a barbershop, some Hispanic cats, and he did a pretty good job on my hair. But they had the door all locked and the shades down and shit.
Oh, so you go give your money to Hispanic cats?
Y'all got
a whole lot of brothers out there starving who cut hair too in the Crenshaw district. Tariq,
y'all got to do all types of
you forget Tariq from Los Angeles too, homie.
And y'all keep trying to drag us into FBA niggas are going to be next. You need to help us. No, man, we out here line dancing we out here with fans and tambourines. We out here chilling, not a care in the damn world. And a lot of these folks resent that because we're supposed to be the main oppressed group. We're the ones supposed to be looking over our shoulder all the time. And the fact that we're chilling and everybody else is kind of hiding and kind of creeping and crawling around the cities and all that shit, they don't like that. Their little model minority status has been revoked. They getting some of the Asians too. Oh, I saw them gaffle some Asians up. Did y'all see that? They're like, Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. They yelling Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. No, don't say that shit now. They started him and Asians up.
Yeah.
Oh, no. So they get in the business now. Stop an Asian hate. Stop an Asian hate. No, stop Asian hate nothing. They getting everybody. Dr. Davinsky, they getting, because we know you like to trick off in them Asian nations. So you're going to have a lot of customers over there when you go back to Asia because they're going to get sent back. You're going to have you a lot of customers to trick with. Oh, goodness. Man. Okay, but we're in here. Boy, there's a lot of y'all in here. All right, let me get out of here, man.
All right. So, yeah, everybody catching hell but FBAs. So.
Classified documents being destroyed. Classified documents being destroyed. That was the noise.
Oh, okay. All right, Shabaka. So what's your thoughts on this unity fatigue?
Okay, it's an upward battle. We is tired, because I know damn well I'm tired of it. But at the same token, there is some, how should I say, unscrupulous motherfuckers out here capitalizing off of this unity thing for their own self-gain as opposed to our group gain. We've come a long way. We still, have a longer way to go. So like I said, Brother Che, maybe your generation will see it. Maybe by some miracle, your generation will see it. We need a miracle, man. I mean, it's bad.
Code. Diaspora needs to get on code. FBA is tired of leading the charge for Black empowerment, Black liberation. The diaspora got to get on code.
Yeah, well, That's why you got to get rid of the neo-colonialists. And the only cat that I see going forward with it, other than Gaddafi, before they killed him, was Traore. And Traore was approached about his, if someone might try to knock him off, man, he says he's got it pretty much in the works, that he's got a successor, but he's not announcing a successor.
Okay.
Which I think is a very wise chess move.
All right, so moving along.
Man, is that pony hat, man?
No, it's Bronco country.
Man, put GMO ponies, put them back in the barn, man.
Gators and the whole of the shit where they belong.
Well, we got less than 2 months till preseason.
Yeah, y'all ain't gonna do nothing again.
The ponies, but how come the ponies went to the playoffs and got bumped off? If they would have made it, I would have wanted to see the ponies win. And them birds out of Philadelphia. Too bad Mad Dr. D ain't here.
When is the last time the Gators went to the playoffs, let alone the Super Bowl?
A couple of centuries. But there's still hope for them.
Keep hope alive, Shabaki. Now moving along.
Yeah.
Trump targets immigrants sending money abroad. Ooh.
Oh, dan, 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 dan. Dan, 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 dan,
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor. This is the moment of truth. From the very beginning, the countries who send their immigrants to the United States have benefited far more economically than the United States ever has. But that's about to become a lot more difficult. Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill has a provision in it to increase the tax on remittances. Remittances is the money that immigrants send back to their folks in the old country. As for Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill, it's already passed the House, and if it passes the Senate, it would be a game changer in terms of making it where economic migration is no longer the tax-free ride that it's been for all these other countries.
Now that
and it's not as if these other countries haven't noticed. Predictably, the President of Mexico has said that she would mobilize, whatever that means, if the U.S. starts taxing remittances. She sees a tax hike in the United States as being a personal and direct attack on Mexico, something that has nothing to do with her country. It would be hilarious if it wasn't so pathetic. It just goes to show how there have been these other countries getting away with murder on the U.S.'s dime for so many decades. Remittances have been nothing but a torrent of free money from the United States to these failed states. But a lot of that money goes to drug cartels and organized crime syndicates, because it's been nothing but free money for those criminals too. Not to mention that most of the people who are sending remittances are illegals and they don't pay any taxes. So this is the only chance to make them pony up something. And get all up in their feelings if they want. It was undoubtedly a failed state. It's certainly not a successful one. Who in their right mind would say that millions of people fleeing a country is a sign that the country is doing well? And its president, she's just another criminal trying to see how much she can skim off the U.S., though I do find it amusing that she says that Mexico would mobilize. Well, it'd be the first time in decades that they've gotten off their duffs. For decades, Mexico's presidents have tried to claim that the U.S. simply cannot do without illegal immigration, and that if the U.S. stopped, then it would only hurt America. Well, the orange man has called their bluff, and now the Mexican government is making threats. Seems the U.S. isn't the one who's suffering. And they haven't even had those tax hikes put on those remittances yet. Imagine how much louder they're going to be screaming after that takes effect. And this is going to affect not just illegal aliens, but also the legal ones too. People need to understand a reality here. Practically all the migration in the world is for economic reasons, no matter what the white media and certain interested activists may try to tell you. Most people lie and claim that they're trying to escape political or religious persecution, but in reality, the only thing they're trying to escape is doing the hard work of making their home countries prosperous. The perverted irony is that as a collective, if these people put the same effort into standing their countries up on their feet and making the reforms necessary to make their countries livable as they do fleeing the place, they would already have a paradise all around the world. All of that free money they've been getting from the United States, a lot of these countries, they've just become utterly dependent on all of that free cash so that they never have to generate anything on their own. And now the bill's coming due. The New York Times says Latin American countries would lose several $billion if the bill passes the Senate. But for African nations, where poverty levels are far higher, remittances are even more of a lifeline. According to the Times, in 2024 alone, sub-Saharan Africa received nearly $10 billion in remittances from the United States, which is almost as much as the $12 billion in foreign aid that it received before Trump retook office. In Africa, Nigerians would pay the most under the bill in absolute terms, losing around $215 million. Gambia and Liberia would lose the most as a percentage of gross national income. Gross national income. That's how important waiting for people in the United States to send money home to them is. For both of these countries, around a quarter of their income now comes from remittances. Senegal, which the World Bank ranked the country most dependent on remittances, would also suffer. So in other words, you've had these countries which have taken decades since so-called independence and done nothing to stand their economies on their feet. They've just been waiting for free money to be given to them either by people, immigrants in the United States, or by the U.S. government itself. That's what the true problem is. The United States is already one of the most expensive places in the world from which to send remittances. Companies that transfer money abroad are taxed, and they pass those taxes on to their customers in the form of fees. Africans already pay more than anyone else, according to the World Bank. Well, now it looks like they're about to pay even more. All of this whining and complaining going on has to stop. In fact, truth be told, the orange man is letting these immigrants off easy. See, if he really wanted to get tough with them, what he would do is he would tell each and every one of these wire transfer services that they have to check the immigration status of anybody wanting to send money through them. That's if he wanted to get tough with them. Everyone knows that illegal immigration is big business. It wouldn't even exist if it wasn't for the corrupt businessmen and financial interests who make huge amounts of money off of it. There's an entire economy revolving around it. Dirty money. Banks were the ones who fought to make sure that illegals could open bank accounts with them and to send remittances without having to undergo any checks for whether they're in the country legally or not. And they did it because all they care about are their billions of dollars in wire transfer fees. But since push is coming to shove, if they have to choose between raising their rates to compensate for the tax increase and losing their stream of revenue altogether, they'll play ball. Cutting these countries off is way overdue because using money is part of America's so-called soft power, how America influences other countries without having to use force. Reducing the amount of free money that these countries have been getting from the U.S. is just the kind of thing that might compel them to finally fix their problems. What's gone wrong are successive kleptocrat regimes in these countries, but also a failure of citizenship. Nobody should accept them complaining about how wrong and bad their governments are. When criminals run your town, you have to throw them out. You saw what black voters did with that Hainier woman in Illinois. They didn't flee. Instead, they ganged up on her and threw her out. But tethers can never understand that. Foundational Black Americans, we're just built different. You can't Joppa your way to prosperity. That's the lesson to be learned here, but it's clear that a lot of people simply refuse to get the memo. A so-called Ghanaian entrepreneur and philanthropic advisor called the tax an attack on the generosity of the diaspora and said that if it was aimed at curbing immigration, it would probably backfire. When you have financial hardship or economic hardship, it actually drives up migration, she said. Well, economic times are really tough right now, and the orange man has managed to bring illegal crossings at the southern border down to a trickle. And I don't think that the Africans can come across the Atlantic in dinghy rafts like they do with Europe. They go to South America and then try to hoof it on foot north. So yes, getting tough on the border works. The Times story also references a woman who got money from her family members in the U.S., which she used to buy a refrigerator, and then she started what I guess for her is a side hustle, basically selling cold drinks. Now, when you have an entire continent that sits on the bulk of the world's mineral resources, how is this kind of thing possible where refrigerators are a luxury that most of them can't afford? What that tells me is the political dysfunction and the refusal of those populations to get on code with each other is a far bigger threat than anything the orange man is trying to do. Because the problem here isn't whether or not they can get remittances at a lower price. The problem is that they're hopelessly dependent on remittances in the first place. And if people in Africa are complaining, then I say it's time to finally show the world some of that alleged superior work ethic they've been talking about and build up their home countries. None of them ever tries that. And that's because their loyalty system is totally broken, mainly because they broke it. When they came to the US, they didn't try to build bridges with us. Instead, they spat in our faces. But then again, that's what was going on at home, too. And they failed to build bonds among other African and Caribbean immigrants, even abroad. They're all being tribal and factionalized, and by now, some of them should have recognized that's not going to work. Remittances are not a sign of success. It's a sign of failure. It's a sign that your economy has failed to the point that you're desperately dependent on somebody else's money. White power has propped up and funded all these forces of anti-Black racism, and they're demanding that the hand that's been feeding them continue to feed them regardless. All their bluster about how productive and independent they claim to be is facing cold, hard reality. They're not bragging on themselves anymore. Now they're scared. Same thing with these wannabe white supremacist adjacents in the US. One gang of crooks and liars is beefing with another. It's all a scam, a racket. And speaking of scams, it's dishonest to try to make economic dependence sound honorable. These immigrants have swallowed a false narrative that they were indispensable, and we tried to tell them that they were just being played for fools, that their good white supremacist buddies were lying to them, that there's already more people in the US than are needed by the rich or powerful to generate their wealth. They can already make tons of money with far less people. As far as they're concerned, it's time for some of the useless eaters to be sent to the slaughterhouse. But the immigrants from Africa let their new buddies, these white supremacists, feed them a narrative that they were somehow better than us, and that they would make a backroom deal with African and Caribbean migrants, and they would ultimately supplant us. Sure, they wouldn't have our history or cultural significance, but as Joy Reid and other tethers have shown, when these guys talk about our history, they keep on using words like we and us, as if they were part of it, as if it was their ancestors who were taking on the fire hoses and police dogs, as if it was their ancestors who were being lynched and their churches firebombed, as if it was their ancestors who were marching, demonstrating, and taking their demands straight to the White House, as if it was their ancestors whose townships were destroyed by white marauders, as if they were the ones whose ancestors languished in the living hell of America's plantations. This was the entire reason that white power has allowed mass migration in the first place. It was to be a political and demographic counterlever to the demands that were coming from the Black population. You would have people who would have a requisite amount of melanin, but they would never speak about any historical grievance because they don't have one in the US. And they would be more compliant with the dominant society. That is, until it became time to yank their artificial money and jobs and whatnot and reduce them back to utter impoverishment. And by the way, this phenomenon is not just something in the United States. In Britain, there's a schism between Caribbean Afro-Britons and the Nigerian Afro-Britons, specifically the people from Jamaica vis-a-vis the people from Nigeria. It's not talked about much, but it is there. Caribbean Blacks were the largest group of Afro-Britons for the longest time. Many of them went there during the 20th century. And in the last 25 years or so, they too have noticed that there's been a lot of folks with Nigerian names who have been popping up in movies and television programs and even in the government. But they've also noticed that these people are not uniting with them. Instead, they're trying to remain tribal and factionalized. And that's the reason why it is that all of this stuff that white power is doing is never going to have any consequences from the people that they're running into the ground. The man who has the power to give you everything also has the power to take it away. We understood that reality long ago, that there were people who simply didn't want to get it, so we stopped telling them. And now the consequences are playing themselves out. We're going to be seeing a lot more immigrants who are going to be claiming that they were down with the struggle. But that's not going to fool anyone. The African and Caribbean immigrants who have actually been on the side of justice, who have actually been on Team Black empowerment, they may be a minority, unfortunately, but we do know who they are. And you're not going to be able to blend in with them. People trying to take off the uniform of the tether and put on the uniform of an honorable Black immigrant, or worse, trying to palm themselves off as a foundational Black American, that simply won't fly. So, for the people who spent years being terrified about the orange man becoming president or getting back into the White House, here's what the results have actually been. It's not because Trump's on our side. No, he's not. But it is a matter of every kind of attack that they would try to do against us, they've already done. It's time for these other groups to actually reap what they've sown. They wanted to be chummy with white supremacy, and this is the result. So many people kept thinking that they were going to find a comfortable place under white supremacy, so they would gladly sell out, lie for the dominant society, and do it for a few crumbs to send back home. And now, maybe some of them are finally realizing, too late, that the only safe place under white supremacy is fighting it. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Frederica Moore, Shrampstein, Daniels, Jacques Hargett, and Walter Wilborn. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Well,
introducing the African Diaspora News Channel.
It was just laid out about these immigrants finally getting the memo that there is no safe place under racism, white supremacy, except fighting against it.
Yeah, and we can't help them. They're on their own this time around.
Right.
That's for real.
All right,
Yeah,
so
they're
moving
on their
along
own.
to your favorite topic, Shabaka, Ibrahim Traore. African presidents are going. Captain Ibrahim Traore's effect is spreading.
Mm-hmm.
That's great news for the continent. Let's see.
And I know Uncle Phil is going to speak against it. I hope
he's
I'm
in
wrong.
favor. That's one of the sisters. It's one of the sisters from Nigeria that's speaking on it. Let's see.
To foreign domination and political complacency. He's not just making waves in the Sahel. His style is rippling across the country, across Africa. In Botswana, President Duma Boko was seen in full military regalia, a look people believe was inspired by Captain Ibrahim Traore. Let's watch the video.
I want to change this country spectacularly in 3 years. So I don't have 10 years. I don't have 5 years. I don't have 6 months to decide whether or not and go to court. No, I don't have that time. People, yourselves need.
Did you see that? His leadership is even similar to Captain Ibrahim Traore. He said he wants to do well for his people in 3 years and not 5 years. He doesn't have time to talk. He doesn't have time to gist. Well, that is something remarkable. That's a Captain Traore effect. Now, this isn't just fashion. It is a message. African leaders are realigning with strength, with sovereignty, with national pride that Captain Ibrahim Traore projects. So it's safe to say that the Captain Ibrahim Traore effect is coming upon African leaders. That's what we love to see, actually. Leaders who will take their people serious. Not unserious leaders. So from the Sahel to Africa, the Captain Ibrahim Traore effect is real, and we can see it. And trust me, this is beyond military attire. Besides, President Duma Boko was elected democratically. He did not take over like the Captain Ibrahim Traore government. And so we wonder why he's putting on the military attire. He said at some points that he and Captain Ibrahim Traore are friends. So we should expect that. A friend inspires the other. A friend should influence the other. And we love this kind of influence. Yes, we do. This is what we love to see. And we want to see more of it. African leaders, follow this young man. He's doing well. Let his effect fall on you. What do you have to say about this story? Comments below and do not forget to share, like, subscribe.
And don't forget to like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. All right, what are your thoughts about on the African president?
Okay, well, if Traore, if Traore is having a positive effect, I think he is, but I'm still, the verdict is still out on there to give my stamp of approval on it. But he is picking up momentum. That's very, very important. But the question is, if he's doing this, just like with the rest of these so-called Pan-African unity movements, what are you going to do to curb the infighting within the house? Understand?
Right. Right.
What are you going to do to curb the infighting within the house is because you still got these fucking agents going on there. You're still going to have these goddamn proxy wars. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Say, now, I appreciate where Ibrahim Traore is going. I hope it comes into fruition, with solidarity, with truthfulness, and no interference, from the colonizer. Say,
right.
And what I mean by the colonizer, I'm talking about the goddamn neo-colonialists too.
Yeah, the puppet.
Because if you really look at it, the neo-colonialist is committing treason.
Yeah, and that's why they were put there.
Not only on the continent, but in the damn diaspora too. I mean, look at this dude, man, that you pointed out, Langley.
Yeah.
Say, look at Langley.
Just following the orders, bro.
Yeah. But with that dude holding 4 stars, man, I think the only one he has to answer to is the DOD and Trump.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So we had touched on this, but I was gonna play a clip about Ibrahim Traore leading Africa to Russia and China.
Yeah, say now on that right there, I got reservations on that. Say
right
now, if Traore has got this juice that he says he does, right, then he needs to go pay off them damn debts.
Trump has quietly pulled the plug on
man. They got over there in East Africa.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and get them the fuck up out of there.
No
like
more aid, no more guarantee.
The French. Because that'd be a big blow to China.
One colonizer to another. So this clip says U.S. humiliated Ibrahim Traore led Africa to Russia and China.
So the U.S. is humiliated on that.
And no more boots on the ground. No speeches, no warning. Just a silent withdrawal wrapped in the language of efficiency and burden sharing. But why now? And is Trump making... Donald Trump prides himself on making deals. But in Africa, he may have just made a misstep that even he can't spin into a win. This wasn't a loud retreat. It was quiet, calculated. A few bases shut down here. A few aid agencies slashed there. No grand exit, just the slow disassembly of America's decades-long footprint on the continent. Trump's second-term strategy in Africa seems simple at first glance. Save money, shift risk, and let African nations carry their own burden. But the reality unfolding beneath that surface tells a different story. One where Trump isn't pulling out because he's in control. He's pulling out because he's lost the leverage. For decades, the U.S. kept one foot in Africa and the other in global dominance. It could afford to intervene selectively, training troops here, dropping aid there, while keeping its distance when things got messy. But now, Africa has changed. So has the world. And what Trump doesn't seem to realize is that walking away doesn't free America from responsibility. It strips America of relevance. In trying to shrink America's role in Africa, Trump may have accidentally shrunk America's power. While he's focused on protecting the homeland, the rest of the world is protecting its positions in Africa. China is building, Russia is maneuvering, Turkey is investing, even the Gulf states are entrenching themselves. And as each new player digs in, America's absence grows more visible, not as a threat to Africa, but as a sign of U.S. decline. And here's where Trump miscalculated. He assumed Africa needed America more than America needed Africa. That hasn't been true for a long time. Africa isn't sitting by the door waiting for Washington's return. It's moving on, negotiating new defense deals, building trade routes that bypass U.S. systems, and investing in homegrown security alliances that aren't dependent on Western approval. Countries like Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger have openly defied U.S. pressure and charted their course, and they're not looking back. In this new geopolitical arena, Trump's strategy has backfired. By choosing to disengage, he's handed diplomatic real estate to America's rivals without a fight. And worse, he no longer has the credibility to intervene if things spiral out of his control. Even U.S. allies on the continent are now hedging their bets. Ghana is strengthening ties with China. Kenya is building new corridors with the Gulf. South Africa has doubled down on BRICS. These moves aren't a rejection of America. They're a recognition that America has stopped showing up. And if Washington wants to be taken seriously again, it won't be enough to throw around buzzwords like burden sharing. It'll need to earn back trust. But can Trump do that? Not easily, because the cost of his withdrawal isn't just military or financial, it's reputational. Africa sees the US not as a strategic ally anymore, but as an unpredictable actor. Loud one day, absent the next, and always calculating short-term optics over long-term partnerships. That image is hard to shake, especially when rivals are offering consistency, even if it comes with strings. So now Trump finds himself in a paradox. He wanted to cut costs and scale back commitments. Instead, he's weakened America's position in the one region where global competition is intensifying fastest. He wanted to project strength. Instead, he's projected to retreat. He thought he was writing the rules, but Africa didn't stop playing. It just found new players. And while Trump is busy claiming victory from a shrinking map, Africa is redrawing the board. So the real question isn't what will Africa do without Trump? It's how Trump will recover from the strategic space he just surrendered without realizing it. Let's pause for a second to say big thank you to the Black Culture Diary community, where Black voices, stories, and legacies are preserved and amplified. By becoming a member, you're not just supporting the channel, you're becoming part of a powerful cultural movement. Let's continue. In geopolitics, there's one scenario worse than being hated, being irrelevant. That's the quiet humiliation Donald Trump is facing in Africa. After scaling back US military operations and shuttering drone bases with all the bravado of a man cutting losses, he expected shockwaves. He expected panic. Instead, the continent barely flinched. That's not because the threats disappeared. Violence is still rising. Militants are still gaining ground in the Sahel, and borders are still bleeding. But the panic Trump expected never arrived. No government came running. No emergency summits were called. No begging letters landed on his desk. The silence wasn't gratitude, it was indifference. Trump left. Africa adjusted. In his worldview, retreat is a power move. You leave the table, so others come chasing you. But Africa didn't chase. It simply turned to the next available option. In many regions, that meant forming new security pacts, leaning harder on regional forces, or in some cases, yes, dealing with China, Russia, or Turkey. Trump thought he was holding leverage by walking away. In reality, he walked off the stage, and the show continued without him. Take Niger, where the US once operated one of its most advanced drone bases at Agadez. When the Nigerian military leadership shifted and the US packed up its assets, it wasn't just a logistical move. It was meant as a message. Without us, your security collapses. But that message didn't land. Niger's government didn't beg for the base to stay. They started looking east. They opened their doors to Russian advisors. They explored military technology deals with Ankara. They began asking harder questions. If American drones had been here for years, why did insurgency still spread? That's the uncomfortable part of Trump's miscalculation. The absence of results means there's no loyalty to the brand. For years, the US helped train African soldiers, provided some tech and tactical knowledge, and ran war games like African Lion. But results? On the ground, the insurgencies outpaced the training. Local commanders often found American support slow, fragmented, and tangled in red tape. So when Trump withdrew forces, local armies didn't feel the sting of betrayal. They felt the weight of reality. They had always been alone. Now they just stopped pretending otherwise. And that's where Trump's strategy implodes. He wanted to shift the burden to African states without ever admitting how little actual burden he had carried. The Pentagon could boast 6,000 personnel in Africa, but spread across 50-plus nations. Most were trainers, intel liaisons, or logistics officers. It looked impressive on PowerPoint. On the battlefield, it meant little. So now, as US presence fades, African militaries aren't failing in Trump's absence. They're failing at the same rate they were when he was still there. That's not a defense of their struggles. It's an indictment of Washington's overinflated self-importance. Trump thought pulling troops would make African leaders nervous. But in many capitals, Accra, Bamako, Luanda, The sentiment wasn't fear. It was clarity. Clarity that the US had never been a dependable security partner. Clarity that new arrangements were needed. Clarity that African solutions must come from within the continent, not from a far-off capital whose interest comes and goes with election cycles. But here's the twist. Trump's retreat doesn't mean America has no footprint. It means it has no control. Wherever the US once had a strong grip, local forces are now improvising. Some are cooperating with Wagner, others are forming neighborhood alliances, others are simply trying to hold ground until a better offer comes along. The strategic discipline the US once imposed, even if inconsistently, is evaporating. And that chaos, it won't knock on Trump's door right away, but it will come. Because the thing about security vacuums is, they don't stay empty. Trump thought he was saving face by pulling back. Instead, he's watching his influence unravel. Not through confrontation, but through quiet irrelevance. Africa didn't need to revolt. It just needed to stop waiting for American approval. So now the map is changing. Not dramatically, not violently, but steadily, and not in Trump's favor. And that leads us to a harder truth. If Trump can't dictate the terms anymore, who can? So Trump walked off the table, expecting the game to fall apart. But here's the twist. The table didn't flip. It just got bigger. And now there are new players, different currencies, different rules. And Africa, once seen as the prize, is learning how to deal the cards. That's the part Washington didn't see coming. Because yes, Russia is circling. Yes, China is building. But something else is happening too. African governments aren't just picking sides between global powers anymore. They're negotiating with them, playing them off one another, signing deals with one hand while rewriting contracts with the other. And it's not chaos, it's strategy. Trump's exit didn't freeze the continent in uncertainty. It accelerated its political learning curve. Look at Burkina Faso. After France and the US lost their sway, the government didn't collapse. It consolidated. Military leadership under Ibrahim Traore didn't just kick out foreign forces. It replaced them with bilateral cooperation tailored to its terms. Russian advisors were welcomed, but not worshipped. Local industries were prioritized. African alliances like the Alliance of Sahel States AES emerged, not as Western puppets or Eastern proxies, but as declarations of autonomy. This is what's unfolding across the map. In Ethiopia, the government flirts with...
What were you going to say, Shabaki?
Okay, I think there, man, is that Plump. No, I think Trump played himself out of pocket on that one. But still, you got to get them damn Chinese out of there, too.
Yeah, and Cruz said, why are we still talking about Pan-African nonsense? I'm just talking about this because Shabaka is always bringing this up about Traore, so I have to play a clip educating the people on what's happening over there and what's happening with Russia and China. Because Russia and China have held their hands in Africa for over a decade now.
Yeah. Now ask Crew what he think we should be talking about.
Yeah, what do you think we should be talking about, Crew, in regards to geopolitical politics?
Chinese financing while refusing to give up sovereignty over its internal security. In Senegal, Western-backed democratic institutions coexist with increasing Gulf-funded economic zones. In South Africa, BRICS membership doesn't mean ideological loyalty. It means bargaining power. This is Africa's new diplomacy, non-alignment as leverage. The world expected Africa to choose a side, east or west. What they didn't expect was for Africa to start writing its terms. And that's where Trump's absence becomes a liability, not for Africa, but for Trump himself. By removing America's influence, America's option, the continent hasn't stopped making deals. It's just stopped asking permission. And what's filling the space isn't chaos, it's confidence. That confidence isn't always stable. It's sometimes wrapped in authoritarianism. It can come with populism or coups or radical shifts, but it's rooted in something real. A generation of African leaders and civil actors who no longer see Washington as the center of gravity. This isn't just about military partnerships or foreign bases. It's about who gets to define the narrative. In the past, US embassies dictated talking points. Today, regional broadcasters, online influencers, and local Pan-African media shape the conversation. African youth don't wait for CNN to tell them what matters. They see the world through WhatsApp threads, encrypted chats, and streets buzzing with anti-imperialist slogans. And that matters more than most policymakers in DC understand. Because when Trump pulled out, he didn't just lose terrain, he lost credibility. And in the new Africa, credibility is currency. Not who has the biggest economy or the most missiles, but who shows up without condescension, who listens, who adapts, who doesn't assume ownership of Africa's future. That's what China learned early, what Russia is learning now, what Turkey and even India are testing with increasing sophistication. They come not as saviors, but as options. Trump comes with exit plans, and while he frames his disengagement as strength, Africa sees it as surrender, not of power, but of relevance. Here's the kicker. Even as new players enter the field, Africa is becoming less dependent on all of them. Digital innovation, intracontinental trade, new currencies, Pan-African security pacts, these aren't fantasies anymore. They're frameworks being piloted, adjusted, and in some cases, implemented. And Trump, he's watching all of this from the sidelines, still convinced the game is rigged in his favor, not realizing the board has changed, the rules have shifted, and he's no longer even holding a seat. So the question now isn't who will control Africa. It's how long until Africa controls the conversation itself, and what happens when it does. Here's a reminder to please like and share the video and subscribe to our channel to watch more videos on Black culture, history, civilization, and identity. Let's continue now. By now, even Trump's closest strategists must be wondering, can we still get back in, or has Africa changed the locks for good? The silence from African leaders speaks volumes. There are no angry condemnations, no fiery press conferences begging for American presence. That's the part Western analysts still misread. Africa isn't protesting America's exit. It's simply replacing the need for America altogether. This is the final quiet sting in Trump's strategy. He didn't just walk away from the partnership. He made himself replaceable. Once upon a time, the US had something no one else could offer: military dominance, development dollars, global media power. But in the space Trump has left behind, those advantages are starting to feel outdated, even clumsy. China's infrastructure is coming faster. Russia's support comes with fewer questions. India, Turkey, and the Gulf offer nimble, flexible packages. Even regional African blocs are innovating with their financing tools, security mechanisms, and diplomatic alternatives. Meanwhile, the US, it's still selling old slogans from an empty seat. Let's be brutally honest. Most African leaders no longer believe Washington is consistent enough to rely on, not just under Trump, but across administrations. Biden tried to repair the cracks, but the continent saw how easily progress was reversed. If the next election can wipe out every agreement, every investment, every promise, then what's the point of partnership? Trump has accelerated this distrust to the point of exhaustion. And now, there's a deeper realization among African governments. You don't negotiate with a superpower that can ghost you overnight. You build your options. That's what we're seeing now. Not an anti-American movement, but an Africa-first architecture. In West Africa, the AES bloc is coordinating military strategy independently. In East Africa, cross-border infrastructure is being built without a single Western blueprint. In Southern Africa, states are launching their rare earth deals, bypassing Western extraction models. And in the North, the Mediterranean dialogue is happening more with Europe than with Washington. In short, Africa is diversifying, and Trump is no longer one of the priority tabs. This isn't revenge, it's realism. Even countries once deeply aligned with the US, like Kenya or Ghana, are no longer asking how to fix the old relationship. They're asking if it's even worth fixing. That's not a moral question, it's a strategic one. Trump's brand of foreign policy has made Africa hyper-aware of how disposable it was in American eyes. Now, Africa is simply returning the favor. And here's the irony that history will remember. The door didn't close on Trump. Trump closed it on himself. He believed disengagement would make America look strong, that by walking away, he'd force the continent to come begging. Instead, he discovered that the world no longer works that way. Global power isn't about absence anymore. It's about relevance. And you can't be relevant in a room you abandoned. But could Trump return? Could the US rebuild what was lost? Theoretically, yes. But the conditions have changed. To re-enter, America would need to do something it's never done well. Listen, not lecture. Show up consistently, not selectively. Support without controlling. And most importantly, stay. Not just when it's convenient. Whether Trump or any future administration is capable of that is another story. But for now, one thing is certain. Africa has moved on. It's overlooked or underestimated. It's younger, sharper, more unified, more aware of its worth, and far less patient with partners who come and go with every electoral mood swing. So if Trump ever wants back in, the price will be steep, the conditions will be strict, and the invitation, it won't be automatic. Because the table he once walked away from, Africa has already built a new one. And this time, it doesn't need a seat with an American flag. Do you think this is the only fair response to Trump? Will the US regret it? Let us know in the comments section. Should Africa allow the US to return? You want to watch more videos like this one?
Subscribe to Frontline Black News. All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on the U.S. being humiliated as Ibrahim Traore leads Africa to Russia and China?
Okay, well, Trump is doing it to himself. You know, Trump is doing it to himself. And then U.S. Congress should pass a law that billionaires cannot hold federal political office. However, that would be wishful thinking. You agreed, as well as governors and mayors. Okay, yeah, any chief executive at the municipal, state, and federal level should not be millionaires, should not be billionaires. I can see them be millionaires, but not billionaires, because remember, a billion is $1,000 million.
Right, exactly. And I was referencing my governor, punk ass Polish, and the mayor who received $6 million from Bloomberg, who's a billionaire, the former mayor of New York.
Yeah, exactly. You see what I mean? Say that's the problem, is because with him being a billionaire, he's getting a political office to emphasize his agenda, just like what Trump is doing. Just like, and I'm trying to think who's the next richest president behind Trump. Damn sure not Clinton. Damn sure not Obama. I would have to say Reagan.
Yeah, well, he's dead. But I guess
yeah.
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 Maybe the Bushes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right, because the Bush, the Bushes, they were in the oil business, man, in the 50s over in the Middle East.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right.
So which means is I'm quite sure that they still got some holdings in there, although they're not participating in the stockholders meetings or at the decision-making process. But I'm quite sure they still got their hands in some of the profits. You see what I mean?
Right. All right, well, switching gears, we got Latino cops harass FBAs, but still want us to march for them.
Yeah, the hypocrisy is real. And then keep in mind is that
there's a video out of California
is hiring immigrants who are not citizens.
Mm-hmm. Yep. We've been doing that for years. Mm-hmm. Let's see what Uncle got to say on this. Latino cops arrest FBAs, but still want us to march for them.
Right.
Hispanic cops, and you know, these brothers out here doing their job, and the cops show up. Now, you know, all the protesting that's going on right now, and a lot of black people have been dealing with issues with the cops out there. And a lot of the cops are not even white anymore. You know, they have some white cops, but a lot of them are Latino. Let's go ahead and check out this video.
We had to press the police right up. He's working.
That's the LAPD.
He's working. Leave him alone. Stop being racist. Stop being racist. Stop being racist. Hey, hey, leave him alone. 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 Stop harassing us. Stop harassing us in our community. Stop harassing us. These are my nephews. Stop harassing us. These are my nephews, okay? They work for the company, okay?
Work for this parking lot and for Metro. What y'all doing?
Don't do that. Officer Garza, Officer Mata, Officer Garza. They come in our community and they harass us. They harass us in our community. This is what they do.
So with them being on Crenshaw, I believe that's Southwest Division. In fact, I'm sure it is.
Why did you get out the car and harass him? Stop harassing Hispanics. Stop harassing us. Harass the Hispanics. Harass the Hispanics.
I got the right one.
There's too much going on in this world.
Toward the end, you say go harass Hispanics. They're not going to do that. Why would they do that? You know what I'm saying? They're going to look out for their community. That's for sure. But this has been going on out there in Southern California for a while now. And all the reports are coming out about the anti-black racism, about the attacks that happens on black folks. Even if they go to jail, they join with the folks right against black people. There's no black and brown coalition whatsoever. And then when the people have been calling black folks to come out and trying to use, Vicente Guerrero from 1829 to justify it, this is why black people are saying no. This is why black people are saying we are cool because we watch how when y'all become cops, y'all don't become allies of FBA. Y'all don't say, hey, man, don't worry about it. Like I said, I'm going to look out for y'all. No. And we talking about as a collective. We're not talking about as individuals. You may know a couple of individuals who cool. We're not talking about them. There's no reason to because they ain't doing anything wrong. But you're seeing all these incidents of them doing police brutality and all this other stuff. Remember Sheriff Villanueva, right? He's brown.
Yeah.
And he had a whole white supremacist gang in the LA Sheriff's Department, the LA County Sheriff's Department, right? And a lot of the members were brown and white, but a lot of them were brown. How can you have this black and brown coalition when the collective of brown see themselves as either white or white adjacent and want to align with whiteness, and not only just aligning with whiteness, but want to align with white supremacy. This is why FBAs say now we don't care what's going on with no doggone ICE. That ain't our fight. That ain't our business. Because when we're sitting out here minding our own business, here y'all come harassing us. Here some of y'all go shooting black folk in the street. They have all those illegal street vendors out there in LA. The police don't tell them nothing. But let a brother, from what a lot of black people are saying, go put up some cook some barbecue or something, selling hot plates out there. He needs a permit. She needs a permit, right?
Well, you're right about
but the other ones don't have to get permits, and permits get expensive.
They did that shit to me.
Oh, I know about permits, and permits take time, and it's a big mess about permits in the city. But you got people doing what they want to do, getting around. Just like, for instance, and you remember the story that came out of Florida about them scamming CDLs? You know good and well to get the CDL, you got to go to school.
You specify
pass the right test. Because hey,
that's ambiguous,
you're driving an 18-wheeler on the highway. You could take a lot of lives. And they were sitting up here getting CDLs, legal CDLs, from Florida. And they caught them doing that. They caught them with the degree scams, right? Getting degrees and getting them to pass the NCLEX and all that. I'm talking about the nursing test. They've been catching them
Hey,
doing
Crew,
that.
when you gonna take
all
a
this
trip
scammy stuff.
to South Central Los
They've been
Angeles?
allowed to go on, but they never go catch them doing
Been
that.
over there on the south side and the west
But they
side of
want to catch the
Shine. When you
FBA
gonna
doing
hit
something small,
STLA, cat?
something that's not even insignificant. They don't let us have a big theft ring. They don't let us have be getting in on in the Department of Motor Vehicles and giving each other CDL so we can go make some money. They don't ever do that. They don't allow us. Man, one person got in there and they found out they were doing that. Man, they'd be out of there. No, they do not play with black folks. They do not play. Now, when they tell you about the Black and Brown Coalition, just show them that video. Say, hey, is this the Black and Brown Coalition that you're talking about? Harassing black people?
Are you talking
and we
about
know that's
LA
what it
or
is?
Louisiana?
Is that the coalition that we're supposed to join?
Okay.
We are done with that. Because if we want to join a coalition, we need to join a coalition in our own community. Because we have a lot of work to do in our own FBA coalition. We gotta look at our HBCUs and make sure those are good and fixed up. We need to support our HBCUs, and you got the Boulay running it. We need to run them out and put some grassroots people running the HBCUs because that's our schools. We need to take care of our HBCUs. Don't let our HBCUs go. Encourage our kids to go to the HBCUs. They need to. They say, oh, well, they this and that. Well, the parents and people need to stand 10 toes down and make those HBCUs be what they're supposed to be in our community for our kids. HBCUs is a safe space for our children. Because you go over there with them folks, you already know what you're going to get into over there, right? You already know. We have to fight for it. We got those issues to fix, HBCUs. We got issues with relationships that we need to fix, right? The rearing of children and all of that. We need to fix that. We need elementary schools and all of that. Middle school, we need more daycare centers in our black communities. We need, black-owned retirement communities that we need. We need so many different things that we could focus on our energy on. We don't have time to be sitting here focusing on other groups of people who didn't respect us anyway. And that's what I want y'all to understand. No collective group respects FBAs. And not because we did them anything. If anything, they're indebted to us because they wouldn't be here if it wouldn't been for FBA. And I want that to drill into your head. All these other groups are indebted to us. Now they'll get mad, say, ain't indebted to you. You wouldn't be here in this country at all. It wouldn't have been for FBA. So yes, you are indebted.
I disagree with you on that.
But you come over here and think you got yourself over here. That's not the way it works. And I hope the Supreme Court rules on this 14th Amendment and says, yeah, Trump, you can stop people from just having babies here and being citizens. That's gonna send a shockwave across America with immigrants. That will be the end of birth tourism. Because people do that. They'll come here, drop a baby here, have an anchor baby, and that's how they stay. Because that amendment, even Trump was right about that. That amendment was for us. The 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. That's all related to us. We have 3 amendments of the Constitution that's related to FBA specifically. So why are you coming in off of the 14th Amendment? You didn't go through anything. You didn't. The 13th Amendment. Listen, in order for you to benefit, in my opinion, off the 14th Amendment, you had to go through why they established the 13th Amendment. Okay. The only thing that we need to fix, though, in the 13th Amendment is that slavery. They still have a slavery clause in prison. There shouldn't be no prison slavery. I'm not saying prisoners shouldn't work. I'm not saying that. I'm saying prisoners, if they work, pay a minimum wage. That's it. Pay a minimum wage. And they can work, and that minimum wage can go in the commissary, and they'll have money. You can cut out a whole lot of BS and go on in there. Everybody be working because they say, hey, man, I'm going to work because, shoot, I have money in my commissary. I have money I can maybe even send home to my family. I can send some money home for Christmas for my kids or something. Them guys actually would appreciate that they can work, at least get paid minimum wage. I don't know why that hasn't been established, but they want to run this country like a freaking plantation. But, black people wanted a coalition, and now when black people say, yeah, we cool, now people coming out making videos, oh, well, what's going on, black people? Well, we need coalition this, coalition that. Like, no, but nobody's looking for no coalition. Not now. Yeah, y'all didn't know. Y'all have a lot to fix, way a lot to fix before somebody even consider that. But I don't even think black people want to hear it at this point because you didn't done too much and for too long. Then you out here disrespecting black people that tell you stop using the N-word way. Okay. All right. It's a new day. It is a new day. You got some black folks who's silly enough, who is far silly enough to be, they can see it. But a lot more black people are saying, nah, I'm not cool with that crap. If you are not a descendant of slaves, that's not your word, bro. You got all kind of words in your community that y'all say to each other. Say that. What's wrong with the words in your community? But anyway, yeah, y'all keep y'all head up out there in California, man. Keep your head up, because it's always a battle with FBAs out there.
California is a state, Uncle Phil. What city are you speaking about?
You're talking about the whole state of California, Shabaka. FBAs are under siege in California, especially in Southern California.
The only strongholds we got there, man, is Los Angeles and the Bay Area and a little bit of Sacramento. But the rest of the state, man, ain't too many of us out there.
That's what he's talking about. He's talking about the whole state as a whole. We're under siege out there.
Yeah, but we're only making up 29% of the population there, Brother Che.
Now, Shabaka, that wasn't always the case. When you moved out there, when you originally moved out there, Shabaka, we were making more of the population up than that. A lot has changed.
Yeah, well, you did have the great migration to Southern California. Everybody was coming from everywhere. New York, Chicago, the South, mainly Louisiana. A lot of people from Texas,
Correct. But now they're moving back to the South.
Yeah, because the cost of living is too high in California, man. Get a load of this, bro, just to prove my point. I went and got some gas today. 91% Shell gas, or Chevron gas, I should say, was only like $4.35 a gallon. Okay, that's the 91%, the high grade. You know how much a gallon of gas like that in California will cost you? $6.50. Hey, crew, I'm stupid, okay? I'm ignorant. Make it in plain English, bro.
He's basically saying that your homeland's the South and you keep running away from the South. So he's saying he don't respect you because you don't respect your homeland. That's basically in a nutshell.
Well, he's entitled to his opinion. I don't hate the brother like he hate me.
But correct me if I'm wrong, Shabaka. Your family's from Alabama, correct?
That is a fact.
And Alabama is located where?
In the South.
Okay.
Yeah, been through Alabama. And I kept hearing that song by Billie Holiday. Southern trees bear a strange fruit.
So
black bodies swinging in the southern breeze.
Right. So based off of that, Shabaka, you're FBA by definition. Your lineage is FBA.
Well, I'm a diasporic African brother by my self-definition. I self-identify as diasporic African. But however, I respect you FBAs. You know what I'm saying? You all feel the way you do. You got a lot of information to back up your point. True enough, we did spill our blood on this land, and we did contribute greatly to the gross national product of this land. And I think crew, me, yourself, are in full agreement that they owe reparations.
Correct. To FBAs, though, not diasporic Africans, to FBAs. The people that built this country. It wasn't diasporic Africans that built the country. It was foundational Black Americans that built the country.
Well, Brother Che, like I said, when they got us off them slave ships and crew, check this out. If you want to see a coward, man, go look in the mirror. All right. And then, but as I say, I stand on my position. Maybe it was the generation that I came up in. But I know one damn thing's for damn sure that you, me, and crew are in full agreement on. We don't recognize no damn man being no woman. That there's an insult to our mothers, our sisters, our daughters, our aunties. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we definitely agree on that. All right, so moving along, Shabaki, we got.
And by the way, crew, hold on, Brother Che. By the way, crew, I did go to Alabama. Yeah, I did pass through Montgomery. Yeah, but it was after dark.
But like, when you were a kid, Shabaka, did you have family reunions in Alabama? Did you go visit any of your family in Alabama?
No, sir. No, sir. The only family reunion that we had, man, was in Los Angeles County. And we're trying to have another family reunion here in Las Vegas, And because, a lot of our family members are aging, you know what I mean? And we're trying to have the family reunion because when everybody starts making their unannounced appointments, don't nobody want to be crying. I've only spent so much time with them.
So you have brought up the Great Migration. So I'm assuming a lot of your family moved from Alabama to either Illinois or California during that time.
Yeah, no, the migration of my family was from Alabama to Chicago, then westbound to Los Angeles.
Okay.
And a few family members went up into the Bay Area as well, too, over there in Panthertown.
Yep, that sounds about right. Because my family, they migrated from North to South Carolina, Virginia to New York, or Georgia, and Florida.
Okay. Now let me. Okay. Now let me ask you this here, Che. Have you ever been to Charleston, South Carolina, and looked over the water or the harbors there?
No, I want to go though. Like my grandfather used to go.
Because a friend of mine, who has family there in South Carolina, went and visited his extended family. Right? He told me, he said, "Say, man, you could still feel that off the water, just like the path of the hurricanes. They follow the path of slave ships. So why, is that the feminine side, as in her, wrecking havoc and wrath? You know what I'm saying? For the brutalization. Also, too, but I tell you one damn thing's for sure. Me, you, and crew, damn sure, man, would have been up there answering that SOS call down there in Montgomery. Bad back and all, you know what I'm saying? I would have been El Kabong and some of them clowns with that stick.
Yeah, Shabaka, I'm sure when I set foot in South Carolina, I'm going to feel the connection. Because like I said, I believe my family is part Gullah Geechee, Blackfoot, and several other Aboriginal tribes out there.
Well, man, now there's something about the Gullah Geechee that I've researched a few years ago. Those were some main resistors to slavery.
Yep.
Yeah, they call it the Gullah Geechee Wars. Crew says that he's been to Charleston. He says the bay is nice. Okay, so crew, they have a bay there? I thought it was straight on the Atlantic coast.
No, they have a bay there. Okay. It's like an inlet over there. That was the port where they would drop slaves off.
Okay, now is it as big as Frisco Bay? Because I know you've seen Frisco Bay, Brother Che.
Yeah. I don't think it's as big as Frisco Bay, but it's a bay nonetheless.
Okay. And then keep in mind that don't nobody know, when you can look at it on a map, actually you got two bays. You got San Francisco Bay, then you got the San Pablo Bay.
Yeah, you got San Francisco Bay, San Pablo Bay. And isn't there another one? I thought it was three of them.
I think you got some small bays up there. I'm trying to remember. Okay, the next time I look at a map of California, I'll mention it. And then you have a channel called the Carquinez Channel that goes all the way, man, from San Pablo Bay, and that goes all the way to Stockton, California. Yeah, the same Stockton, California that the Barclays that you see on the Big Valley. That's Stockton.
Oh, I thought it went to Antioch.
Yeah, it does. It goes past Antioch. Yes, sir. That it does. Goes past Pittsburgh, California, you know, where they had the explosion of the ammunition. You know what I'm saying?
Chicago.
Yeah. And all those black soldiers, man, got killed, you know, because the so-called heroic white guys didn't want to do it, you know. All shit details, man, like old boy said in that movie, A Soldier Story. Anything you don't want to do, the colored troops will do for you.
And
the cold part about it is just like Brother Che, when I was speaking old Dumb Bunny Sarge, when he was up there talking about World War II, and I said, how come y'all don't mention the Tuskegee Airmen? The damn German Luftwaffe was no match for them.
Right. All right, so moving along, Shabaki, we got the other groups can hold your own nuts. Y'all need to stop asking us to put the cape on for you. The cape been off for at least 6 years.
And then we're 2 hours, we're 2.5 hours in. So how much longer we got? Because I got a couple of runs to make tomorrow, and I can't afford to be late for them.
Call it quits, Shabaki. You can. Still a gang of topics, so.
Okay. All right. I'll give you and crew 15 more minutes, and then I got to prep for the Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced show on StreamYard.
Okay. All right. So moving on. FBA say Fat Joe, Ozempic Joe, Fat Joe, the one I was running around here talking about black. That hip hop was 50-50 black and Latino, and calling us a bunch of broken.
Which is bullshit.
Exactly. Is getting karma after disturbing high stakes legal case. So, for those that don't know, Fat Joe has gotten caught up with several charges of SA on a minor, several minors, in fact. So this is ABK.
All right.
From November 14th to 21st, we're inviting you to join us for a powerful trip to Ghana.
Give us an update on that.
Tuning in. Be sure to give us a big thumbs up. Thumbs up and share the broadcast.
Right here banging a damn
After
man.
Kamala and them, the White House called on Fat Joe to come to the White House during a time where he was attacking foundational Black Americans, literally targeting us. Y'all know he was calling us all but terrorists, angry, upset because his people couldn't take credit for hip hop and some more stuff. How many of y'all know he dogged us relentlessly? And when we pushed back and drove him back under the earth,
so his name is Joe
him and the other Democrat buddies, he went into hiding for a minute. How many of y'all know that? Then when he came back out, he's trying to refurbish his little career and stuff after being humiliated, after targeting us for no reason. Now, beloved, word on the streets from Foundational Black Americans, I don't know. There's been back-to-back things that's been happening with him in the news lately. Watch this brief clip.
Rapper Fat Joe is denying allegations brought forth by his former hype man in a multi-million-dollar lawsuit. After Terrence T.A. Dixon filed a complaint alleging that he witnessed the rapper groom, isolate, and sexually exploit minors while employed by his company, a lawyer for Fat Joe, whose real name is Joseph Antonio Cartagena, fired back, calling the suit a blatant act of retaliation. Attorney Joe Tacopina tells E! News in a statement June 20th, the allegations against Mr. Cartagena are complete fabrications, lies intended to damage his reputation and force a settlement through public pressure. Mr. Cartagena will not be intimidated. In Dixon's complaint submitted to court June 19th, he accused Cartagena of exploiting him sexually and financially during his 16-year employment. Dixon alleged Cartagena forced him to perform more than 4,000 sexual acts to maintain his standing in the company, saying in the suit that the alleged stunts were designed to degrade and exert control under the guise of loyalty tests. The lawsuit reads, sexual acts were induced not by choice, but by fear, dependency, and fraud. Each encounter carried an unspoken message: refuse and you lose everything. In one alleged instance, the complaint said Dixon's travel plans were abruptly canceled and he was stranded in a foreign country without any money after refusing to participate in a sex act. Fearing financial punishment, professional sabotage, and physical retaliation, the complaint said Dixon often complied with Cartagena's alleged demands, including unpaid labor in songwriting, tour management, and security. During his employment, Dixon alleged that he also witnessed Cartagena engage in sexual relations with children who were 15 and 16 years old. Dixon is seeking up to $20 million in damages for unpaid performance wages, lost per diem, stolen publishing revenue, unpaid royalties, and physical emotional injuries, according to the lawsuit. However, Cartagena's attorney, Joe Tacopina, tells E! News that Dixon's suit is a desperate attempt to deflect attention from a civil complaint the MC filed in April, accusing Dixon and his lawyer, Tyrone Blackburn, of extortion and slander. Tacopina says, we didn't just sue a disgruntled former employee trying to revive a false claim from 15 years ago. We sued the lawyer behind it all. We have taken legal action to expose this fraudulent campaign and hold everyone involved accountable. E! News has reached out to Dixon's attorney for comment, but hasn't heard back.
Okay, family. So did you all see that where they're discussing the fact that he is alleged to have had certain relations with underage individuals in this $20 million lawsuit? And again, family, those are just allegations at this point. But this headline from ABC News has a similar headline, of course, that Fat Joe is accused of trafficking, fraud in a new lawsuit. A little bit of what you just heard there, but I just still want to just read it from this article. It says Joseph Fat Joe Cartagena. Is that how you pronounce his name, y'all?
No, it's Cartagena.
Being accused of trafficking, fraud, and more in a new lawsuit brought by a former employee.
Vicky Dillard.
Of course, you've heard reference to that just a minute ago, but the 157-page lawsuit was filed June 19th in the Southern District of New York by a lawyer, Tyrone Blackburn, on behalf of Terrence T.A. Dixon, who says he worked with him for over 15 years from 2005 and 2020 as a hype man, lyricist, background vocalist, security team member, and creative collaborator. Now, all y'all, it's no reason for me to read some of the rest of this because you heard some of that in the clip, but it's very disturbing, yes?
No, it's not honest about it because it would have been an H. It's Cartagena, like she said.
Okay, now I'm gonna tell you something, Brother Chad. Okay, I'm just sure you already know this, but you do have different.
It also says
in Spanish
that
like the
given
Spanish
them to the allegations says a trigger warning.
LA is spoken different from the Spanish in Mexico, which is spoken from the Spanish in the Dominican, which is spoken from the Spanish in España, which is Spain.
Yes, that's the Castillo Spanish. That's the proper Spanish. All other Spanish dialects are the bastardized versions of Spanish, just like we speak a bastardized version of English.
All right.
Was included at the top of the court document, noting it contains highly graphic information on what nature, including that type of assault family. It says that Dixon is seeking over $2 million for unpaid performance wages as well as additional damages. Of course, we referred to that a minute ago, and the total of $20 million that's being reported, a lawsuit. Yes. This piece also says that when reached by ABC News, his attorney, Joe Tacopina, said Cartagena sued Dixon and lawyer Blackburn back in April, alleging extortion, slander, and more. He claimed Dixon's lawsuit against his client was a blatant act of retaliation. Now, whatever it is, family, and again, we know at this stage that these are allegations, but we do know for a Foundation of Black Americans, separate from this case, don't mess with us.
Right.
He literally put a target on us by calling us terrorists. Yeah. And you got to ask yourself, Kamala and them's team, the White House, them had to know stuff about his little suspect past before they decide to bring him on to talk about issues that folks claim disproportionately targets us instead of coming to us. Now, I don't know what you think about this. I just know now is not the time to be coming for foundational Black Americans, whoever you are. Whether you the Tiffany Crosses on MSNBC, you don't have jobs now. Whether you the Joy Reeds, you don't have jobs.
Oh, Joyless Reed.
Whether you the Roland Martins, you're
Reed.
desperate and don't have jobs.
That's the one that was called.
Now, mind you, I believe in being self-employed. I believe in doing for self, if possible. We all need all types of whether workers or business owners. But these individuals long for those jobs. That's why we're bringing it up. The Simone Sanders, she wanted to be the press secretary. She thought she was going to be press secretary for the United States when she went doing all this craziness for Joe Biden. We knew that was not going to happen. And when it didn't happen, she fled.
Remember when she tackled that dude like Broncos linebacker Shabaka on stage that was trying to attack Biden?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Black to me. So y'all gonna have to learn one way or another. It does not pay to sell out your own people. I can't wait to see what you have to say about it, beloved. Right. I know you all know about the war that's going on the planet. The two major countries that's dealing with this nuclear issue, beloved. How many of you all know that there's actually a metaphysical or a spiritual reason behind it? And it's actually connected to the original ancient Black Vatican. Maybe I'm going to blow your mind when I discuss with you. Mark your calendars on July 14th for a free webinar that I'm doing. I'm going to expose,
that's
beloved,
what they call Armageddon.
the dark ghost that's behind this thing. Your life will never be the same. Go to my website at VickyPlanet.com to get your free
right,
today for July 14th.
All that damn radiation release. Okay, shit, look at Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
From November 14th.
Fuck the commercial. Fuck your commercial. You got to pay us to advertise up here. Shit.
Hold on, Shabaka. What were you talking about? About oil spill or what? What?
No. Oh, I was talking about nuclear radiation fallout, Brother Che. And me and Dumb Bunny Sarge got off into an argument. When they dropped them damn atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Hiroshima was first, Nagasaki was second, and Truman told Hirohito, who's the supreme ruler at Japan, if you don't sign this peace treaty, man, we're getting ready to drop one of these damn things on Tokyo. See? And that's when Hirohito said, and Hirohito told the people of Japan, we must bear the unbearable. Just like the Admiral Yamamoto. When they went up there and launched that strike on Pearl Harbor, all his top commanders came back after dropping the bombs. And Yamamoto said, I believe that we have awakened sleeping giants. He was right. That's why you had all the rosy derivatives who are in the defense plants on the West Coast, up there in the Bay Area. And also, too, you had a lot of women working in the aircraft industries down in Southern California. You see what I mean?
Yes, Shabaka. I was going to tell you something about Hito. Sure, Hito. But
Emperor Hirohito.
So they were, I believe he had either Black or African blood in him. In order to be
I've seen some research on because I think, man, that there was an Asian cat that hit my like page one time saying that there was some of the samurais, were of African blood. And then they said that they got a lot of their techniques and movements of the samurai from, the Black samurai. Now, where I have where I got my doubt on that, man, Japan is a pretty cold climate. I heard it's real humid. Say, we're children of the sun.
So, we're also tropical people. So if it's humid, that means it's tropical, which means it's not.
Well, you got tropics and subtropics, yeah, because below the Sahara, it does get tropical and subtropical.
Right, which means it's not always cold there.
Well, it does snow in Tokyo. It does snow in Tokyo. Look at Mount Fuji.
Tokyo.
Snow cap to the top.
Yeah.
More snow on top of Mount Fuji than Kilimanjaro.
You know, Japan is like 3 islands, right, Shabaka?
Actually, sir, it's 5 islands.
That are bigger or about the same size as California.
Wait a minute.
Yes.
The nation of Japan is, man, if you hooked it all up together, would be, yeah, it'll be about the size of California, yeah.
Yeah, so it's not always cold there.
But I do know, because do you remember a group called Hiroshima? Do you remember a group called Hiroshima?
Vaguely.
Yeah, they were very, very popular in the late 80s. And what they did was they took jazz, right? And they blended off, and I forgot what they called the Japanese music. But they had a lot of the string instruments in it. But Hiroshima was a big hit. And then they got a song that was a big hit called Another Place. I think a couple of times, man, we played it on our podcast, man, you know, for the intro.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You could Google them. You could Google them if you're into jazz, man. You know what I'm saying? Because you got about 25 different types of jazz, you know?
Yeah, but now we're getting sidetracked. So back on Cartagena, Joe Cartagena, otherwise known as Fat Joe, he is getting his must do. This mug literally sat up here and called us terrorists, broke, and a slew of other things. And now his ass is and about to be Bubba's girlfriend.
It's incredible how we as a people, how everybody hates us, but they want to copy our culture.
Shabaka, please stop cutting me off. I was not done. So, this happened on Juneteenth, and that is definitely a sign from the ancestors. Like the sister was saying, those that go against FBA, speak against FBA, bad things are happening to them. Really bad things are happening to them. So it's very wise to not speak against the lineage of FBA and to get on code of what FBA is saying. Otherwise, what happens to you happens to you. So Fat Joe is finding out the hard way, like so many other tethers. Because in addition to Fat Joe getting caught up in some stuff, his boy Mad Hoffa, who we call Mad Hoffa, he lost his barbershop where he did that damn interview. Couldn't afford to keep the on no more. So now who's the broke nigga? Fat Joe, Mad Hoffa, while he was sitting up there high and then kikiing. Now FBA got the last laugh.
Well, are they out there on the sign with signs on the side of the freeways and expressways talking about their work for food?
Fat Joe is broke. Fat Joe is broke. Mad Hoffa. And he thought that he was going to get a spot with Kamala because he was doing all this shilling for the Democrats during the last election.
Like Cardi B did.
Yeah, he was part of that celebrity class. They tried to put him on the BET Awards. We shut that shit down. He was supposed to host.
Paramount owns BET. BET is not black owned, as you know. It's owned by Paramount.
Yes, Shabaka. God dang it. Please stop interrupting me. I'm trying to get my point out. Yes, we know BET has not been black owned for over 20 years. But either way, he was supposed to host the BET Awards. We shut that shit down. His album completely flopped. It didn't even go plastic or wood. It went plastic or wood. It didn't go platinum. It didn't go gold. It didn't go silver. It didn't do none of that. It flopped. So again, those that speak against FBA, that talk down on FBA, that try to steal FBA's culture, try to speak against what FBA is talking about, bad things is happening to them. So it's ABK season, it's FO season, and we're gonna let the ancestors speak. So moving along, we got FBA's dropped the word black. So instead of foundational Black Americans, should just be foundational Americans.
Hey man, is Tariq paying us, man, for showing us all his material on our show?
No, Shabaka. I'm just showing it so people can hear the information. It's all a learning tool, Shabaka. That's why I share this. But I think I skipped the topic. And I think you have to go, Shabaka, because you said you could only give me like 15 minutes.
Yeah, so I'm gonna bid you good night, brother Che. And because I am tired and I got some runs to make tomorrow. So we thank everybody for tuning in. Definitely check out Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on StreamYard. Got a production coming up on Tuesday. And I believe that you could Google some of our past episodes from our original podcast with Blog Talk. And I think that you could Google RVA. Also, too, that's bullshit, crew. I'm not even going to dignify that with an answer. Okay. And to the Frontline Black News, definitely check out Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Yeah, crew, you can come over to the StreamYard on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced too. But guess what? I'm the boss over there. And so we wish everybody a good night. You know, research your history, do your research, you know what I'm saying? Because they're damn sure trying to erase our very existence from the story of planet Earth, and it's not gonna happen. You know what I mean? More power to Brother Ibrahim Traore if he has his heart in the right place. You know, I've been through Mississippi, crew. It was at nighttime, man. I had to hurry and get the hell up out of there, man. I kept having flashbacks about our boy from Chicago, crew, that you very well aware of, Emmett Till.
Yeah, that's what I call ancestral memory.
Yeah, and like I said, it's just a weird vibe down there. Real weird vibe, you know. So when they say do 65 miles an hour down there with them hillbillies and good old boys, I gave them 63 because I had a digital speedometer as opposed to the dial, you know. Well, anyway, y'all, check us on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Please Google some of our past episodes. Yeah, you know, you can inbox me on my Facebook page, Shabaka Sankori. You can follow me on Twitter, capital SHABKA, capital EX, you know, and we appreciate all the hate mail, well wishers, idiots, you know what I'm saying? All is welcome, you know. I might be in a bad mood and I might have to look at some of the idiots so I can get a good laugh. And that includes you too, crew. All right. So I'm out from Sin City. Come on, 7-Eleven. Clack, clack, clack.
All right. Good night, Shabaka. Thank you for joining me. Nah, crew, you right. He just don't want to face what we've been telling him. That's why I said that was his ancestral memory kicking in. when he was down there. He didn't like that. So, but moving along, I'm gonna play this clip from Tariq. We should drop the N word. So there's a publicized babbler that call in. Talking about we should stop saying black. Should drop black off the FBA. And Tariq gives them a good lesson on why we should not drop the word black.
What you projecting? Y'all love projecting. I ain't even angry. Stop projecting, GT. And where you been hiding, man? I heard some of your fellow tethers, they've been getting on your ass. I heard y'all been having infights with. You've been having infights with other refugees. What's going on?
You can hear your anger. You can hear.
Sir, that's projection. The only thing that's angry is your. Sir, the only thing that's angry is that hyena in your. You didn't eat your hyena, and he's angry. But I'm not angry. Now, what happened? Get your phone together, GT. Damn.
You know, that's how it goes in the drive. You know what I'm saying?
No, but you in the.
Well, you drive.
You got the Magoosey fumes messing up the reception on your phone. Now, what's on your mind? Come on, your phone is messing up. Good Lord.
I just wanted to know why you're so angry.
Okay, I'm not going to keep talking to you in that raggedy ass Igoosie phone. I'm not. Come on now. Nigga, you won that phone at a Burna Boy concert. That phone is janky as shit. Nigga, the phone, it rings. It got Afro beats, ringtones and shit. Get off here with that janky ass phone. All right, let me get some more people in here. Good grief. Well, shout out to everybody in here. And we are in here deep. Let me get one more call. I'm kind of hungry. I need a midnight snack. I need to go. I should have called Bushmeat Barrister and have them deliver some damn Uber Eats. Let me get one more good one in here. Y'all raise your hand. Raise your hand. American, Melanin American. Let me get Melanin American in the building. Melanin American, what's happening?
Oh man, what's up, Tyreek?
What's up?
All right, man. I know you're gonna roast me for this question, man, or not this question, but it's a slight criticism.
Uh-oh.
On constructive criticism.
Hopefully it's based in fact. If it's not like like it's not.
Well, you can educate me on this because I see a little problem with the terminology of foundational Black American.
How so?
Well, because number one is redundant because foundational Black American. Okay, so I will ask you this. Why not just foundational Americans if Black people are the foundation?
Mm-hmm.
Because that opens the door for whites to say, well, we're foundational whites, and other people to say, well, we're foundational this. If Blacks are the foundational Americans, why not just foundational Americans? And why hold on to Black? That's a problematic term too.
Mm-hmm.
And the last part is the American part. Like if we were here, if we're indigenous to this land before it was America, why keep America attached? Because America has a lot of blood on its hands. That name carries like a curse. So why would we adopt that? That whole name to me is problematic.
How so?
Unless it's just temporary.
How's the name problematic?
Well, kind of what I just listed out is it has redundancies. It opens up the door for other people to claim that they're foundational, other ethnic groups. Like I said, even just alone, Blacks are the foundational Americans. We could just leave the Black part out.
No, why do you have a problem with the word Black? There's nothing wrong with Black.
Because I feel like that's a term that was put on us as to put us in like a racial caste system and place us at the bottom. We went from Negro, which is a variant of Black. You know what I'm saying? It's not something that we embraced it and we turned it into something. but it's not a name that we originally called ourselves. That's my problem with that.
Well, the thing is, different circumstances, people call themselves different names. All ethnic groups based on circumstances, like certain Indians, Creek Indians, they didn't call themselves Creek Indians. That was a name that the Europeans came and saw. It's okay, you guys live by the creek, you're Creek Indians. Well, the thing is, Black, understand this, Black is not just a color. That signifies a lineage and a struggle. You understand? What country don't have blood on it by the white supremacists?
So, but why would we take America, which is it has nothing to do with Black, nothing, anything. America.
What country doesn't have white blood on it?
I mean, I couldn't tell you off the top of the head.
Tell you none. Well, only one, North Sentinel Island. That's it. Well, white blood because they didn't kill the white people who went there, but yeah, every place the white supremacists shed blood, so you can't just single out America. Black is not just a color; it's not just a melanin. It's based on a lineage. You understand? It's based on resistance. We actually chose Black because they were saying Negro and the N-word and colored and all of that. We weren't just foundational because we were early Americans. We were foundational because we were the Black people whose free labor shaped the nation. So erasing Black, you're erasing the reason why America owes a debt to that. That's why we're not going to do just foundational American, because people can kind of slip in and try to say that they were the foundation of something. No, it's foundational Black American. Foundational Black American is vague, it's easily hijacked.
Okay, so you're looking at it in a political sense then.
No, just say, you got some white people from the Mayflower who can say, well, we're foundational Americans. No, we're foundational Black Americans. It protects the identity from appropriation and political delusion,
Okay, so all right, so there are other foundational Americans then aside from Black people.
No, they can try to play that game that they're foundational. Well, they can say like Thomas Jefferson, like the founding fathers. They can play, you know what I'm saying? Those were people who were founding, they founded the Constitution. So technically, yeah, some of those guys, the Thomas Jeffersons, the George Washingtons, the founding fathers. But yeah, we were just as instrumental and more important. And we're not white. We're foundational Black Americans. We were the labor force and the cultural force that built this up. So we want you to know exactly who did it. That's why Black is very, very important.
I wonder if we were the architects, though. I believe this country Blacks were used for labor, but the crafters of this nation were Anglo white men.
Really? How come they didn't craft that in Europe then?
Well, they left Europe because of persecution and came over here and did their own thing.
Okay, how did they come over here and magically know all of this stuff?
Well, I'm sure they used a lot of deception and, I understand how they get down, but still,
Also, when they did try to found colonies over here by themselves, because the white supremacists did come over here and try to found white colonies over here, European colonies, without slave labor. Well, some with the slave labor, some without. All of them failed before 1619. All of them failed. They couldn't do it. Why couldn't they do it on their own?
I hear you. Yeah.
I'm telling you, we were this shit where we were just the laborers. Have you visited some of these plantations?
I haven't. I'm stuck in SoCal. I'm from California.
Louisiana. Go down to South Carolina. I was at a plantation in Louisiana. They will proudly tell you that the architect house, the big house, was a black slave. We were building the houses. We were building the bridges. Hawk King is another foundational Black American who was enslaved, who they would get to build many of the bridges and railroads, and he was an architect for state houses around the country in the South. We had Benjamin Banneker's foundational Black American who helped design Washington, D.C. You understand? We were the architects and everything, sir. You understand?
I understand that. I mean, I have family, my grandma from Shreveport, Louisiana. My grandfather's from Nacogdoches, Texas. So, my lineage goes back. But I just haven't been visiting out there to really explore all that stuff in person. And it seems like I need to dig deeper because it's a lot of stuff I'm not hip to. But
by the way, it's all you.
I appreciate it.
They were?
Thank you. I appreciate you for putting me up on a little game, giving me a little bit more detail so I can know, what I need to know when I talk about this type of stuff. But I appreciate it. Land my plane there.
Where's all your family from, by the way?
My family?
Yeah.
My mom, we've been out here in Cali since the 50s, so at least. So she's from Compton, California. My grandfather and her side is, like I said, from Nacogdoches, Texas. My grandma from Louisiana, Shreveport. On my dad's side, I wasn't raised with him, but I know I have folks from Oklahoma and I think Louisiana too. So I got my records and everything. We go way back, like papers and all that. So I'm ready for reparations, man. We'll get them if something passes for us. I'm legit, man.
All right. But yeah, let's come on now. You better know your history. That's why it's important to know your history, family. No. We're foundational Black Americans, not just foundational Americans. Because people will try to co-opt that. They can try to remix that. Now, when you say foundational Black American, now you're being very, very specific. You understand? Yeah, Blackness, the Black identity is legally and historically recognized throughout history. Blackness, that's been used to determine access, exclusion, exploitation from slavery, the 3/5 clause, Jim Crow, redlining, mass incarceration. They were doing that to Black people. They used the word Black, and we're going to let them know, okay, yes, we're still Black and you still owe us.
Right.
I ain't about to make this shit vague. No. We're owed as Black folks, as foundational Black Americans. We're going to use the legal and social language used against us to get compensation, which includes Black. Yeah, we're removing Black. That disconnects foundational Black Americans from our unique cultural contributions. Hip hop, Black. Foundational Black Americans. Jazz, foundational Black Americans. Soul food, foundational Black Americans. Hoodoo, foundational Black Americans. Civil rights movement, foundational Black Americans. We're owning that. You understand? It's not just foundational, it's foundational Black American. See, we just say foundational American. That ignores the cultural, spiritual, and artistic genius that rose up out of Blackness. That's the thing that makes the shit so great. We did that when Blackness was being oppressed, and we still rose up and created all of these great things as to a damn certain degree. The Blackness, that's the thing, that's the key ingredient in the sauce.
Right.
That's the key ingredient. That's what makes us so unique and so remarkable. They tried their best to denigrate the Blackness, suppress the Blackness, subjugate the Blackness, spiritually break the Blackness, and they did not break the Blackness, ladies and gentlemen. We said in the 60s, we're Black and we're proud. Now what? That was a declaration of success and victory. We're still here as the Black people you tried to denigrate. We're reminding you of that Blackness that made this country what it is. We ain't giving that up.
Right.
We embrace it. Now other people try to embrace it. I'm Black too, my nigga. We're all Black. Nah, yeah. Call would be a way to say you weren't. I'm not Black, nigga. I'm Jamaican. Remember back in the 90s? We would hear that all the time. They act like they weren't saying that. I used to hear that when I was single back in the club days. I would always hear these Caribbean and African women, Black as hell. Oh, I'm not Black, I'm Ethiopian. Oh, I'm not Black, I'm Caribbean. Oh, I'm not Black, I'm Trinidadian. They would always say that. They wore that shit as a badge of honor.
Yep, they did.
Now they try to flip it. Oh, we're all the same people. Oh, okay. But the thing is, family, Black, that's the power word that puts the system on notice. See, we're not going to remove Black. See, that's a strategic attempt to kind of neutralize demands. You know? When we start claiming that Blackness, people say, oh, that's divisive. Yeah, they don't say that when Irish Americans or Native American is used. See, black makes people uncomfortable, and that's a good thing because it reminds you, it forces America to confront its sins. Yeah, it's when you come in with that black, you yelling black. No, everybody has, because you know what you did. It's like, you know what you did last summer. No, I'm gonna remind you. You're not gonna get to forget. I ain't taking the black out of shit. You're gonna get reminded every day of what you did and what needs to be done to give compensatory justice.
Right.
That's why it has to be remained. Foundational Black American is not just a label. It's a statement of truth, a statement of ownership, and a statement of power. Ladies and gentlemen. Miss Princess Naya, hop on, ma'am.
Hi. I wanted to ask you some questions.
Yes, ma'am. Are you okay? You're in Sudan. Or are you here now? I know you're Sudanese, but are you here now in America?
Yes.
Where you at? Where you live? Arizona?
No, in Illinois.
Illinois. Okay. What's on your mind?
Well, I wanted to ask, why don't they want to give you FBA people y'all reparations?
Because everything about us is supposed to be exclusionary. And if we get something, it's supposed to be shared with everybody. That's a whole extension of slavery. And they expect us to go along with that mindset. Foundational Black Americans, we've never, ever, ever in this country received anything tangible that was exclusive to us, ever. Anything that we've received, it has to be shared with everybody else. And that's because we have to be suppressed because we are very powerful. And they know once we get equal compensation, we will start running circles around people. So there's always been this threat of us, quote, taking over. That's what all that's about. But go ahead.
Yeah, because like just in different neighborhoods in America, like the Jewish have their own, the Chinese people, etc. But like they have a problem when you guys want to have your own community and just something for you guys. Because it has a African, I've been here my whole life, but my parents are from Africa.
Mm-hmm.
I believe y'all need to get reparations.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't believe I qualify for reparations from the American government, but your people, I believe, do.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Absolutely. So that's what it is. But thank you so much, dear. Okay. All right. Okay. Let me get my brother, the good Dr. Randy Short in the building.
Yeah, shout out to Dr.
Great Dr. Randy Short in the building. And Free Africa, we had him on the other day. We had Free Africa on. Free Africa, you good?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, let me get Dr. Short. Dr. Short, you in here?
Oh, hell yes.
How you doing, Dr. Short?
Oh, I'm blessed. You rose my ass up from the dead talking this stuff. How you doing?
I'm so good, man. How's everything going with you?
You got me counting my check. I'm trying to figure out how many zeros I want on it.
Oh, yes. Yeah, yeah.
Just know we got to get paid, brother.
Yeah.
We got to get paid, and it's just us, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's just us. And there's no, it's crazy that it's privatized benefits for everyone else and socialized gains. Or socialized, we have to put in for whatever people get privately. It's outrageous. Even these illegals get over us. In fact, there's a sister here, really righteous sister. I met at your rally for reparations. And there's no money. If you're an American and you worked hard, I'm sorry, Foundational Black American, you worked hard, and something bad happens to you, all of the emergency funds are gone because they've been given to people who just showed up.
Yeah.
No questions asked.
Mm-hmm.
So we're talking about a person that's mother, multiple kids, been put in the system, high earner, zero. and this is all over the country. That's housing, that's everything else. They've got to pay us. It is a debt owed. America is a broke debtor nation to us. They talk about the national debt. Well, what about the foundational Black American debt for which we're owed? Everybody talk about, we'll never be able to pay. Well, shoot, you've never paid us. I could care less about that debt. They don't put that up. Well, that will hurt the rest of society. Well, slavery hurt us. Lynching hurt us.
Yes.
Jim Crow hurt us. Genocide hurt us. Land dispossession hurt us. Credit redlining hurt us. Burning all of our communities. Flooding our communities hurt us. Do you follow what I'm saying? And our people have been, it's not just that. Psychologically, what it has done to us, when people complain about anything they don't like about us, the more I learn, my God, my mother's family got ran out of Florida behind Rosewood. My grandfather had people run out of a place called Little Egypt, which they put underwater in North Carolina. My great-great-grandfather and them got run out of Wilmington, North Carolina, because of a race genocide. I had family burnt out of East St. Louis over genocide. I mean, it's all over the damn country. Had family run out of Mississippi. It took 80 acres of land. They're going to kill everybody. I mean, the further back I go, it gets worse and worse, and it's more and more. And it's like, we don't even know how much they've done. These bastards are so bad. We can't figure out how much they did to us. There's not enough zeros. There will never be enough. Like Jews say never again, we need to say never again and never enough. What you say, brother?
Bad. I 100% agree with that, brother. Much respect to you. Thank you, sir. Let me get Free Africa in here. Free Africa, what's up?
Thank you, sir. Much respect to you, your leadership and what you're doing for your family. But just one quick question for you. So, do you have anything positive about Africa? Because you keep attacking Africa as if the entire continent hates
What did
you.
I attack Africa? One thing did I say to attack it?
Yeah, because I heard you say people coming as refugees, then they collaborate with the white people to hate you, whatever, so on and on. Let me just tell you, I'm from Africa, but I live in the US. We like you people. You, our brothers and sisters. We don't hate black people. We are black. Let's be honest. Just logic. So when you're saying these people, it seems like the entire continent of Africa is against Foundation Black Americans. That's not true. You are our brothers and sisters. You say we came with disease. That's a white supremacy thing. So it hurts fellow African.
Okay, let's stop that. Some of y'all, look, we're not gonna sit here and lie. Everybody don't have diseases, but there's a lot of diseases over in Africa. And then when you have bushmeat barrister come over here telling us that we're diseased up, we're gonna gently remind him of the truth. You understand what I'm saying? We're not beating up on you. We're not gonna have one of your fellow immigrants come over here lying on us and ignoring the damn epidemic of diseases in his homeland. So we're going to just do some corrective straightening. That's all that is. All right, but thank you so much. I didn't debunk you the other day, and I want you to, I'm not going to just re-debunk your ass. Yeah, I done debunked all that nonsense the other day. I'm not going to even go into it again.
Let's get some root work now. Yeah, so we're gonna continue to use black, and we're gonna continue to identify ourselves as foundational Black Americans, because the debt is still owed and it's still collecting interest, compounded interest. So cut the goddamn check. Now moving along, Beyonce has caused backlash because she's embracing her FBA heritage. A lot of those in the diaspora don't like that, so they're backlashing against her. I guess at her recent concert, she's on tour right now. She had a Buffalo Soldiers t-shirt on, and a lot of these OTBs got upset about it. So we're going to give us an update on that.
Opponents as antagonists and enemies. About Beyonce. There's some more manufactured fake outrage about our good foundational Black American queen, Beyonce Knowles. I'm a big fan of Beyonce. Love that sister. Think she is phenomenal. She is one of a kind. And there was some controversy about Beyonce. People were complaining about her shirt. She had on a Buffalo Soldier shirt. And there were some people who had a problem with that. They got into some fake outrage about her shirt. Hold on one second. Let me read what the people were saying about it. Because every blue moon they get into this bad faith nonsense about our sister Beyonce. But let me read what some of the people were saying. Hold on one second. Let me pull that up and see what they were saying. Basically, people were upset. She put on a t-shirt during her Cowboy Carter tour, and it represented the Foundational Black American U.S. Army Regiment formed after the Civil War. The shirt had a passage in it describing their Indian opponents as antagonists and enemies of peace, order, and settlement. And then people had a little backlash saying that it was insensitive. It was an insensitive portrayal of Native Americans and Mexican revolutionaries. They were trying to say it glorified the Buffalo Soldiers' role in the colonial expansion and the displacement of indigenous people. Oh, boy, these folks. But listen. Let's be real. Let's talk about the Buffalo Soldiers so that these folks won't get into these bad faith arguments. The Buffalo Soldiers, they were working with the U.S. Army. Many of the Buffalo Soldiers, they were Black Seminoles. Many of them were Black Seminoles. Many of them had gone through their own oppression. Buffalo Soldiers were really riders. Yes, they were working with the U.S. government. They made a deal. These were people who had fought the U.S. government for a long time. All right. Many of them were former slaves. Some of them were former freedmen. Some of them were former Seminoles. Some of them had went down to Mexico and came back. Our good foundational Black American hero, John Horace, I think he was a part of that cavalry for a minute. I think he was a part of the Buffalo Soldiers for a minute, if I'm not mistaken. But after the Civil War, and when they were fighting, many of them were fighting to keep the Union together. Many of them fought for the Union. Many of the Buffalo Soldiers, they helped establish a lot of the infrastructure in the West. They were a part of the westward expansion. They protected a lot of people. They protected a lot of homesteaders, Black people as well, freed Black people. They built schools. They built roads. Many of them were engineers, laborers. A lot of the national parks, the Buffalo Soldiers were the ones clearing the brush and creating those avenues and protecting those national parks and making sure that they were not getting infiltrated or vandalized. A lot of them were fighting some of the red natives, but they were justified. Let's be very real. I don't want to hear about no genocide, because they weren't doing no genocide against anybody. The Buffalo Soldiers, many of them, like I said, were former slaves, former freedmen, former Black Seminoles, and before the Civil War, many of the red natives were very hostile to them. Let's get this stuff straight. We got to put everything in the right context. We got to get everything in the right context. Okay, hold on, wait a minute. We got somebody with a troll account with my name, and hold on, and they're giving the thumbs down. Let me hear from your troll account real quick. Mr. Tether, hop on in, because you're trying to get my attention here. So hop on in. You made a troll account. So say what you got to say. Hop on in. And I don't have you muted. Yo, Tether, hop on in. Because you're making all of these gestures with your little fake account. All right, hop on in. All right. Okay, since you ain't gonna say nothing, well, just be quiet and be a punk like you are. Be a quiet punk. Stay in the punk corner and play with your pussy, nigga. All right, like I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, the Buffalo Soldiers, they were justified in looking out for themselves and making sure that they're going to be good. They had already put in a lot of work. And I don't want to hear about them going after Native Americans or whatever. Look, the Black Seminoles, many of them were betrayed by red natives. But let's go back. We can go back even further. Some of the early treaties in the 1700s, some of the red natives were making deals with the U.S. government to return runaway slaves. That was part of one of the deals, one of the treaties. With the Creeks, the Treaty of New York is another one, a Treaty of Colerin, something like that, that involved the Creek Nation returning escaped foundational Black Americans. That was one of the deals.
Yeah.
Some of the Chickasaw, Choctaw, some of those red natives were enslaving the Black ones, the Black natives and the enslaved Black people. Because a lot of Choctaws were reclassified as Negro, by the way. There's jet Black Choctaws out there. The Creeks were not just slave catchers, slave owners, Cherokee, slave owners. Let's just tell it. The Cherokees, they were enslaving people in the early 1800s.
Yep.
And they had their own little slave codes. Some of those red natives, they were fighting for the Confederacy. They were allied with the Confederacy.
Mm-hmm.
So they wanted to keep slavery going, some of them red native tribes. Let's just tell all of it. Let's put everything in context. Many of them were fighting with the Confederacy and they wanted to keep slavery going. You see? And some of the Comanches, that's who a lot of the Buffalo Soldiers were really beefing with heavy. But some of those Comanches, they were very hostile when the Black Seminoles came out west. There was one story, I think it was the Comanches that captured some Black girls and did some with their skin, skinned them or something like that, peeled some of their skin off, and the Black Seminoles got their lick back with them. They started going at them hard body. The Black Seminoles went down to Mexico and made a deal with the Mexican government to protect their border in exchange for sovereignty. And they were resisting a lot of the hostile Comanche Indians that were on that border of Texas and Mexico. So let's put everything all in the right context. Let's put everything in the right context. A lot of those red natives were trying to find those Black maroons in the swamps, but they couldn't really get in there like that. They were trying to get with them and get at them so they can turn them in. So yeah, a lot of those red natives, they're not at liberty to point fingers. And also the Treaty of 1866, where the law and the treaties required these red native tribes to give the same type of financial allotments to the black freedmen associated with these tribes, they still playing funny with the money to this day. They started kicking out black members of the tribe, expelling black members of the tribe. They've been doing little janky shit to black folks to this day, some of them red tribes. They're not at liberty to point no fingers. You see?
They did that.
Let's be very, very real.
When they had that Standing Rock shit.
But the thing is, the Buffalo Soldiers, they were riders. They helped build this structure, the infrastructure in the American West, the roads, telegraph lines, railroad tracks too. They were working with the railroad tracks, forts. They were helping to lay that groundwork for that westward expansion. These are true Americans. They are true Americans. So we just got to understand that part of history. Now, why do people? What's the real question? Why do people always get into these bad faith grievances about people like Beyonce? Why do they do that? Because you know that whole, ain't nobody thinking about no Buffalo Soldiers. They just using that as an excuse to, using that as a proxy to attack our sister Beyonce. So why do they get into these bad faith arguments with our sister and people like Beyonce? Why do they do that? Well, number one, Beyonce, she kind of disrupts the controlled narrative. See, she's a very influential foundational Black American woman with a global platform. Did y'all see her and Jay-Z out there in Paris? They ripped that. They tore that shit up out there. They had that whole stadium lit. When Jay-Z came out and did Ends from Paris, boy, that joint was turned up. They were really getting it in. They were really getting it in over there. They were really appreciative of it over there. But the thing is, when our sister Beyonce, when she chooses to highlight Black American patriotism, like honoring the Buffalo Soldiers, see, that disrupts the mainstream narrative that often pits Black identity against national pride. Mm-hmm. You see, there's always this thing where we are supposed to be, us as foundational Black Americans, the narrative that they like to paint is that we are anti-American. See, people are comfortable with that narrative so that they can browbeat us with the flag and all that. Well, if you don't like it, you can go somewhere else. If you don't like this country, if you like Africa so much, you can go do this. Wink, wink, wink. When they're the ones funding the African studies courses and all of that. Mm-hmm. So they like the narrative, and they like to manufacture the narrative of foundational Black Americans actually being anti-American. That's a comfortable narrative to justify them trying to deny us the proper rights and resources that we're supposed to get. They can kind of portray us as a hostile entity against national security. So they manufacture that stuff. But when we start saying, hey, yeah, no, we love this country. This country is great. America is a great nation because we are the true Americans. It's foundational Black Americans. We are the culture. All the things that's good culturally about America comes from us, foundational Black Americans. Therefore, it's not bad at all. The problem is white supremacy. Right. See, we've made the mistake of making America synonymous with white supremacy. Mm-hmm. That's what, no. Big mistake. Major mistake. We don't make America synonymous with white supremacy because the white supremacists could give less than a damn about America and the flag. They'll turn on this country at the drop of a hat. Their whole thing, they believe in white supremacy. Their whole thing is maintaining white supremacy no matter where they are. They're going to maintain white supremacy. They'll cloak it around patriotism. They'll start hollering about patriots this, patriots that. Notice these white supremacist groups love calling themselves Patriot Front, the Oath Keepers. These people would turn on the Constitution. You saw all of them bitches ran up in the damn Capitol building trying to destroy it. Yeah. They're the first ones running up in the Capitol building with pitchforks and fire and guns. Facts. They've always been like that. They'll turn on this country. That's what the Confederates were doing. And they ain't give a damn about no patriotism. They're like, we'll just break off and have a whole different country. Yeah, we want to double down on the white supremacy. We're going to start a whole country called the Confederacy. And if you look at the Confederate documents, their whole ideology was about white supremacy. Their words, that's their words. Even when they made that flag, the guy who made the flag, he's from Ohio. And his thing, he said out of his own mouth, this flag is going to represent white supremacy. They were all about representing white supremacy. You see? So they like to pit our identity against national pride. So that contradiction of people like Beyonce embracing the flag, that threatens the cultural gatekeepers. So the critics, they got to manufacture this fake outrage. That's why a lot of people have an issue with us claiming foundational Black American lineage.
Yep.
Because they want us to be yelling about Africa this and Africa that. And when we say, no. We're patriotic to this land and to the concept of what this country is going to be or should be. So we're the only people who uphold the concept of what America should be: equality for all men are created equal. We are the ones who are the progenitors of that narrative. We are the ones who embrace everybody, unfortunately, to our own chagrin sometimes. Other people don't do that. We are the ones who are all about the melting pot. People can come among us and we don't discriminate. We embrace, we uplift everybody. We are the only ones who do that. We are the only ones who represent what America is really about. So we have to take ownership of that, and us claiming foundational Black American lineage, that's taking ownership of the narrative. That's showing real patriotism. So it puts the white supremacists in a pickle. You can't say we're anti-American. We're fully embracing it. We're embracing the flag and all. No. We don't want red, black, and green. We want the red, white, and blue. Yeah, that's fine. It was foundational Black American hands going into the sewing of the initial flag. That's our good sister Grace Wisher. She should be up there with Betsy Ross. They like to give props to Betsy Ross for sewing the Spirit of 76 flag. We got to give the same props to our foundational Black American sister Grace Wisher, who helped sew the modern Stars and Stripes flag that we use now. She was the one sewing the initial flag. So our hands and our fingerprints have always been on all of the patriotic symbols of this country, even Memorial Day. And we all know that. That was us. We, foundational Black Americans, created Memorial Day. We decided to give props and to show honor to the troops who fought in the Civil War. We did that. We started that. But going back to our sister Beyonce, and why the critics are always coming up with these bad faith arguments, there's always that anti-FBA sentiment. See, many of these critics of Beyonce's Buffalo Soldier shirt, many of them aren't FBAs. They're not. And, they have a pickle in their ass about us anyway. And the fact that our sister Beyonce uplifts foundational Black American legacies, a lot of them see that as ethnocentric or exclusive. Because anytime we start giving props to ourselves, everybody act like we're being divisive and we're just being meanies and we're just being so bad if we don't include them. We don't have to include everybody in everything. We can give props to ourselves. We can give props to our lineage.
That's right, Tariq. We can do it.
Remember when Beyonce was trying to give props to Africa, they were mad. She is not the queen of Africa, nigga. They were upset about that. So I'm glad she's embracing the foundational Black American culture. There's nothing wrong with that. And there's always this hyper policing of Black American pride. Mm-hmm. A lot of these people, they feel uncomfortable when a powerful Black figure expresses pride in U.S. military history. they have a real problem with that. They have a very big problem with that. They try to say that it's comparative to white colonizers. No. We are protectors of this nation. We fought in every military war. We have been the military backbone of this country to a certain degree, even though we've had to fight the certain elements of the domestic military, the National Guard and all that, because they were the ones in the wrong. Remember, they were on the wrong side of history. We've been on the right side of history. When you go down and you see images of the Bull Connors, and nobody reveres Bull Connor and people like that. The people who are putting water hoses on black children down in Alabama, and so nobody props them up. White people are low-key embarrassed by them openly. Now they praise them privately, but openly, there's an embarrassment about those people. Yeah, those people are not heroes. They're not heroes whatsoever. They are on the wrong side of history. We've always been on the right side of history, ladies and gentlemen. And see, people, when it comes to Beyonce giving props to the Buffalo Soldiers, you got to understand nuance. The Buffalo Soldiers, you got to, like I said earlier, everything has to be in the right context. They weren't attacking Mexicans and no damn Native Americans. They were expanding to the West. They had legitimate grievances with some of the red Native tribes, so they were justified in some of their actions. And also, just a lot of the outrage is selective. I don't like selective moral outrage. People rarely critique the white figures who praise historic entities who were involved in U.S. expansionism. They don't critique all of the white artists who give props to Confederates or whoever. They don't have a problem with that. But Beyonce, a black woman, she wears a shirt referencing the Buffalo Soldiers, who was in some of those same conflicts. So now it's, oh my God, oh, this is just so horrible. Oh God, oh, stop it.
Yeah, make sure y'all
just stop that.
Like and subscribe.
We got to understand proxy arguments. See, a lot of people use that shirt and all that as a proxy argument to attack Beyonce for other reasons. Really, you know what it is? Her wealth, her success, stuff like that. Good family, just her global influence, as a resentment for that, especially with the tether class. A lot of people resent her cultural power. See, when Beyonce, a lot of times they can define and co-sign what's cool, valid, what's historically relevant. And when she shows pride in that American symbolism, flags, cowboy culture, soldiers, she brings those ideas back into style to black audiences. So, people are dressing up in cowboy boots, cowboy hats. There's a whole Western movement that we are retaking. We're retaking and we're reclaiming that Western cowboy vibe that we were the progenitors of anyway. We were the original cowboys.
Yep.
You understand? And people, really, a lot of them see black patriotism as a threat. People see they're people in the dominant society. They're comfortable with us, like I said earlier. They're comfortable with black people being professional or perpetual victims or revolutionaries, not builders and defenders and owners of the nation's story. You see, so Beyonce's celebration of black soldiers and Americana, that complicates that box. So they got to kind of put her in a place. And there's a lot of it is online clout chasing, a lot of bad faith criticism. It generates clicks, outrage posts. People are just being contrary to be contrary, and the moral gotchas. It's to get engagement. It's clout chasing in many cases. So we don't trip on it too heavy. But let me get some calls from the family in here. Shout out to everybody in here. We got a lot of folks in here. Shout out to everybody in here. Let's get Charlize.
And I'm late one.
Let's get Charlize in the building. Charlize, hop on in. Charlize in the building. If you are here, let me hear you holla. All right, while we're waiting on Charlize, let's get Sensei Mark in here, and then we'll get Damon. Damon, are you ready? Damon, are you ready, sir? If you're not ready, we'll skip over you and Charlize, and then we'll get Sensei in here. Sensei, hop on in.
How's it going?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm good. I've actually been trying to get in here to chime in on this for a couple of days.
Okay.
This fake Native American Buffalo Soldier stuff is ridiculous. None of these people is talking about the white folks that genocided them,
right,
or how they got infiltrated, but they want to pick on the Buffalo Soldiers. That's ridiculous.
Right. Yeah, the Buffalo Soldiers, they weren't genociding people and giving folks smallpox and all that shit. Yeah.
And the biggest thing, and I'll land after this, the biggest thing is they acting like we genocided them, and then when we bring up they had us in slavery, they want to diminish the slavery. So it's like, if only 5 tribes or a couple tribes had us in slavery, then I guess only a couple of us killed you guys.
There it is.
Keep it even. And that's it. I'll land.
There it is. D Salon, hop on in, brother.
Hey, peace to you. Peace to you. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you, brother?
Oh, I'm all right. I'm all right. Yeah, so about this Americana stuff, they don't want us to really stand on business and really state that we're the autochthonous people of the United States and this is our homeland and embracing who we are and stuff like that. And what's kind of weird is I see a lot of foreign flaggers, in particular, either melanated immigrants or the pro-Palestine people. The only time they bring up Black Americans in particular, and when there's some type of vitriolic attitude towards us. They never talk about our reparations. They never talk about any type of tangible or anything. But whenever they try to bring us up, like let's say Beyonce, obviously for clout or she has the cultural clout or whatnot, it's always some type of vitriolic attitude. It never fails. Ever since the Israelis bombed first, like Tupac, on the Palestinians, it's none but vitriolic attitudes. And it's also especially coming from these Marxist socialists and some of these quote-unquote Pan-African, Afro-pessimist people. They don't want us to really stand on our history and really talk about actual Black economic power. When we, for example, I bought some Beyonce stuff, whatnot, because I went to a Cowboy Carter concert, and they were complaining about that. I'm like, so y'all don't want to support foundational Black American business? You go on their tweets, nothing about economics, nothing, no solutions, nothing. It's just a lot of complaining about our history and our culture, and to be honest, it's very xenophobic of them, since they want to say that we're xenophobic, that we're settlers, that we're colonizers, all other type of stuff. It's very xenophobic on them because we're the only group of people that's really stood up for any of these groups tangibly. It's always been one-sided. So I will land my plane. Thanks for letting me speak.
Appreciate you. Let's get, let me see, Black Radio 74. Let's get Black Radio 74 in the building. Black Radio. Black Radio 74.
Can you hear me?
Black Radio.
Black Radio. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to say I've been traveling the world for like the past 10 years. And everywhere I go, they always play the song Buffalo Soldier by Bob Marley. Especially sing that song with such joy. But when they sang it, they was singing it in reference of the Black Americans. They were like they Buffalo Soldiers. And pretty much, I'm here in South America. They do the same thing here. They play Buffalo Soldiers. So I just wanted to just say that and land my plane.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Let me get Nikki the God in the building. Nikki in the building. Nikki, hop on in, ma'am.
Yeah, I just feel like this is
more like gaslighting, selective solidarity. People, they're mad at Beyonce over a Buffalo Soldiers shirt, but they're aiming their frustration at the wrong people. Buffalo Soldiers didn't design this system. They were navigating it, trying to survive in a country that gave them no real options. So people are erasing the full context. And for us to honor our ancestors, it's not the same as glorifying conquest. It's always a one-way street with these people. Foundational Black Americans are expected to support everybody else's causes. I'm just so sick and tired of that.
Yeah.
But when we shine a light on our own history, suddenly it's a problem. And lastly, this whole thing centers everyone but us. People want to share in our culture, use our movements, and benefit from our struggle, but then they try to dictate how we express our legacy. That's not solidarity. Solidarity is exploitation. And I land.
Thank you, dear. And that's a very good point, sister. Man, people just really have a bug in their ass when we acknowledge our lineage.
Yeah.
That just really chaps people's ass.
Yeah.
That really chaps people's ass. I think it's CODB. I think I'm pronouncing your name right. What's up, brother? ODB?
Yeah, what's up with you, Tariq, man?
How are you, brother?
Man, I'm doing great, man. So my thing with the Buffalo Soldiers thing is with the melanated immigrants and whatnot, because I don't believe they're black. I think like we have a unique and a special history here in the United States. You know what I mean? Especially when you talk about like formulating the U.S. We are people like, you know, we have Chief Gentle Sekou and the Yamasee who are currently the Red Natives are trying to sue him because him telling the truth about the Creeks and the majority being a Negro tribe and things like that. But then also we have like people like, I'm sure you know as a historian, melanated Europeans that came over here. So when you blend our history together and these melanated immigrants try to tell our story without knowing like the unique ethnogenesis that makes up Black Americans, I think they do like a pretty good job of ethnociding us, just like people like Sheila Jackson Lee or some of the people in the reparations movement when they take their story and try to we are one big Negro, the whole story. So, you know, shout out to you and shout out to, the time let me speak.
And much respect, brother. Yeah, man, the thing is people really, they only have a problem when it's us acknowledging our lineage.
Yep.
When we are not some undefined, generic Africans, which they want to put us in that box. They want us to be generic, undefined Africans so bad because that means you're weak. If you are undefined and generic, that's weak. You go to a store and you go to the food aisle, you go to where the generic foods are with no name on it, no label. Those are weaker brands.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing in it. It's a weak ass brand. They want us to be culturally weak, meaning that we create things and everybody else can parasite off of it. If we sit up and just let ourselves be undefined and generic, that's the most powerless thing you can do. We just stopped doing it. And overnight, it's shaking the damn table.
Mm-hmm.
There's very simple things you can do to exert power, family. And I'm glad we're exerting our damn power.
Shout out to Dr. Claude Anderson.
Because the name of the game, we are, as foundational Black Americans, we are extremely powerful. And people know that. That's why there's always a psyops against us. Everybody's always focused on us and focused on trying to redefine our narrative. Just like with Beyonce, again, that's another case of people trying to redefine her narrative. She said what she said. Shout out to the Buffalo Soldiers. Oh my God, that's like supporting genocide. Everything is about twisting and supporting or rewriting our narrative. So when we say, hey, we have pride in our lineage and who we are, we're not no damn generic Africans. We don't have connections like that over there. I don't have any relatives there. We're foundational Black Americans. Oh God, that's so divisive. Oh God, that means you hate us. They don't do that with no other group. Notice they don't do that with no other group. Us acknowledging a lineage. It's not even an ideology. It's a lineage. When we acknowledge our own lineage, that messes with folks. Because see, our history, when we acknowledge our specific lineage tied to slavery, Jim Crow, lynching, redlining, things that are owed specifically to us, see, that forces America to confront who really built this damn country.
Right.
Yeah. And all of that divisive talk, that's just to avoid the truth. And other groups, they didn't benefited from our struggle, but they don't want the credit given to us. These immigrants and minority groups, they didn't benefited from us fighting slavery, us getting the 14th Amendment and all of these other laws passed, civil rights laws, all that groundwork laid by us. And I'm talking about multiple civil rights fights. We've been the only ones on the grassroots fighting for civil rights over and over again. After slavery, just over and over again. We've been the only people doing that. For real, for real. When we as foundational Black Americans, we start defining our own culture and our own historic space, others feel like they're getting exposed for riding them damn coattails.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? Because you are. All right? I'll just come out and say it. You are riding the coattails and you should give props. You damn sure right you should give props to the ones who made those things happen. But instead, people want to come over and talk slick. And now we remind them how you got over here. And you keep reminding them. We got to stop letting people come in who are outsiders trying to redefine our shit. Notice how all the people kept trying to redefine Juneteenth? There's a desperate ploy. They're trying to put African maps on it, all types of weird colors, transgender colors. They tried to put some sexual stuff. They try to latch everything onto it, try to redefine what it means, trying to, the slavery, that's just like LGBT. That's just like trans be suffering too. And it's always people who ain't from the lineage doing that. People who ain't from the community doing that. Yeah? And the thing is, us acknowledging our lineage and defining ourselves, see, that challenges the whole pan-ethnic label. The dominant society, they like broad, vague categories like people of color, minority, African American. You can lump everybody together. And that weakens us. When we reject that and we identify as a distinct ethnic group, that disrupts that whole parasite-ass system. That disrupts the whole system. Because, we just not letting folks eat off us like that no more. We shouldn't. You're not divisive. You can't eat off their damn plate. You can't eat. They don't let us in the door. If we go in the door, we better show respect. We can't do any of their cultural norms, which, however few there are, it's not that much they have, all these other groups. But we have to pay homage and give props. We just can't come in taking over. But they feel like they can just come and take over everything we do. And we're just not doing the whole generic thing no more. And they fear that our unity around our lineage, that's turning into political power. Because, see, when we unify under a clear lineage-based identity, then we start getting focused agendas like reparations, land allocation, political leverage. See, that's real power.
Right.
And the thing about us as foundational Black Americans, we aren't, unlike other groups, we're not seeking external validation from nobody.
Right.
And that's powerful within itself. See, unlike these other groups, they try to assimilate. They want to get some proximity to whiteness. The Hispanics, come on, they measure their milestones on how much of a proximity to whiteness they can get to. Asians too. They try to get this proximity to whiteness. It's all about them trying to amalgamate into whiteness. Middle Easterners, Many of them. And see, then they get these wake-up calls. See, all of these different groups, Asians, Hispanics, Middle Easterns, they try to get some type of proximity to whiteness, and then they start adopting anti-Black sentiments. And then when the real Anglos start smacking them down, they want to come run up under us talking about, hey, minority coalition, you can turn your ass around and go back and handle your candle. Don't you run back over here to us, because we're putting the line in the sand now.
Yeah, we sure are.
Yeah, we're putting the line in the sand. Stay your ass over there. You wanted to be close to whiteness and then smack you around? Don't come trying to have a fake minority coalition now. Don't try to come to our Juneteenth events pressuring us to talk about immigration. Don't try to pressure us into talking about Palestine and all of this other stuff.
Right.
We're no. You chose your side. Stay over there.
Yeah. The line is.
See, that's the great thing about us. We're not, as foundational Black Americans, we're not seeking external validation. We define ourselves on our own terms. That's self-determination. That makes institution allies, immigrant groups, elites, that makes them nervous. You see, it's easier to call us divisive than to admit that we're autonomous. Yeah, we're calling the shots on our own terms, and we're saying we don't need y'all. That's powerful.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want no minority coalition because it's exploitive. Yeah, so yeah, when we start looking at ourselves, we see the kind of power we have. We got enough people, we got enough numbers, we got enough history, we got the continuous bloodline. All we just got to do is get on code, and then we're unstoppable. And that's what these folks don't like. When they say divisive, that means we ain't letting them come in and infiltrate. That's what they mean by divisive. We're just not letting you come in and infiltrate.
Right.
We're not going to let you come in here and dissipate the energy. We're not going to let you come in here and undermine our asses.
Right.
You damn right we're dividing from that.
Right.
Yeah, we're dividing from that, and that's fine. Yeah. It's dominant society. They prefer Black silence or Black obedience. See, they like when we're compliant, symbolic, when we're used as mascots for broader movements, then they'll praise us for that. But when we start openly challenging false narratives and questioning false coalitions and asserting our boundaries, now y'all want to say we're divisive. No. When people come in and say, yeah, hip-hop was created Puerto Ricans and Blacks 50-50.
The hell it was.
Now, when you say some shit that ain't true, that ain't true.
Right.
And we're going to correct stuff like that. They were calling us divisive for telling the truth. Well, come on, man. We were all, I was in the Bronx. We were all together. Y'all being divisive by saying that. The truth is not divisive. You were there. You didn't create nothing. You're not a part of the creation. You came later. Telling the truth is not divisive. Our job is to not sit up here and give you our culture and let you claim jump things that we created,
right,
so that you can jump on and capitalize off of it while excluding us. I saw some people posting today. I saw a post about this dude talking about Black radio in LA and hip hop radio. And they were talking about how the Hispanics dominate all the radio stations out here. There's like only one hip hop radio personality in LA, and that's Big Boy.
Yeah.
In this city full of millions of people with all these hip hop stations, there's basically one Black disc jockey, Big Boy. And that's my guy. I've been knowing Big Boy for 25 years, by the way.
I believe it.
But that's sad. And people, we've been saying that. We've been saying that. Hip hop radio has been, it's been infiltrated a long time ago out here.
Oh, I missed it. I'm like, what are you talking about?
We said that at Microphone Check. And in a lot of these coastal cities, these Hispanics will hop on our lineage and hop on our creation and try to do the co-creation thing. And then when they get their foot in the door, they exclude everybody and bring their own folks in. But we're divisive. No. No, we got to gatekeep.
Some local Chicago knows. Okay.
Gatekeeping is perfectly fine. You understand? Because the anti-Black racism is more acceptable when it's masked as a critique. See, calling Jamaicans proud, that's not divisive. Calling Haitians revolutionary, that's not divisive. But when foundational Black Americans say, hey, we're old, well, our lineage is different, that's labeled problematic. Because the anti-FBA racism is dressed up as intellectual critique. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Which is horse crap. Everybody wants to sit here and point the finger about what's wrong with foundational Black Americans, so they have to cherry pick all types of degeneracy to point their finger at us while ignoring all of their own issues. Like I said, foundational Black Americans, you don't let nobody, no group, point their finger at us and critique us for shit at all, ever. I want y'all to drill that shit in your head.
Right.
No group, none are at liberty to point their finger at foundational Black Americans with any kind of critique. None. You're not at liberty. You don't have your shit together enough to do that.
I can dig it. I'm on my way.
Where you going, Rootwork Jones?
There's some musty suckers on the streets. I got to go handle that. I got to split, baby. Can you dig it?
When you need to clean the stank off the streets, you don't call your mama. You call Rootwork Jones. Rootwork Jones is a stone cold dude that keeps the stanky suckers shaking in their boots.
Listen up, chumps. I'm looking for Dolomus. Can you dig it?
Rootwork Jones is getting down to the nitty gritty, taking on the mustiest sucker in the city.
Dolomust is my name, and staying good and musty is my game. Where is Rootwork Jones?
This is a super soul brother getting rid of the stank. And you can for sure take that to the bank.
Take that, you musty jive turkeys.
When Rootwork Jones is not dealing with drama, he finds time to deal with foxy mamas.
Why don't you come on over here and give me some of that root work, sugar?
Rootwork Jones. He's bold. He's bad. And he's keeping the suckers musty mad. Rootwork Jones coming to a theater near you. Go to rootworkstyle.com.
This is hilarious. All right, before we move to the next topic, talk to Beyonce for what's the word? Paying homage to the Buffalo soldiers who were and are foundational Black Americans, and their descendants still live on. So yes, shout out to them. And we gatekeeping our culture, we gatekeeping every damn thing, and we have drawn the line in the sand. So it's FBA versus everyone. If you're not on the FBA lineage, or you speak against the FBA lineage, some bad things are happening to you. So just be warned. You don't have to be FBA to be in support of FBA. And just don't try to undermine FBA. Otherwise, there'll be consequences and repercussions for ABK. So moving along, we got ChatGPT. What ChatGPT say? ChatGPT, do Black Americans deserve reparations? So, brother, I believe he was on TikTok, had asked ChatGPT this basic question: do Black Americans deserve reparations? And ChatGPT gave the truth about justice, wealth, and history. So Lisa Cabrera is going to give us an update on that. Shout out to Lisa Cabrera. I found out about her through Professor Black Truth.
Shalom, family. Good to see everybody here. I hope you are doing well. Boy, today in New Jersey, we are at 70 degrees and this is our daytime temperature, and I have to tell you, I'm loving it. After sitting in 100 degrees and 101 degrees, this is definitely a relief. So, y'all, I hope you're as comfortable as I am. I do want to make an announcement. Next week is the 4th of July. So I will be doing a sale on my Etsy site, marking everything down. So normally I do 30% off, usually the highest, but this time around, I'll do 35% off of the, and we will listen to the reparations answer that Chat GPT gave me. All right. So let me go ahead and share my screen and we'll get started. Shalom to everybody in the chat.
Shalom to everybody that's tapped in.
Okay, family. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Oh, yeah, I'm going to be asking all the questions. I'm even going to ask, why do they age a lot faster than we do? Oh, I'm going to pull out all the stops. I am. You just wait and see. Just stick around. All right. Let's get started.
Do Black Americans deserve reparations? The truth about justice, wealth, and history. Yes, there is a strong historical, legal, moral, and economic case that Black Americans deserve reparations for slavery. And not just slavery, but also a generations of systemic oppression that followed. Here's a clear breakdown of the reasoning. 1. Legal and historical precedent. The U.S. government has paid reparations before. Japanese Americans received payments for internment during World War II. Native American tribes have received settlements over broken treaties. Holocaust survivors have received restitution through global efforts. So the precedent exists. The only difference is that Black Americans have been excluded, despite far longer, more widespread harm. Second, slavery built American wealth. Enslaved Black labor generated billions in today's dollars in profits for plantation owners, textile manufacturers, Wall Street banks. Black families were systematically locked out of wealth building, even after slavery ended, through Jim Crow laws, redlining, employment discrimination, mass incarceration. Generational wealth was stolen. Reparations are a way to repair that stolen equity. 3. The racial wealth gap is a direct result. The median white family has 6 to 10 times the wealth of the median Black family. Even high-income Black families are less likely to own homes, inherit wealth, or have access to high-return investments. This isn't just personal responsibility, it's structural exclusion for over 400 years. Reparations could narrow the racial wealth gap and give descendants of slavery the resources they were historically denied. 4th, promises were made, then broken. General William T. Sherman promised freedmen 40 acres and a mule in 1865. Within months, that land was taken back and returned to former slaveholders. Black Americans were promised a new start and then immediately betrayed. Reparations are not a handout. They're the fulfillment of a broken promise. 5. Reparations are supported by scholars, economists, and voters. Nobel Prize-winning economists and historians agree that reparations would boost the U.S. economy, not hurt it. Polls show support is growing, especially among younger generations. The United Nations has said the U.S. owes reparations for slavery and its ongoing impact. What could reparations look like? Direct payments or tax-free accounts, student loan cancellation, housing grants, in redlined areas, business and land ownership programs, free college or health care for descendants of slavery, institutional reforms, including official government apology and history education. Final word, Black Americans absolutely deserve reparations, not as an act of charity, but as justice owed.
Okay, so do you agree with that answer? Do you agree with that answer?
Yes.
Yes. So did I. So did I. And I'm glad it actually added facts and promise broken, because some of them act like, oh, we don't owe you nothing. But they don't realize they did make promises to our folks and then went back on those promises. So when we are demanding reparations, we're basing it on things that was already done. We're not randomly saying, hey, you owe this. No, there were things that were in place and then taken away, like 40 acres and a mule. That was put in place, and then they went back on what they said. But this is their whole history. Their whole history is going back on things they say. So we all know that's nothing new. All right. So let's say you don't want to give reparations. Okay, then let's uphold the promises that you made. So where's our land? I mean, you can keep the mule. I'll take a tractor. Okay, I don't need a mule, but I will take a tractor. So me, my 40 acres and a tractor. You got millions of acres of land across America that can easily be divvied up among our people. You can easily do that. So there's no excuse. You gave millions of acres of land to white Europeans, and you were very careful about not letting that land get in the hands of non-white people. So if you can do that historically, you can make sure that land comes to us and not put into the hands of people that did not come from descendants of slavery. You can't tell me that can't be done. It most certainly can. And I did like another thing in here that it said, either direct payments or tax-free accounts, where the government can set up accounts that are tax-free, where they can put direct payments into, which I don't have a problem with that, as long as I got the option of taking that money and moving it elsewhere if I choose to do that. That's fine, but it absolutely should be tax-free. Now, direct payments, if you want to throw all this other stuff in with housing, that's fine, but direct payments must be on the table. It cannot be excluded. If it's excluded, it's not reparations, period. It's not reparations without direct payments. All right. Another thing, these other groups out here, you got to stop asking us, what are we going to do with our money? You didn't ask the Jews what they were going to do with their money. You didn't ask any of the Native Americans what were they going to do with the money. You didn't ask the Japanese. So no, you don't get to ask us what we are going to do with our money. We are adults. We can do whatever we want. If there are people among us that want to blow their money, that's on them. That's on them. They can go out there and blow the money. They're not going to get none of my money. So if they want to blow the money, then it's their right to do so. I don't care what other people, I don't even care what people do with their money now. Why should I even give a crap if they want to do that with their reparations money? Once it's gone, it's gone. So it's not like they can knock on my door and they can hit me up. No, I'm not going to let you hit me up. You can go to your family. You can hit them up, but you can't hit Lisa up. What's mine is mine once I get my reparations. And then there's some people, oh, y'all gonna blow it on designer this and cars and Cadillacs. So what? Those things are for sale in America. So if that's what we want, that's what we can have. If I want a Cadillac, I can buy one. If I don't want one, oh well, I don't want one. But none of you have the right to come to another adult and tell them what they're going to do with their money and how it's going to be spent. How is giving us reparations a bad thing when it's going to automatically boost your economy? In fact, it will take your economy to a much better place that it's in today. But at the end of the day, y'all, doing the right thing, these people are not about doing the right thing. So, yeah. So, if the Most High step in, it's going to be done by force. And if it's done by force, he's going to clean their clock. Okay? He's going to literally clean their clock if he's got to step in to do this, which we know he will. So if he steps in, they won't even be able to pull a lint ball out of their pocket. That's how bad he's going to clean and just strip them of everything. Even the lint ball will belong to us at that point. Oh yeah, they can afford to. They print money in this country all the time. Money is printed all the time. You know, and then you got those that say, okay, what if we pay reparations and then the economy crashes and the dollar ain't worth nothing? Well, if that happens, that just proves what we have known about you all along. You're evil. And you just crashed out the economy and made your money worthless just to spite us. That's what it would mean. That's what it would mean. It just means you're evil. If it didn't crash when the Jews, the Indians, and the Japanese got it, why would it crash now? It would crash now because you're just evil.
So we can't do nothing with it.
You're just evil. You're racist. You're evil, and you're just doing it again, once again, to undermine our people. So if it didn't happen in all the other instances of reparations, why would it happen now unless you are sabotaging as usual? Because that's all you have done to us the entire time. So you are sabotaging as usual to make sure everything is worthless by the time we get it. It's just a more form of sabotaging. So what's new? Nothing. Nothing is new under the sun, right? Everything is the same as always. But y'all got to get out of this habit of demanding what we're going to do with my money. If I don't tell you what I do with my money now, I'm not going to tell you what I do with my money when I get reparations. Plain and simple. You're not my mama. You're not my daddy. I don't owe you those answers. You know, because I've heard the stereotypes out here. So what y'all gonna do? Buy Cadillacs and fried chicken? Well, if that's what somebody want, that's their business. What's it to you? How does it impact your life if somebody buys fried chicken and Cadillacs? How are you impacted? So that's a bunch of garbage talk as far as I'm concerned. Mm-hmm. And see, with that money, y'all, we become instantly untouchable to them. See, all the things they used to be able to do, they won't be able to do anymore because start our own businesses. Many of us are going to network and start our own towns, start our own banks, and we're going to really literally pull away from them. And that's exactly what they don't want. They don't want us pulling away from them. They don't want us leaving the workplace and doing businesses on our own. They don't want, they don't want none of those things. And that's another reason why they don't want to give reparations, because they know right after getting reparations, we're going to be done with them. And they know it. And you know how they like to micromanage us. They're going to lose their mind. We will completely cut them off, and they know it. And just the thought of that sends them over the edge. Yeah, we'll easily be able to keep them out of our business. And we would be able to really, if we want to live in other countries, we would be able to do that too. And see, those are all the things they don't want. Absolutely not. So let me do my thank yous. Quantum Solace 5864, Grand Family Lisa, and Grand Rising to you too. Again, Quantum Solace 5864. Thank you for the super chat. Hell, they have broken over 400 plus treaties with our people since they stepped foot. One such treaty chat. Spencer 3175. Thank you for the 28-month membership. The algorithm again with that answer. Yeah, well, either you're going to let what it does, it actually draws from the actual history to form answers. And no matter how much they're hiding the history, AI is able to find, retrieve, and then give an answer based on the history that's already there. See, there's a reason why they don't want us knowing the history or speaking on the history. They don't want us to speak or know the history. Loveline Turner, thank you again for your super chat. Shalom, Lisa in chat. Shalom to you too. Jeffrey Massey, 5541, thank you for the super sticker. Man Scott, 215, preach, thank you for the super chat. Man Scott, thank you for the super chat. Again, I love it. Shalom, Lisa Cabrera and family. Shalom to you. Quantum Solace 5864. They want us under their thumb as if they act as though we cannot survive without them when we are their fathers and mothers. And well, we have already survived without them. Remember, we are the first to inhabit the earth, which means we already got a history of surviving without them. They really are the Johnny come latelys of the earth. They came last. And that's why a lot of things they say make zero sense. When they say they got all of the intelligence, it doesn't make sense that the last group that would show up would have all of the intelligence. That makes zero sense whatsoever. When people have been surviving on this earth thousands, if not millions of years before they got here. So that couldn't possibly be true. Or they will say, and not only that, how did you survive without sunscreen and getting burned? In fact, I got pictures of them attempting to work crops out on some of these farms, and they look as red as a beet. No, the reason why they always want brown and, black people out there is because they know we are made for the sun. They are not. They are not. And it used to make me laugh when Richard Spencer would say they were the children of the sun. How can the people that burn in the sun be the children of the sun? That doesn't even make any sense. Nana Blitz, thank you so much for the super sticker. And Daniel Meyer, 73, thank you for the super chat. Keep on telling that truth, Miss Lisa. And thank you for your support for my channel. I deeply appreciate it, family. I really do. Okay. You know what, Angela Bar 6647? They have done everything to sabotage us. But despite the fact that they have sabotaged us, many of our people still became millionaires, still became entrepreneurs, still climbed the ladder in places of employment. So yeah, look, we did all of this with all kinds of obstacles in our way. So what does that say about our people? Yes, we are the greatest on earth. Even in our low state, we are still the greatest on earth. That's what it means. Quantum Solace 5864, thank you again for the super chat. These silly folks don't understand that AI is our technology, which is in reality, it's called EI. They literally open Pandora's box for us. Regardless, if I don't get my reparations from them, I ain't taking my reparations through knowledge. Yeah, I mean, look, this is a tool that, like I said, we can use to our advantage. It's here. We use it. I remember back in the day, y'all, when computers were just becoming a thing, there were people telling me even back then computers are evil and I don't want nothing to do with no computer. I've heard people say that. So that's why when I see people saying the same thing about AI, they don't realize our people got a history of saying those things.
Yeah, we do.
We do. I remember. You know, I heard it from back then. I was still attending church. And even then, I heard people say, I don't want nothing to do with no computer. I'm not touching no computer. That's evil. I don't want nothing to do with it. I heard people say that back then. So when you say that about AI, oh, that's devil technology. That's evil. Do you realize people said that about computers?
Yeah.
And look at how many of you are using a computer today.
Mm-hmm.
That's why when I see that, that's why I hear what you're saying. That's why I don't put a lot of thought into it, because I've seen that before. I've seen it before. Yeah. I mean, I heard so many people say that. I even heard back in the day when cell phones started growing in the country. I heard people say, I don't have no cell phone and I don't want one either. I heard people say that. I heard people say that about cell phones.
Yeah.
And some of those same people that said that back then, they are walking around with cell phones today.
Facts. I heard the same as a kid. Mm-hmm.
Okay, people are, so I heard that kind of talk before. I mean, I know how you feel, but at the end of the day, we can use these tools to our advantage. As Hebrews, we're not going to go out there and use AI for evil. We're going to use it to our advantage. And that's what you do. Everything can be used for good and evil, including your Bible. Those people that are Wicca and Wiccan, you think they're using the Bible for good? No, many of them are using it for evil. But when you pick up your Bible, you're using it for good. Knowledge to make yourself better. So no, I mean, you can reject it. I'm not going to reject it. I can use it to my advantage. That's what I'm going to do. Quantum Solace 5864. Thank you again for your super chat. Haha. Here is the computer evil when it was our own people who built the computer. Yes, I kid you not. When computers start appearing in the workplace and people start buying computers, I literally were hearing people say, oh, I don't care about no computer. I don't want no computer. That's evil. I don't want it. I heard people say that. Yes, I did. They actually, I didn't never used a computer in my life, and I'm never going to use one either. Oh, yeah, I heard it all. But the funny part is a lot of those same people that said that mess, they're all using computers and cell phones now that they deemed as evil. So it couldn't have been that evil because they're all using it now.
Exactly.
Yeah, like I said, Gracie, you're using your computer for good. I'm sure you're not spending your day on the computer looking up spells on people and and doing evil. You're not doing that. You're using it, to do things, get things done. A lot of people are paying their bills and using it as a learning tool. And with computers now, technically, everything you get in college, you can literally go online and put yourself through college for free. All of that same information is all over the internet that's in your local colleges and universities. So you can give yourself a college education online without leaving your home. So is that evil? No. No, it's not evil at all. And you know what? My mother was one of those people that said she never wanted a cell phone. When my mother left this world, my mother went through 2 cell phones. Okay. She bought a cell phone and she was on cell phone number 2 when she left this world. So never say never, or never say a person can't change about something. Danielle Meyer, thank you again for your super chat. My aunt used to work for New York State government back in the 60s, and she told me that they had the internet back then. Yes, the technology actually existed long before we had access to it. That's very true. Mm-hmm. Right. That's true. Mm-hmm. So, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you to everybody that supported my channel. I deeply appreciate it. You know, there's all kinds of ways you can support the channel. So I don't want some of y'all to think there's only one way, you know. One, you can listen to the ads. That definitely helps my channel. You can also do super thanks. That helps the channel. You can buy the channel merch. That helps the channel too. So there's, you know, there's not just one way to do these things. So everybody, thank you so much. And I will be doing the next live stream at 2:45, and that one is, do white people really have high IQs? So I will see.
Yeah, I'll have to go check that one out. All right, yeah. So shout out to ChatGPT for telling the truth and nothing but the damn truth. And like Lisa was saying, the AI is not evil. You just gotta learn how to understand it and use it for good, not evil. We had the same thing happen with the computer and the cell phone and all of that. So moving along to a funny topic, and that is reparations or your Snowbunny. So Dr. Kubar, otherwise known as Dr. Umar Johnson, says it's either reparations or the Snowbunny. You can't have both, brothers. You can only get reparations. If you want reparations, you got to drop the Snowbunny. So let me play that real quick.
Reparations. I like your model of what you said, how we should get it, and how money should not be at the top. It should be on the people that receive reparations have people in their own race talking so against it. And that, why do we have so many, you know, Negro pens that do that? You know, this guy named Anton he talked so down on reparations. It was pathetic. And that's one thing. And another thing, you have a talk show host that comes on that station once a week. Anytime you bring up African slavery, he'll either hang up on you or say black people or black Africans enslaved white people before. What does that have to do with our slavery? Was totally different from any other group that was enslaved, period. They even fought a civil war around slavery. So explain those two things, if you will.
Thank you. On the reparations piece, three major points in my reparations platform. As you already said, money should not be at the top of the list because money expires. The American dollar is a promissory note that is not backed to any mineral resource. It's not attached to gold, silver, copper, or anything else. So why should we accept restitution for the worst crime in human history in a form of currency that doesn't have a mineral equivalent? That would be criminal, number one. That would also be betrayal of our ancestors. Number two, for reparations, Black people should control all Black music. Nobody else can sell it, produce it, market it, or publish it. All Black music is under the control of Black people. And the reason for that, America makes more money off of Black music than almost anything else she sells. So we can control our music, we'll be good. Number two, our creations. All Black inventions become permanent patents of Black America. If anybody wants to use anything we've ever invented, they have to pay us. And the third one that I'll give is 60% of Black people occupy 10 states. 60% of us are in California, Illinois, Virginia, Maryland, Texas, Florida, and there's a few other states. And every one of those states is a seaboarding state, so we should control the port. We get paid every time something comes in. We get paid every time something goes out. But I do want to say this, though. No Black person gets reparations if they're married or dating outside of the race. No reparations if you are a Snowbunny hopper, because what good am I giving you reparations for your ancestors and you're going to take that money right to a white man or a white woman? How is that helping us for you to take the reparations and give it right back to the people we got it from? So if you are a Snowbunny hopper, you do not get reparations. Black power.
That's a caveat. It's going to be a bunch of people breaking up on that. It's been nice. This is great. Or they're going to wake up like, you know what?
But you know what? I ain't too sure, brother. I ain't too sure. I think a lot of black men who date out the race, if they have to choose between reparations and the white girl, I think they stand with her.
Because they think that is their
reparations. Yes. They will give up the money to be with a white woman. I truly believe that.
It validates them.
Yes.
If you're giving them a gold brick for that white woman, and they would rather have the white woman than the gold brick.
I believe a lot of them would.
That's what I wanted to get into. We didn't, because we kind of touched on it earlier. I wanted to talk about, why do you think we are so, because our relations are just terrible.
They are.
There's so many people that are giving relationship advice, and there's so many platforms that are successful based on dysfunction.
I agree.
Right?
It's the conflict.
Right.
Black culture, modern day American African culture is based on conflict.
Right.
If you want to sell, you have to be beefing with somebody. That's the reality show. That's rap music. That's R&B. That's everything we do. The community. Where's the fight at? We want to see a good fight between blacks, and it's a big reason for why we can't move forward.
Yeah, I'm really disheartened at the state of our relationships, where we find ourselves, the inherent distrust between black women and black men, and black men and black women, and everyone's guarded, and everyone has their guards up, and no one trusts, and everyone assumes the worst.
Yes.
And we have to get to the point that some people are willing to be vulnerable, that some people are willing to take a chance.
Yes.
And some people are willing to have some grace.
Yes.
And our inability to operate in grace with each other, honestly, very deeply concerns.
I agree.
And I want to speak from the women's standpoint. Like, women don't like me, okay? When I say this, women are mismanaging the lives of their children. They're only raising them on one side of the story, and when they do so, they have this what I would call hero syndrome. They want the child to believe that because of me, you are this, and that is a problem, because now you would tell a man, I don't want anything from you, just so you can go work 2 jobs and say you did that.
Yes.
That's a problem.
Yes. Yes.
I know it's cool.
Yeah. And the other point to that, when you look at a lot of the online relationship podcasts, conversations, and women, but the conversation is extremely superficial. You follow me?
Yeah,
it's about looks, how much money is very superficial. You know, popping a balloon.
Yeah.
You know, it's very surface.
I love that show. I do too. And it is like, why'd you pop the balloon? I didn't like your shoes.
I didn't like your
right? It is very superficial.
Yes.
But it's highly entertaining.
It is. But the thing that's bothered me the most is our children are watching this.
Come on.
I'm like, what is a 7
They don't
and
have
8?
a chance.
You see what I'm saying? You 7 and 8. When I was 7 and 8, I never saw a group of black men arguing with a group of black women over. I never saw that as a. So I'm like, these children today are seeing all this toxic interaction between the genders. By the time they're 25, they're gonna throw up their hands.
Brother, I was trying to ride your Afrocentrist train until I found it was just a roller coaster running off the rails. And I'm reminded of the Songhai Empire, you know, from Mansa Musa, the despotic Sani Ali, the hope of Askar Muhammad, till it all fell apart on Al Mansur. But some of the stuff you make, it doesn't make any sense. Define for me where anybody on earth can claim they're African, by the way. And you keep saying black. We have a problem right now. I'm trying to figure out what part shall I decide is not going to be black music, or what. You got a guy right there behind the switchboards. Can he be denied having anything to do with black music? Should he be denied anyway dealing with black culture? I mean, you talk about.
Well, Africa is the origin of civilization, so I don't think it's difficult to find out what black people invented and what they did not. I think the question is more of what did we not invent. Most genres of music, most genres of music can be traced to the African continent, my brother.
Brother Umar, you're not hearing what I asked you. First of all, just define me who's not black.
I'm not interested in who's not black. I'm only interested in African people.
Because you set up a situation where you're going to have endless enemies. And listen, I'm black origin like any Wakanda person. But you start
Wakanda doesn't exist. There's no country called Wakanda, my brother.
I use the term Wakanda because I look at it as a kind of reach before I grasp that. Like white people use Camelot. I use the idea of Wakanda because even though it's a cartoon, a comic to many people, to me it represents the highest quality of a black culture that was unconquered, uncolonized, that other people want to imitate with an I and emulate with an E. I use it as a standard to go for, as I believe it must once existed in the past. Now you got this idea of Afrocentrism, which I kind of go You got black folks here who believe never came from out of Africa. You got black folks here who are not able to define what black is what.
Well, they could just take a DNA test and see if we came out of Africa.
Fine, then tell me who could take a DNA test who wouldn't be African if we all came out of Africa.
And to what end would we do that, Joe, if I may ask?
The point is this. I want to agree with him about the idea of having a strong black consciousness. Mm-hmm. But the way, if Tulsa's been the example that white folks are dynamic and they're evil, let's assume there's a separate group called white folks. We must not create endless enemies. The idea of reparations should be this, where the most hated white guy wakes up one day and realizes he's disrespected his African ancestors. That's not likely to happen. Other than that, we might as well go for that bag. If everything, Umar, you're saying is correct to a certain extent. But if you honestly think that if I was a racist white guy, I'm going to sit there and let you do this, like it's all going to be great, take 6 states, I'll take your...
No, I agree with you there. I agree with you there. I completely believe that what we are entitled to and what we are asking for and what we expect, you tend to only get after war.
No, you don't have to get it after war. That's not true.
That's very true.
The case, we're here because
that's very true. Why do people fight wars? People fight wars for land and resources. Both world wars were fought for land and resources.
Brother Umar, explain to me, Dahomey. Explain to me how those folks in Dahomey took black people as slaves and shipped them over to the Americas. Explain to me the Mali and Song Empire, where mostly it was slaves by other black folks.
What does that have to do with your previous point?
I'd be darned if I sit there. Anthony Johnson in the United States, that brother was just kicking us in the butt because he wanted to be like the best whites in slavery. What are you talking about, brother?
Thank you jumping all over the place, my brother. Black power. You jumping all over the place.
This is our last break for the segment.
Man.
I know. It was a good one. But again, it's important that we be able to have dissenting point of views.
Yes, disagree without being disagreeable.
Right, and have that exchange.
Disrespectful. No,
yeah.
do that.
Amen to that.
Yeah.
Thank you. So let's go out. We'll be right back with phone lines are still open, 773-591-1690.
I'm seeing a pattern already. I definitely seen a pattern right there. All right, so again, brothers, if you want the reparations, you gotta drop the Snowbunny. I am down to the last couple topics, and that is they would rather push black and brown unity instead of black and black unity.
From November 14th to 21st, we're inviting you to join us for a powerful trip to Ghana. This isn't just a vacation. This is a chance to...
Simple question for you all. Why not black and black unity? Now, some of y'all probably wondering, Demetri, what are you talking about? Of course, we hear a lot about black and brown unity, black and coalition and all that other stuff. Of course, that means black Americans and Latinos, right? They're the brown, we're the black. But why not black and black? And what I mean by that is, why not black Americans and Nigerians, black Americans and South Africans, and so on and so forth? Why is it always black Americans getting with everybody else? I'm thinking if we were to unify with anybody else other than ourselves, right? Because we need to do that. Shouldn't it be other black people around the world? Why do we got to bicep them to go unify with brown people who, again, do not want to unify with us? Like, think about that. Is that by design? I'm just thinking out loud right now. Is that by design that we're not to focus on what some people would consider Pan-Africanism, right? And I know some people, this is a touchy subject, but bear with me here. Why would we unify with brown before we unify with black? Just think about that, just for a second there. To me, I don't know, maybe I'm just behind in the curve here of thinking. That would make more sense. That would make more sense that we unify with people who are closer to us. Thinking again, brown people do not want to unify with us, but there's this push, this black and brown. Why? For me, if you ask me, I would rather unify with black people in other places in the world, but I don't know. I don't see the point in us unifying with brown people who do not want to unify with us. Now, again, that would be different if they did. They don't. Now, I also know there's a lot of Black people in other places of the world that do not want to unify with Black Americans. So don't mistake me in that. But I'm saying if we were going on with these talking points of unifying with other groups of people, shouldn't it be people who are more like us? I'm just thinking out loud here. Y'all let me know in the comment section. Am I off bases here? Am I wrong? Or do y'all think this is by design that we're not to focus on each other, but we're supposed to focus on the people? Now, I want y'all to stay tuned for another video that I got coming up.
Well, Sister Demetria K is leaving out. I'm kind of surprised she left this out. It was Black people in the FBAs that started pushing that. Well, brother, let me rephrase this. The Boule Democratic leaders started pushing this Black and brown nonsense, like the messy Jesse Jacksons and the Al Sharptons and the John Lewises. They were pushing that nonsense of black and brown, stick around, black and brown, make the world go round, all that nonsense. And we can clearly see after 60 years of doing that madness, it's not getting us nowhere. So, especially with these other groups, they want to assimilate, as Uncle Phil so eloquently put it. They want to assimilate with whiteness. So, no. We can't do it no more. And as far as that black and black, we've been on that black and black. The rest of the diaspora wasn't with that though. No, they ain't anything but black. So I mean, in theory, this sounds good. It really does. It should be black and black instead of black and brown, black and yellow, or black and whatever the fuck. It should be black and black, but the other black don't even want to acknowledge that they're black. So then it's just black and question mark. Moving along, we got one more topic. So I'm supposed to pass out. So one more topic. So yeah, we can't do it no more. That ain't got us nowhere. That black and brown shit ain't got us nowhere. Ain't got nothing tangible out of it. You got whole mother that can run around calling us nigga, saying nigga, and we supposed to be okay with that shit because they said it with an A instead of an ER. No, you shouldn't be saying that shit at all. You don't share our struggle. You don't share our lineage. You shouldn't be saying that at all. But that's what we gotta deal with, unfortunately. With that OT Mexican, Ryan Garcia, I don't know who wouldn't have been come to this country if it wasn't for foundational Black Americans. Let's see. Oh, that's on the reparations hearing. All right, y'all. So I'm gonna close this out with the reparations hearing. The man, Lady Che, attended last week and spoke at. Let me see with the full video, so to the whole video. Clips. Full video. I just gotta go to my channel. Hold on. To give y'all context. So to give y'all context, so like we've seen in California, the governor put together a commission to study reparations to ultimately lead to direct lineage cash payments being dispersed amongst the Black FBA or FBA Californians. And Gavin Newsom shot that shit down in the last year after the study was complete, and then went back and said, oh, he made a mistake, but by then it was too late. So we don't want to see a repeat of that in other states. So as California goes, the rest of the nation goes. So now my state of Colorado is doing this racial equity study and study the effects of racism, white supremacy on the foundational Black American Coloradans and how much that is going to cost or costed us. So some see it as another stalling tactic. I mean, these commissions and these studies, they usually end up just being stalling tactics. But me and Lady Che want to get to the head of the line with it, to head it at the pass before they could throw monkey wrenches in it and put a bunch of tethers on the commission and try to undermine it like we've seen in California. So me and Lady Che were finally invited to come. I got the email from one of the people we know that's in the State House and has been elevated to the Senate president now, James Coleman. He had emailed me because I had inquired, like I said I was going to do, about the Reparations Commission situation out here in Colorado. So I inquired about it. The brother finally got back to me after session was over and let me know, hey, we're doing these hearings for reparations now. So me and Lady Chase showed up, and I'm going to play the whole video. I'm going to try to play the whole video. And that'll be the end of the show. But there's a reparations hearing us as an equity study going on right now on the second floor. So shout out to my Senator Coleman, the Council of Senate President, rather, for letting us know where it's going to be held. As y'all know, we are reparationists as well. Now, we've been leading the charge, banging the drum for reparations for almost a decade now. It's on the other side, baby. It's over here, baby. Yeah, we're right here. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Excuse us. Hello. It's in a power chair. Just the Supreme Court chamber is far into the building that way. Okay, thank you. Yeah. You just said the second floor. I have my Black Panther pins on, and the smoke gonna tell me. First he was like, "You need to take the pins off," and I'm like, "Nah, I'm not doing that." And then he was like, "Well, I'm giving you the option to remove them or not," and I'm like, "Nah, I choose not to remove them." Said Greg Marcel, Thomas Johnson Stanley should be there as well for you. Yeah, I agree. This is a racist ass state, a racist. Yeah. So Bunch of people down there. It must be in here. Yeah, I think it is in here. It's in here, baby. But they're talking about no food or drink. Yeah, I probably in Lady check some snacks to eat while we was in there, but apparently you can't eat or drink in there. So this damn Hispanic flight is about my buttons here shortly. You see Carl. At the state capitol, Carl, state capitol. We have Ricardo commission coming in. We're both coming in. Black Panthers. Would you be kind enough to come in for the time being? I mean, I don't see why it's an issue. It's not. It's just something we like to make sure that no one happens. And it's volunteer. You don't have to. I'm not forcing you. It's volunteer. It's something I'm just asking. Would you rather have them on? Yeah, I'd rather have them on. Okay. Then we'll do it. Okay, thank you. I appreciate you. Yep. You ready to come in? Yes. Okay, let me make room for you for the wheelchairs and then put you in front to the block. No, I'm going to do that shit anyway because I don't know if it's. So let me make room and I'll bring you in. Because this is some bullshit. That's calling right in the middle. They was trying to Africanize us during that, and I'm like, nah, we're not Africans. We are Africans. Lady Shane really went in on the Africans making room. I kept stressing the foundational and the descendants of American slaves, freedmen, American freedmen. It's gonna be on the left. Okay. Oh, that's fine. We don't get it right. Goddamn. Okay, we're gonna get that doctor. That whole should have been full of goddamn crap. Some tellers. Yeah, I hope it doesn't need them right. I'll defer to my colleague, experienced Dr. Snowbunny. She was on high-quality research and gathered this far for your absolutely. Thank you for having me. So to date, what the Colorado Black Equity Study has accomplished is was mentioned in her summary. We have to not roll us this. I see a crack right in front of me. This bro. Y'all hear it? All of the comments shit just all of the goddamn island and first one. Why are you? I guess he's meeting you or something. Why are you saying good? Why are you here? As well as several dozen range of 45 came from slaveholding families. So who were children before the Civil War, but came from families that were also raised close to political power in Colorado. And we have some confirmed instances of some of those individuals influencing policies. The Native Americans did not gain additional studies to receive judgments from the government. That's right. Voting rights in the late 1860s. I don't know what the lights are here. Yes.
So, I was what was in Colorado. It's something the first legislature of the state, how big the plan was in the state, what elections went on in the state, all of those farms that were brought on Snowbunny in Black Colorado.
Mm. We had a Black Wall Street bombing here too. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's where we were redlined too.
You're talking about the that went on, how people had been in the mud.
Redlining. Mm-hmm. This is a Klan state for real, still is. Mm-hmm.
Want to open it up for questions. I want to stop you so many times in between, but I know you will give it before. So just out of respect of the flow, if any of the members have questions, really quickly, I just I want to state that we had lynchings from the 1860s to 1902 in Colorado.
Yep.
Yes,
That
that's
sounds
correct. The
about
last
right.
confirmed lynching of a black Colorado was in 1902 Washington, Wallace. And the Civil War ended in 1865. We just celebrated Juneteenth. It's June 19th, 1865. And in 1902, as recent as 1902, you have a confirmed lynching. The name of it is in Colorado. Yes. Yes, there were 7 confirmed lynchings between 1867 and 1902 in Colorado.
7.
And then my second question, anyone else has questions, I'll dominate this, but this is the state where I was born and raised, so the things that I'm finding out that I did not learn in Mississippi.
I know this, so I know this was a class too.
Elected officials,
So I'm still going over the code.
either having been or having been family
Members. So basically just going on. Should know.
Yes, so for the individuals who themselves owned people before the Civil War, we had one territorial governor, 7 territorial legislators, and 2 members of the territorial Supreme Court. And then 4 people who were raised in slaveholding families. We had 4 state governors, 2 of whom served in the Veteran Army. 3 U.S. senators, 2 U.S.
Fort Colorado.
And a total of 43 state territorial legislators. And there is some
I know everyone wants to sit with 2 or 3 men. That's all. Is there any way you can slow down so we can join? Maybe that's it on my laptop. I have it. Like, why are you here?
Governor Shaffrock, who was the individual that helped create the Deerfield, Colorado.
Yeah, I've been to Deerfield. Yes. Did that once. I've been to Deerfield. I'm comfortable with us. So,
usually when we do tours,
at least 2 or 3.
I point that out as a story of honor, which is not
Yep. Yep.
There's another additional period, just very interesting dynamics to tell that story. Lastly, for me, and I'll start with the media. Representative Bacon, I shared, Commissioner Bacon, I shared an area called Northfield, for the airport.
That was named after a Klansman.
Prior to its Northfield Central Park name, it was Governor Staples, was named after Ben Staples, who was buried in her, but also
Stapleton. That was named after a Klansman.
So it's just interesting to learn about this information. Serving office. Of course, the state legislators, I had to ask the question.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Nah.
Commissioner next. Thank you, Mr. President. Dr. Spillman, thank you for your work. Thank you for your time today. Along with the Colorado legislators and slaves, what was the time frame? Dr. Spillman. The time frame that we looked at was from the start of Colorado Territory in 1861 until 1920, which we figured was far enough from the Civil War and emancipation that there were no diminishing returns and looking for politicians to serve after that point. I think personally, I was territory.
With a bicentennial state because of 100 years after Declaration Act. Yes, yeah, the Declaration of Independence. Constitution, yes.
We are familiar with that book, and I believe also the film that was made recently. I don't believe
The forces in
right again, kindly focused on the early 20th century portion of our research. I have his contact information.
State. August 1st, 1876.
John David Washington. He was actor, right? All right. I see we have, online. I see we have Sean Cole. Mr. Cole. Commissioner Cole. I want to be sure that I understand this correctly, that
All right.
folks did actually hold slaves
Yes.
correct. Then my next question is particularly valid. A lot of people might be misunderstanding, but do we know if that's either my correct understanding to those who were held slavery in Colorado or ancestors in Colorado?
Still on the board. Like let me call Black Round Tables. You could that be at those Black Round.
Take a chance while I have just because I am personally curious living in Commissioner Coleman. Commissioner Coleman, it's breaking up a little bit. I'm not sure if we can hear your question. Can you restate your question? Sure. I'll leave it to this one question, which was, if those held slaves in Florida, do we know what happened to those people who were held slaves by those laws? Let me get your question. The question was, for those who were enslaved in Colorado, we know what happened to them, we know what happened to their families.
So that in Colorado. And they're gonna give you bullshit ass response. Like still even did have Gold Rush. States. They did have slaves. They just didn't live in Colorado. Bullshit. California, over here.
In the 1850s before they moved to Colorado. And we have not had the time yet to follow the fate of the individuals that they Commissioner Cooper, and then we'll come back to Commissioner Masters. Dr. Jones, you had mentioned something about your specialty often see that there is times where there's confusing narratives. Since you all have had time to do this work, like how are you addressing like any biases in the historical like work that you've already had or documentation that is out there? And have you come across something that is like there's a confusing narrative, there is a gap? Who would like to respond? For Dr. Marshall. Sure, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Just let the white man speak. Why would he hear any goddamn one? Yeah.
There were some sort of mainstream white newspapers in Denver at the time, Rocky Mountain News and the Denver Post, which at that time were sort of tabloid as in their presentation of the news, as you can see, in this playing this up as a racial war in the Colorado State.
That's exactly what it is.
Typically provided more context on the families involved and what they were going through and experiencing. At least for this early period, the existence of the white newspapers has helped give us more context. Sometimes the white newspapers don't even take the time to spell the name of the black family correctly. And so it's useful to have those black newspapers to be able to provide that sort of an alternative narrative for bombings, the context of the bombings, and so on. So that's one way that we've tried to address that question so far in the work area that we've submitted in the oral histories that we
This is our new knowledge to her. A lot of this stuff. So I get this working on. Did a lot of history courses. College. I already know this. It was good to her. Explaining to me how, you know, she understand or didn't know that all the stuff.
Never went nowhere. For the response, Commissioner Adams. Okay, try to up there we go. Yes. Good afternoon.
Another rap.
Doing well, thank you.
I only see the like the I don't know. Why? Paulus came. Cool. Her comment, you know, what to be. The researcher spent several months being to lecture for us. Ms. Walker. Yes, so I qualified for GSA 1 who kindly acted non-violence. So a group of 2 or more people moved to someone and killed them extrajudiciously. One of the people who I think was probably lynched was actually chased off the cliff by a mob. I qualified as without the mob chasing him. Or still
I also have someone here who is
reported for suicide.
I don't qualify as Thank you. I have a few questions. I am actually curious about the statistic on the period for the lynchings, and I would be curious to understand the quote-unquote unconfirmed stories. Yeah. Given competing narratives, or what does confirmation mean? I think it's quite interesting. I will not hold Hattiesburg against you. However, if you even think about Emmett Till, right, way after 1902. So I'm just curious about what has been confirmed, and if that is the case for Colorado. I don't necessarily think any of this is constant celebration, but I think it's interesting. I'm quite honestly surprised.
Speaking.
And so I'm curious about after that period, what stories and things that were unconfirmed.
And
What does
some records.
formal confirmation mean in this context?
District 7.
I want to ask in regards to the way
Mom.
you're pulling this information together
Gate
for the study.
and Green Valley Ranch.
And I believe that part of my question might be leading in regards to some of the outcomes of the study. But I personally recently came back from the continent of Africa, and one of the things, there were 2 things that I thought were particularly moving. The Ghanaian their role, part of the transatlantic responsibility for this country. Yeah. But the other thing that I kept hearing there was, in addition to taking ownership and pride of what it means to be of African descent, was their acknowledgement of our role in creation, and therefore ownership of this country. Yes. FBA. As we look into slaveholding backgrounds, what I'm also curious about is what is the culture that came along with creating a concept of owning slaves, in particular people of African descent, and therefore also what was, and I might even say this country's idea of what people of African descent's role was in the building of this country, and therefore their ownership or part
You gotta hit us
in the
with that
development
descent
of
shit.
this country. As
Either
we
way,
talk
we still built
about,
the
you know,
country.
economic impact,
We
it's
still
one
haven't
thing
been
to
compensated for it.
name what kind of wealth they did not have access to, but as we are in the time and culture of proposed erasure of history,
Right.
I am curious about how we can reinforce, and for me personally, the statement that I can say, I love this country because it is mine.
Mm-hmm.
My ancestors built this country.
That's right.
And I'm curious about what the role of slaveholding played in regards to that, in regards to this notion of American exceptionalism. And so it's one thing to name, to own human beings, to exploit for labor and profit and whatnot. I'm also curious what it meant in regards to development of not just community, but this nation. And so when we think about racial equity down the line, I'm curious what you're finding in that. You know, way back and deep down in all of this, the person of African descent was created as a matter of caste, and this notion of race was created to separate. But, you know, here we are in 2025, and we're still here. So what's happening as a matter of naming what people's role and place were? You know, African descent in this country, and how did slavery and then consequently, you know, Reconstruction, turn of the century, Jim Crow play into that. And again, I think for me, the reason why I said this is leading is because I think it's timely in regards to these questions of history, questioning America's greatness. Just because we're talking about sins of the past doesn't mean that we should erase our role in the creation, in their maintenance, in the future of this country.
That's right.
What part of this history contributed to disconnecting people of African descent from that? And if you could help illuminate some of that, I think it would, maybe it's just, we have another commissioner, I call myself commissioner. It would be interesting, you know.
Yes.
All of that was about.
Oh, that's enough for bacon. That's representative.
The African and who they are as a matter of humanity, that they don't count as being to justify in the name of our God. We can treat them inhumanely because they're not humans. But from 1619 to 1776 to this centennial state to 1920 to 2025 was that
House District 7.
Particularly the state. So I'd be curious to also hear those themes as you look into this history.
Before we allow the panel to respond, if there's a response, I just want to know, every year people on the panel say, and the commission say, yeah, come on, well, that's just us agreeing as a valid point. So I think
Yeah.
I'm going to get information too. I particularly heard that from Commissioner.
Yes, she's FBA. Her
Yeah,
last name is Bacon.
Bacon is telling the truth about that. I just wanted to add to it. I think as we're hearing a lot of the harms, right? But also what are the stories of the resilience of that, what we had to do to adjust to the harms? I would like that to be uplifted, because that is a whole different fight. That is a whole different of where we're looking at, even from medical. What was it really to us for the adjustment that we had to do? And I was
the epigenetics.
Like joy for
Yeah.
our audience, but no, this is our resilience.
Right.
and back to Commissioner Bacon, then we can see you next, Commissioner Brown.
Apologies, but to add to that as well, and then from that, what are also the contributions? You know, it's one thing to hear the discrepancy in medical history, where our bodies were used to advance medicine.
Yep. Henrietta Lacks.
resiliency, right? Not just the system, not just the discrimination. What was the resiliency, but also
I think so.
what was the contribution, and
I think
also
so,
how
Michael.
not just the contribution of itself through anything.
That's why we got to get on that commission really to set up so we can get that language clear and get that
Yes, like
method of reparations clear.
Mr. Lott.
And therefore, what is it that we get to claim as part, of this country? But more importantly, how did quote unquote powers that be who created these systems of discrimination also talk about that? Does that make sense? Okay. Thank you for that. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm like, what the hell is happening? It's like, what the fuck?
Thank you. This has been something that has been on my mind since our first year. This is two buses and
What?
Greetings, Lady Che.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, I didn't know if you could hear me.
Greetings, Lady Che.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Yes.
Okay. Okay. I didn't know if you were still up.
All right, so I'm playing. Yeah, I texted you that I was still up. I'm going over. Yes, you didn't get my text message. Okay.
I got you. Go with the attitude, because I got you. Yeah, the reparations. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm playing the clip right now. I was playing the whole video, so I was giving the people context of what they was talking about, because it's kind of hard to hear because the acoustics in that room wasn't the best. So,
yeah. It's right it's right in the middle, right?
Yep. Just about. Mm-hmm.
All right, carry on. I'll be right back. I gotta go into the restroom.
And I have had the opportunity to connect with her regularly about the things that they have been
I'm
fighting.
gonna go on mute for like 2 minutes. Okay? Or a couple minutes so I can get out of my nest.
Okay.
Comfort spot, cuz, I swear. Alright, I'm gonna go on mute for a quick second. Dark as hell up in here. 1 second.
I appreciate the way that
This is where they first speak, right? Well, the cuz speaks in the beginning, right?
Yeah.
I just wanted to
Okay.
This is being questions.
Chloe actually recently invited me to History
Okay.
Colorado.
Alright, I'll be right back.
The team there broke out and went to Lincoln Hills and
I would used to call.
very experienced and aspects of ways that like Coloradans were overcoming different points of oppression. And so, but I echo that. I look forward to some of those things being highlighted and telling the complete story of Black Coloradans throughout Chicago.
Very good. Just really quickly before we continue with the presentation, any response to what you all heard from some of our members regarding what they want to see more of, they want to recognize the great work you all have done? Anyone would like to respond? Mr. Wessels.
Thank you, Commissioner. We too share a commitment to honoring your heartfelt suggestions to explore the fullness of what it means to be Black Colorado. I just want to add for the record, we're moving chronologically. And for everyone who's a student of history, it's rough before it gets better. So give respect that allows us a little bit of time to move into those ways. We have found a few instances of extraordinary, not just resilience from individual Black Coloradans, but extraordinary opportunities for community to show up. We have found some early findings, and we're still actually researching of actual spaces and places of worship that were co-signing for mortgages for our Black Coloradans. So where the world was saying you don't qualify, even if you have access to capital, cash flow, or small business, and where they were denying them and shutting doors, you saw places of worship actually saying, we're here for you. So we're actually investigating that right now and hope to go and share with you at the next meeting in August. But we do, as someone who's actually been walking, living this work on the outside, in the community, my research have been really in the archives, 30 to 40 hours a week, living. Chipotle was focusing on lynching for 6 months. And when she would come up for air, I would say, you need some time. Not just the stories, the people, the images. Pregnant Black mothers. Lynch. This work means something to you, requires something of you. I would submit to you respectfully that our sacrifices are ongoing. So we are looking for those stories, just like you. But maybe even a little bit more fervent because we need the lives. And we are committed to honor those. Please know that and have our work.
Yes.
For the presentation.
Yes.
They would like to share. All right, we'll go ahead with Mr. Valdez. No, please go ahead. I got you. I want to say, with the work that we're doing in business and banking, that we really want to highlight the Black-run and Black-owned banks and financial institutions and businesses that have been very successful. So I think one of my main charges as person in charge of that work is to make sure that we're highlighting the greatness of Black Coloradans in different areas of our economy. So I very much appreciate the question and the concern. That's what we're going to do. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Valdez. This is a real quick question. Have you ever had any Black-owned banks in the state of Colorado? If you haven't figured that, got that information,
I think you have one.
Do you know any Black-owned banks? Thank you, Senator President. We are still working to confirm some of those cases, but we have had Black-owned financial institutions that did conduct banking. Doesn't always mean that they were technically a bank. So we will continue that work and hopefully have some more information. Thank you, appreciate it. I find that sometimes we want to do something that's almost as if you don't know that it's going to move forward.
I think we have one.
Deerfield is just the one that we talk about the most, but to know that there was an agricultural settlement here in the state of Colorado that people have no idea existed. I think it is important as we look at creating institutions or creating spaces for Black men to have an economic engine. It's been done.
Yes,
in Colorado.
it has.
And so as we continue to do this research, what makes what you all are doing so powerful is that the kids who have an opportunity to learn from policies that Rep. Bacon and Senator Harass and Rep. English class this year, for us to actually have Black history be taught in our schools. Part of that is Colorado history. It's important that we have that. So thank you. Appreciate it. Further questions or perspective for the presentation? Any further presentation, Mr. Bussman?
I would just like to say, Commissioners and President Coleman, that we are intentional about the work that we're doing, and we look forward to coming back to share with you in August and in November of this year with additional information. We are moving swiftly but mindfully and carefully through this work, and even though we are ahead of schedule, we're also managing our capacity to ensure that by this time next year, we sit before you with the same commitment and fervor and capacity to honor the work and to honor the lives of Black Coloradans. On the walk over here, I was walking into this space mindfully and prayerfully, and I thought to myself, when I get to this room, even though I'm going to be early, the room will already be full.
Yes.
It will be full of my ancestors and those of every person in this room. Regardless of the side of history, your family has their own. This work that we are doing while the researchers are in our times, and I am moving across the state to share this message We invite all persons who are listening to this meeting, who are here present with us, and those who watch this recording, to know that we have an opportunity to be intentional in this work, to heal harm in real time with every story we collect from the elders, with every opportunity we have to assure our young people that the world they are inheriting is not what they deserve and can be better, and that we are with them. We invite every Colorado of every experience to know that we can work together to ensure that Colorado moving forward truly is different. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would also add, before we hear from you all, finally listening to us, you said in September that you said the room was full. For those of you who may or may not know, Claire Brown, her portrait is one of our stained glass portraits. It's in this room.
Yeah.
She was granted her freedom at the age of 56. I won't go into details, but let's just say there's a large chunk of her travel from Kentucky to Colorado that was on foot. At nearly 60 years old to get here to Colorado, to ultimately become an entrepreneur, to become a philanthropist, and so many other things. But she was here before we got to this room, right?
Yeah.
Many folks are here in the spirit of what we're going to do today. Would love to now move into just hear from you all about the planning and listening tours, what that would look like.
Okay.
So the intention of the plan is to go to the community, it is accessible, and to really embody that throughout this process. So the second week of September and the second and third week of October are reserved for these open to the public community listening sessions. This will be a additional safe space for community for persons of all experiences to gather to honor Black history and the stories of those who have lived before and those who are currently moving in our beautiful state. We will have an opportunity for them to engage with each of our researchers and an opportunity for them to offer their oral history and to collect information on the site. I'll also provide a brief overview of the work and I will be on hand to answer questions as needed. We want to ensure that this feels not just like a transactional opportunity that is required. We want to ensure that these listening sessions are an opportunity for us to, of course, in real time, communicate with all persons who really anchor the importance of our shared history, because Colorado history is American history, and Black history is American history, and our shared humanity. So, as commissioners, if you will allow yourself the next 2 weeks or so to send in dates that resonate best with you, our spaces, landmarks, and safe spaces in Pueblo, Colorado Springs, and Denver for suggestion, feel free to email me, and then we'll reach out to confirm those locations. The intention is to be able to actually publish those sites, dates, and times that we can statewide by the close of July. That is the intention, and respectfully want to come back to this space before you to offer that for your consideration.
Awesome. Thank you. Any questions regarding the listening tours from our commission? Representative.
Thank you. And so to recap, the plan that is open to the public from the second week of September to the second week of October of this year, is that correct? Yes, thank you, Commissioner Kagan. So our goal is to host these meetings on Saturdays. We want to ensure that people have the opportunity. I know oftentimes governmental meetings, because of schedule and timing, are during the week, but we did originally reach out to a number of people from the community, and they said, I would really appreciate a Saturday meeting. We want to honor that. So we're looking at 12 noon to 2 p.m. to be mindful of people's time. And we're looking forward to the opportunity and an open setting where people can come in, hear about the study, ask questions, but also reach out to researchers. And if there's opportunity to present and collaborate with possibly also community partners, our organizations that have been so diligent in investing in this work and also serve the community and share the whole mission of this study. So we're looking at the Saturday, the second week of September, that Saturday. And
Independence Saturdays on the second and third week of October. This is really strategic because, as we all know, closer and closer to the holidays, everything happens. People begin to run and enjoy and travel and check out and all the things. And we want to be honorable and mindful of people's time and capacity and ensure strong turnout. Additionally, it leaves us a really strong window to connect as a team the way that we feel the very first week of December. We have actually been meeting as a team for having team building retreats and efforts to ensure that we are well and supported and our focus is really so we need the first week of December. We'll have all the information from the research conducted thus far. We'll also have the information gathered from these intentional sessions with community, these listening sessions, and that will largely inform and reinforce our work for the year ahead. Moving smoothly with integrity, but also pausing for clarity and to hear from the community to respect the permission. And so the listening portion will be in person. Is there any, I'm curious about if there's some other ways or what might be some of the considerations for accessibility. And then also I heard the sites were Pueblo, Colorado Springs, and Denver. I'm curious if you may have thought about the Western Slope as you talked about Fairground and the Barn before. I do know there's robust history, particularly Gilman, Breckenridge, first Black mayor, Colorado's mayor, Fairway. So I'm curious about, perhaps getting to know, it's a little bit of a drive, and there is some history there. If there's any opportunity for online. So I'm just curious if you can expand on that a little bit. Yes, thank you for the question. We are hoping and working to offer these sessions as a hybrid. As many of you know, I am legally blind. So accessibility is at the core of my very being. Everything that I do honors persons who are visually impaired, hearing impaired, mobility impaired. And one of the things I actually offered at the start of this process was that this was not going to be an opportunity for us to present these historical findings and have it only be accessible to a segmented portion of the population. So we will have those things in place to honor persons of all experiences. We will also work diligently to ensure that it is hybrid. Because as we well know, whether it's a measure of accessibility or it's time and travel, we want people to be able to actually tune in and to feel a part of this process. And that is why we are working now to do that for this fall, because it does require a good bit of coordination to do so. I also want to assure to you, to ensure you that we are also very mindful of the passed away. We haven't chosen to reach the stars, and we also have plans to visit the western area of the state as well as we lead into next year. We are starting in those areas because historically they have the highest concentrations of Black Coloradans, and because we have such a limited time of the study right now, we really have less than a year to do this study. We're ever mindful of the time because for us,
are you there? Jesse. Okay, I'm back. Okay, I'm back. I felt like I was gone. Yeah, I felt like I was gone forever. You sound like you're in a wind tunnel. You sound far away.
Right here.
Stories, offer questions, and accessible space, but also to provide information and takeaways, much like the one that you all have received, the code and information. Everything about this journey is not just research for our purposes and to honor and serve others here. It's to fully work to build capacity within the community and not just in the community like Coloradans. It's not enough for us to know of our greatness and our importance. Everyone needs to know. Thank you. Thank you for that. I'm also curious about your approach through the listening tours. I'm sure it's a listening tour for people speak. I'm curious on how you will approach
It's so hot in here.
Even to sit, some of my
It's too.
curiosities are present around, some of my curiosities are around present conversations of
I need
AI and helping frame the context of their stories. I also like to volunteer civil rights and oral history. But I can't help but just in my own conversations, either with my peers or my elders, sometimes our conversations get very yesterday about something someone said, and then the whole life story centered around that. So I'm curious about how you all approach that as you listen to the oral histories and you pursue the listening tour. Yes, thank you for your question. So our intention for the focus of the listening tours, these beautiful sessions anchored in community, is to honor the improved self, especially including gender, to focus on the core areas of the study, and to honor the law that was put in place. So we will have separate stations, opportunities for people to offer their stories, engagement, and feedback in the areas of access to wealth, which is, of course, banking, housing, all the things that are required to actually acquire any measure of wealth in our country, but also health, education, justice. So those things will be honored, but additionally, we will have a station where people can actually give present day feedback. So think of it in terms of almost a scaled out version of that as well, where people will have the opportunity to engage in real time after a overall discussion of approximately 20 minutes with people a day. In my past life, I generally say when I worked for government, I was the person who made this one city budget, 150,000. So a relatively small city, but enough of for us to actually engage in some real time opportunities or areas of opportunity for each challenges. So what we would do is set those stations allow people to engage. Additionally, too, there will be a measure of sympathy from that. We want not so much to guide the discussion, but provide strong container for people to share in areas that have already been approved for this study. And then I will defer to my colleague, Shirley Warren, for how she thinks the oral history process will inform those areas of research that lack information. Because to be clear, there are some areas of research that currently exist that we found to be.
Further questions regarding listening to it? Oh, please, yes, Ms. Walker.
Yeah, so in terms of the oral history portion and the listening tour, I think it's more of an opportunity to connect, to make sure we make those meetings, that we schedule that time to come together. I don't think that we're going to have the time to conduct a full oral history on site. I want to give a weight to everyone's story and give everyone the opportunity to go to the fullest. I don't want it to be questionable. I want it to be pulled out. So it will more be a chance for them to get on the schedule to let me know if they're interested in recording so I can get them there.
I'm saying just for the members of the commission, we had a conversation. I understand that the president and CEO of Chicago, Robert Prince, talked to the governors allowing his private plane for us to be able to come to show. Colorado's a beautiful state. It's not the budget. It's not the budget issue, especially Colorado's a beautiful place to travel and see. So we're trying to get people to get to those places. But thank you for offering. Before we move into public comment, any further discussion or questions from commissioners or the panel?
All right, here comes the moment.
As always, thank you all for coming. Look forward to seeing you when we states again on Wednesday, August 3:30. We'll be here for our next meeting. Looking forward to hearing more. Really appreciate you being here. Thank you. Got it. All right. Again, I know this was not on the agenda, but we wanted to open it up for folks who did want to share, but also may want to respond to what they heard today. I believe we have until, okay, so we said 5 o'clock. I don't want to go too far. We got about 10 minutes. So I will ask if anyone would like to come up. Please feel free to come up. I know I heard in advance from Ms. Duncan to come up, also from Mr. Harris. Come on up. You might come up as well, please.
Ooh, let me check.
Who was the first Black woman to be elected to statewide office in Colorado? Anybody know? Now, if you don't
I
know,
can hear it,
we're
but
about to find out.
it kind of lost the stream.
We're going to allow a brief few minutes of witnesses.
That's it.
We want to make sure there's respect for everybody. So we'll go ahead and get started, and I'll come back and ask you for most of that time to respect others. We're still doing really well most of the time. Let's go ahead and begin and let Ms. Matt go.
Thank you, Commissioners, for having me on today's meeting. My name is Pat Duncan. At the age of 55, I decided to reinvent myself. I learned how to build self-confidence, achieve self-belief, pat myself on the back, and complete a project. It was 2008 when I realized the project was going to be a book, and it happened to be Barack Obama.
Jesse, is
I
it
started
fixing?
my first publishing company titled Jasper Publishing that year. In 2011, I went off on a book tour.
And I've heard that.
Tammy Rowan, African American studies at this high school, spoke at her inaugural lecture. She invited me to speak at her class. I didn't go to college. However, I published a book that was used in a college classroom, the University of California at Long Beach. I can't talk because it's very emotional. In 2012, A Defining Moment was nominated for an NAACP Image Award, Outstanding Literary Work of the Debut Author. In 2013, my book was sold out and found a home in the Library of Congress. I have published 4 coffee table books on Barack Obama. In the age where students are inundated with information, my book stands as a beacon of clarity and purpose. It captures the essence of Barack Obama's legacy in a way that is both educational and balanced approach to ensures that others not only understand but also to make their own mark. My book about Barack Obama is the opportunity to educate students about one of the most significant figures in modern history. By exploring his leadership, values, and legacy, students can gain a deeper understanding of the social, political challenges and and achievements of his presidency. Furthermore, Obama's personal journey serves as a source of inspiration, teaching resilience, hope, and the importance of service. My new book, Defining the Times, Living Life with Hope, Compassion, and Change, educators can bring Obama's story to life in classrooms, sparking meaningful discussions and imparting their students to dream big. As the first African American president, Barack Obama's leadership continues to resonate, making my book essential resource for fostering knowledge, critical thinking, and empathy in future generations. Black history is a story of perseverance, creativity, and a profound human spirit. My book is more than a historic account. It is a call to action, a celebration, a resource for building a more just, informed society. By using my book to teach the history of President Barack Obama, educators can inspire a new generation to honor the past, confront the present, and shape a better future for all. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. You got to get your own. I got mine.
The fun and the
Thank you very much, Ms. Duncan. And who was the first African American woman to hold statewide office?
So the first African American woman was my sister, the Honorable Victoria Vicky Buckley. She was the first Black Secretary of State of Colorado. She was elected in 1994 as a Republican because anybody knows the history of Colorado, it's the only way you could win. And unfortunately, she passed away in 1999, 6 months into her second term.
Thank you for continuing on our legacy. We appreciate it. Mr. Pierce.
Yes, good afternoon. Yeah, good afternoon. Can you hear me now? Yes, Jesse Parrish, representative for Black Star Action Move, Self-Defense, Positive Action Committee for Social Change, as well as the Unity Party of Colorado, the Northeast Denver Residents Council, Frontline Black News, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhance, the Revolutionary Agenda. And I'm a Denver native, Coloradoan, third generation. I'd like to know, is this study going to ultimately lead to the lineage-based cash payments? Because we don't need a repeat of what happened in California with Gavin Newsom. We don't need Polis or any other potential new governor to pull that same madness. So I would like to know what work is being done at the State House to make sure that this isn't just a symbolic gesture, but something tangible actually comes out of this for the descendants of slavery, chattel slavery, the freedmen, the American free people that built this country, which was already emphasized, but needs to be emphasized even more, because we have yet to receive our due credit for building up the greatest nation this world has ever seen. So in regards to the information and data, I would like to know if we have information on the architects that built the city, that built several municipalities. I mean, I know we talked about Deerfield. I've been to Deerfield. That's one of many towns that we had in the state before the Klan or the white mobs ran us out. So if there's been information compiled on that, if we have a concrete definition of what the lynching is, because as the Java was saying, there's different kinds of classifications for lynching. It wasn't just always hanging, but it could be burning, looting, throwing somebody off a cliff, as was emphasized earlier, if we have that information. And also the prisons. If we have the data on the prisons, on how many of our ancestors were affected by that. Because same as California, this was a gold rush state. A lot of slave owners brought their slaves to mine the gold in the hills, and there's gold in them hills. There's gold on the Capitol. So if we have that information as well, and last but certainly not least, how long are we looking at this study taking before it actually takes hold at the legislative, at the legal level, with whole laws being passed, such as anti-Black hate crime legislation, because we're still the #1 victim of hate crimes in the state and in this country. Thank you.
Got it. So just in the interest of time, 3 things. One is really appreciate your prayers coming in and asking those additional questions and getting information. You have to do research here, sitting behind you, and hearing that, so that's really powerful to know what else we want to be able to capture, number one. Number two, this is, and just to answer your question, is absolutely not for it is for us to be able to possibly at the state level that ultimately to be held up in the court of law. We usually pass bills and governor signs them and then goes to Colorado Supreme Court. We get sued based on discrimination and we end up not being able to implement the policies as it was intended. The original intent for this is for us to have information so that we can pass those policies. And then the answer to your question in terms of how soon, immediately once the process is complete, we're able to get the data, the history, the economic analysis. We intend to utilize that information to do the work here in the legislature. All great questions.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, you got it. And please.
Sorry. Most of you do alternate days, but for this is very my legal name. I represent the Residential Task Force and the together token. Also that for public safety is no more. Also, I represent from my Black News, Revolutionary Agenda, Black Experience, and the Single Booster for the Black Media. I'm so sorry. Okay. I would like to state a few things. I myself personally am aware of this speak. I am foundational Black American on the paternal side of my lineage, all the way back. Now, I want to say that this is very important to us in the city of Denver and Colorado in particular, because we live in like a planned state still. I want to know that what I would like to know is if there is and not only doing the issue about the basis of that, but not that to Representative Bacon. As I can appreciate all of us having the African descent lineage portion, a lot of us were not of African descent, a lot of us are Aboriginal Blacks from the soil here in the United States and have been reclassified, resold, and repurchased amongst the transatlantic slavery trade, amongst the slavery trade throughout the United States several times. And so a lot of us would not know if we have ancestral blood back to our motherland. So that is important as well. The other thing I would like to say is that, you know, the one thing that we don't want to see happen, as we've seen in other states that are following a line of reparation repair, is no more symbolic gesture of, you know, just taking out a chin and flag the statue. We live in a lot of areas that are really pushed out of certain areas to go into sundown areas. They're still currently sundown to this day. Whether they say, whether the pale version says that it is a sundown area, the people of the community of the culture know that certain areas such as Littleton, Glendale, Cherry Creek, Highlands Ranch are still Aurora, are still sundown. Meaning that you shouldn't really be outside unless you are intentionally wanting to be profiled, pulled over, asked for something, accused of something, labeled as, taken to jail. You know, that's very important. And one last thing, as far as we would like to know too about the women that suffer a lot of the atrocities that have been incarcerated from the time of incarceration here in the state of Colorado. Specifically, Black women who have children in the system, where the children went. We want to know that too, because that's important, because they were being robbed of vital organs. We want to know about the unmarked graves, the people that we don't get to hear about, because there should be much more than just 7 nations, right? Because we know that Black people are getting killed every day here. So these are very important things that will help at least be an example to other states, but be an example to other states to what to look for, what to do the research on, because it's so important to us just to even know where we're coming from. There's a mix, you know, it's very important not just like the search, and I'm already like engrossed and disgusted at the same time. You see what I'm saying? What is happening throughout history and everything I've seen in my 45 years. Thank you, I apologize.
No, not at all. Thank you. And just for the record, the last name Powers.
Natures.
Natures.
Yes.
Little something about natures.
Yes, very natures.
Very much appreciated. Thank you all for coming to testify. We appreciate your testimony. Thank you. One thing was done.
Yes, I am a professional photographer, and I'm willing to share. I went to the lynching museum in Montgomery, and I took a picture of the pillar. They had over 800 pillars, and I took a picture of the pillar of Colorado. I'm willing to share that with the committee, and I'm also willing to share my pictures of the Colorado KKK, which was incorporated by Mayor Stapleton, and I'm willing to share those pictures with you.
Thank you very much, all. We appreciate it. Anyone else would like to share? Please, come on up. And then I will invite also one last individual, in addition to please come on up. We love this. Ask the shop to the table. She can come on. Because I want to make sure you know who are in the work. Know your title, affiliation, and how you're working.
I was hella nervous. family, I felt like, sometimes when I speak, it's just, I get up there and I try to do my best. And I'm not really thinking, I'm just going, you know? I'm thinking, but I'm not, uh, I'm trying to hurry up and get it over with and get off the thing because I'm still kind of shy. So, um, still kind of shy and also, too, not really shy, but I, I kind of have no filter. I'm going to get mad really quick. So, um, especially like when something's so serious like this, we're not asking, we're telling them. You know what I mean? So,
Sorry,
it's
just
very
2
important for
minutes.
you guys to know
I'm
that
holding
we're
the
not
camera.
asking, we're telling them.
Okay. Um, sorry about that.
I
My sunglasses right now.
was my I was speaking.
Tend to think it was nothing beyond
I was whispering because we're in the chambers and Jesse's voice is loud enough. He's sitting right next to me, really loud.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna tell you this: them headphones that he wears are like huge on my head. He made me hold all his stuff. I hate holding his stuff.
Yeah, because I was looking for something for
It was with my earrings.
you.
Dr. Abana made me some earrings, and I don't know I don't know what happened, but kind of like came apart, and he was fixing it. I told him just put it in his pocket. I'm gonna rock my little Janet Jackson thing like I always do. And he was determined to fix it. But if you ask me, I hate filming. I hate holding the phone because my heart makes my hand shake.
Mm.
I think it's a medicine, really.
Property taxes. That's how they do a lot of black properties.
Yeah, that's another thing. Um, I would have wrote it. I would have. I guess whenever I speak, man, sometimes it's just right then and there, and I try to write it down or whatever, and then sometimes I can't read my own handwriting because I'm going so fast. You know? And I want to stumble because you only got 3 minutes, and that's 3 minutes to tell them something. Like if you don't tell them and you don't get it over with in that 3 minutes, then you're effectively wasting time, and you're not getting the fucking goal on our agenda done. So in my mind, it's like don't rush, but try to be methodical, speak better, you know what I mean? Or eloquently better. Cause you know I've been like, man, look here, cuz we were living in a clan motherfucker state. You know, more than 7 lynches. Come on now. You better.
Yeah.
I was like, I also want to talk about the FBI building that was right there in old Stapleton. I was just a research for Donnie Betts one time, right? Um,
Yeah.
and my best friend had asked me to help her with some research, right? And I was researching police brutality. Like the start of police brutality against Black Americans from like the start, and there was some really ugly information around that part, around the FBI building that was over there by the where you see it,
Yeah.
the beginning of that, yeah, all kinds of shit. Like, and I was like, yeah, like I just got tired of I was like, God damn, man, like it just keeps getting worse because the numbers, the statistics stay the same. You know, if you read all the statistics, are the way we allegedly commit crimes, don't commit crimes, are murdered, not murdered. How many is in our population? Always around the same numbers. And if you look at different data things, like that's what I was looking at. I was fucking thoroughly upset. I was thoroughly upset. I was like, this is all cap and lies. I don't know how to prove it. Yeah, like when you look at all kinds of data, it's like it don't make no goddamn sense. That was like 2 years ago. I forgot to write that down, but I made a note for the next hearing.
Yeah, for the next
Mhm. Because seriously, fam, we let them just do the work. They'll do half-ass work. You know what I mean? Because they don't care. I mean, they care, but they don't care. Because if you let them tell it, they had to raise their own money when they wouldn't, effectively go in and get the money. You know? They could fund everything else, but for this, the people had to fund it allegedly or something. I don't know. It was complicated when he talked about it a couple months back. All I know is that me and Jesse have been hunting this dude
right.
to put us on the commission. We would have been sitting with them people. But I kind of like what's happening with us with this. We can sit in the back and make judgmental faces and shake our head and then go check them. Yeah, I had a bad feeling after talking to this lady, like real like scandalous feeling. Like I don't want to give her my crime bill. I gotta give her something small and see what happens. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
What do you think about that, Jesse? Like create something small.
Yes.
And then see what she does with it before I give her the real shit. I don't have good feelings. Even now watching that, I still have bad feelings. Mm-mm-mm. I ain't gonna front family. We saw a lot of white people
Yeah.
and maybe a very small handful of. I would say mostly everybody that we saw that was either family or related. You know what I mean? As far as being black, they have a dad with his two
Yeah.
kids, teenage kids. You know what I mean? But, like maybe I'd say there was probably like we had to count us.
Yes.
We would say maybe one, two, three, four dark skinned ones and like six mixed ones.
To the people like Sharon.
Or everybody else was in there was white, and I don't like that either. I want to talk to the sister right here. See if I get a card so I can start turning in some of this policy. We get this anti-black crime hate bill off the floor. So yeah, I was excited there, but as it carried on, really touchy about it because we work for the new black media, or part of the new black media, right? So we had just registered that. You have the I don't even know how to work that. You can just scan the QR code. Okay, go ahead, Jesse. Yep. Go ahead, just do that. I don't really know nothing about that, but I do type. Yeah, you're right. No worries. We're looking at. I have drafted an anti-black crime hate, anti-black hate crime bill. Basically,
whatever anti-black, nobody. I work for myself.
No, I'm saying, who are you collaborating with? Who are your collaborators? Oh, okay.
No, just strictly, I have trust issues. Like with some of this, you remember Brock? And right.
I was kind of scanning the energy, man. The energy was weird right after I said that. Like her whole energy changed. Like she wasn't expecting that right
And
after.
I work on most of his stuff, but the thing is that I can't trust my policy or my bills. They're so vital to keep us safe and to actually hold the police accountable. Like I believe in asset forfeiture, all the way up. You know what I mean? As well as jailing. You know, things like that because they've gotten away with so much with the police. You know what I mean? So it seems kind of a lot when you read it, but ultimately you have to be serious.
It popped up. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even think she was paying attention.
Open up to my full
I was looking at her and something changed right there. And I was like, nah.
With the grassroots, we don't want to just
and so
release it to anybody.
It should ask you, but it should ask you to share your info with me. If not, I can also just take it. I can take your info so that we make sure someone's.
Yeah, I had a weird ass. Something changed, like it was kind of vibe, but after that I was like, nah, I'm not gonna give her that. I had trust issues, y'all. This is so serious, it's ridiculous.
So we passed this legislation.
When you're talking about our safety,
And now we're actively working alongside
and
them to make sure that we have information
2026,
that we can then take
it's so serious.
and run some legislation around. And so we work like collaboratively with them to receive the evidence, and then so that we can start building some legislation around it because we know, as you all both spoke around what's happening in other states, right? So in other states, what people are bringing bills forward and they're saying you don't have the evidence.
I turn the camera on her.
And then vice versa is like, if you do have the evidence, they're like, oh, this was great. But we want to make sure that doesn't happen. One, this is the first time we have like an actual dedicated commission to this. And so we really do. And we're not just looking at state as an actor, we're also looking at these like banking institutions. We're looking at philanthropic organizations as well, because I think accountability expands beyond just the government, as we've heard, right?
Yeah.
So,
like the Denver Partnership.
Exactly.
Yes.
Right? Like, there's responsibility
But
everywhere.
I
So we're going to go
understand
try to find those areas. But we want to
when
do
we
that
got
on
white people that
we
talk
want to
like
make sure
them.
that we have
Oh my God, this shit is headed.
oh, there's an anti-black,
It always just seems like it's just me and him that cares so much. You know, it really does always feel like it's just us. It's always villainous, but in reality, we love our people so much that we can't see this. We can't live in benign neglect.
You can say that one more time.
We cannot continue to live in benign neglect anymore.
Oh yeah.
Not to mention with all the abuses that continuously happen on a daily basis.
Oh, absolutely.
We can't continue to be robbed.
The legacy of slavery is very much still present.
Right.
In everyday
It's
life.
every day. So
There's right there. I think.
Sorry, before I want to make sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
I get your info, and I didn't get it. So I don't know if you want email, phone number. What's the best way to contact?
I think if anything you can see it in my face, I'm starting to get upset. Like I could. It's because what I'm saying is like
7848. I am accessible.
what I'm saying is so fucking important, man. Like
Yeah.
And what's the best way to contact you?
Text message really. If you want me to read something immediately, just tell me how I feel to write down. Because I've been kind of sick lately. I just had 4 surgery stuff, so I'm just trying to get myself correct.
And then I'll put your email too. We are now about to information about like coalition.
And that way we can share it with people because it seems like Colorado is intentionally. Some of the Denverites here that are Black Coloradans, Black Denverites and Aurorians are acting like this isn't happening, or they're asleep, or they don't want to be involved. And the thing is, we need them to be involved. Yeah.
I think a lot of people don't know or maybe not understand what's happening. Or people might also, there's a lot of actually happening because it's real. I don't
That's
think
the look of disgust, family.
just another symbolic gesture, like because we've seen it time and time again. Yeah. And so I
I'm
think
just processing, you know what I mean?
what's
Like you can
happening
see in her face, like, so this kid about disgust get all sudden.
not
And I
symbolic,
felt
but
like
it's going to require all of us to ensure that that doesn't
Yeah.
I
happen.
felt like
Right? It requires
she was
every
playing with
one of us
she was playing with my brain. She was playing with me, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
like changing
And I wasn't playing with her.
And there should have been more of us in here.
exactly. Okay. And let me make sure I get the screenshot of it real quick. So okay.
Yeah, because it's so important to me. Even though I'm mixed, I'm a ward of the state, and so I've seen when I couldn't get adopted like all the little white girls. You know, what I mean? I'm in there. I'm in the Gilliam with nothing but little black girls. I come from Curtis Park. I did come from Aurora, but was by way of being abused I've lived through becoming a ward of the state from Curtis Park. Yeah. So I understand that I understand what's going on. And even being born from California, born in California, and being here most of my adult life, I've seen more I've seen more atrocities here than I've got to experience going home to California here and there. You know what I mean? And I don't like it. Oh, I didn't like none of it. So I'm glad they were getting somewhere with it.
Hey, thank you for sharing your story, sister.
Yeah, man. I was like, I was kind of slouchy right there. I just catch me at weird ass angles. Um, I would say this. I would say this when I was talking to that sister.
Yeah.
Um, you can see it in my face, family, that something has shifted with what she was saying, and I really think it was how she was talking to me. I can't stand when we talk like them. Okay, like you're black, but you're talking like you're a white girl, like a valley girl or whatever we would call it, like that, or you know what I mean, some teen bop or fucking some white chick. Like I can't deal with that. Talk black to me, cause like like I can't disagree. Like I can't. You know what I mean? So I have a couple. There's like one of my caseworkers. She talks like that. I was like, oh god, it sets me off immediately. Immediately I start tripping. And then like, but what she was saying is almost like it's almost like she was playing with me. I felt like, okay, and part maybe some of it when you take yourself outside of things. Like I'm one of those type of people. I take myself out of it, and I pretend I'm a stranger, and I look at the whole situation, my interactions with her, what she's saying to me, right? But you could tell that if you look at my face, you could tell that something's wrong. Like I'm hearing little key things that mostly I go off my instincts and my intuition. Like, look, I haven't been wrong yet about certain people. You know what I mean? And when he was running for office, I started working on this stuff because these are the goals, these are the things that I would say goals. These are the things that are mandatory for FBA and what we're doing right now. Okay, these are part of our agenda. Uh, let's cut the check. You know what I mean? Lineage based cash payments, right? Um, no trauma bonding, like it's serious shit, and we gotta do it now. Okay, so we're on a mission. Every state has their responsibilities, And Neely Fuller Jr. says anybody wants to be a leader, fucking act like the leader. Pick it
Right.
up and go with it. You know what I mean? And um, that's effectively how I feel internally. Like, all right, fuck it. You know what I mean? It always feels like it's just me and Jesse out there doing this portion.
Mm-hmm.
We got black people, black looking people acting like coons and shit out there. They do a great job of that.
Yeah, they
There's
do.
not there's not an empty motherfucking space for a motherfucker like that. They're everywhere. They're ambulance chasing. They're covering up for the whites. They're kissing ass. They're pandering. They're pandering with no future of elevation. You know what I mean? They're just doing the most. And there's 100,000 of them here. Okay, I'm exaggerating on the number, but sometimes it really is just a handful, and I mean like a literal handful, maybe two, 10 people, maybe 7, 10, that are codified, solid, smart, fucking logical thinkers. Okay. One of us, like I keep saying, like we keep saying, our sister Vicky Dillion's here, Easy's here,
Yeah.
Kurt's here, other Kurt. We got like a couple other solid individuals. Okay. And that's it. But in the city, because everybody has jobs and they're doing stuff, this is me and him. Him, because I don't feel like it because I'm mad, right? Because I know all this fucking wild out and God knows, man. Like this shit. I don't know. I don't understand why nobody's angry and uses it in a constructive way. You know, like I'm super angry, and I don't like how people talk to me or the way I'm thinking that things are going to be. I could probably help. I could probably give my shit to somebody, and they can, get it right. Like maybe but then I feel it. I'm like, nah. This is you're like them. You see something good, you take it, put your shit all over it. That's what happened with the mayor, the new mayor, white boy swooping, right? And you end up kicking us out of our own intellectual property, right? And then our work no longer is this work for FBA. It's now an all-inclusive work that they promote, and it'll benefit some fucking weird ass agenda that we don't want. You dig? And so you see it in my face. I see you get. You can see it like almost like I wanted to cry from anger, and I want to slap her like that's slap her. But I really want to get active because like don't play with my top, cuz I'm telling you something. I'm not asking you. I'm telling you. I have this. I'm working on this. You need to get with this. You read? This is what I see. But, all right, cool. Don't take it seriously. I'm still gonna push forward because there's got to be somebody that's on code and it can be vetted. I don't think I don't trust it. I don't trust anybody that can't be themselves either. You dig?
Yep.
Talking eloquently in the state house. I mean, I choose to speak like this because I just choose because I'm a free motherfucker. I just do whatever the fuck I feel like. I choose to talk like this, right? But there, and I want to be taken. I need this to be taken seriously for us, right? So I can't come like I am normally. I gotta talk. I gotta talk better. I gotta speak better. I gotta speak well. I gotta articulate thoughts. You did correctly without getting frustrated. And I got a bad habit of tapping and making sounds on the desk. I like rubbing on the desk. I got a really bad habit with that. My fault. But I now know what to expect. So I was surprised that they let us speak. And I mean, today's Monday, so how it goes for Mondays. State council and shit. And it'll be another day where I'm like, I wonder if they're gonna let me talk today. you know. So yeah. Well, this is not an easy job, man. I'll say this. The ones that are actively like Black Alpha Network, um, Vicky Diller, like everybody who does this like actively religiously fucking keeps us empowered. It is not easy work. It really isn't. I try to do my best on the RVA, but you catch me at weird hours, and sometimes I'm just in different energy. But trust and believe, I stay black first all day long, and I don't come out of that. I don't code switch. I'm on it. I'm on it 150%. Live it, breathe it. We'll die for it. That's all we have right now. And we're doing a good job. So ain't nobody else gonna step up to this plate right now here in our city. On this, they can just blow off and throw in Chicanos, $5 Indians, you know what I mean? Mexicans, um, anything. We've seen it once on a news program where they try to say the Chicanos were indentured or were enslaved. Okay, and I was like, nah, and I showed it. I showed it on the RV one year. Like, fuck that. We're not doing that because Tariq Nasheed warned us for that. You know what I mean? He warned us. Anyway, um, that's all I want to say. Thank you, Jesse. Sorry I came on late, but I fell asleep. Go ahead. Your thoughts? What'd you think? You still there? You're on mute. You're on mute. You're still awake? Cuz. Jesse. Jesse. Man, did you go to sleep? I bet he did, huh? Let's find out.
All right, y'all. Peace. Thank you for tapping in. See y'all later for part 3.